Remy said, well, you can get into akara and kuli kuli.
Wasn't a bad
thing,
advice.
You know, but somehow it's been misinterpreted. And the president had to, you know, give it a punch. When she now called her wife, Iya ala akara, you know, mother that sells akara and all of that, making joke of it. But again, I have discovered that if you go to some areas, new businesses have sprung up, you know, that are doing akara, and they are doing it very well. There's a part of Lekki where 4 balls of akara sell for 3,000 naira. And they have various, you know...
Street corner akara.
Yes, street corner akara.
Patronage.
Yes. No, they have big patronage, and it has various flavors. They have akara that they now fry with egg. They have one that they fry with fish inside.
That's where education comes to play.
And there's one that they even fry with chicken. And so for 4 balls in Lekki Part, 4 balls for 3,000 naira.
Interesting.
And I understand that there's a woman in Ibadan that says that she averages 2.5 million naira.
She debunked it. 2.5 and she will look like that.
Well, I wouldn't know. But she said.
Yes,
so what I'm saying in essence is that people look for a way, you know, to
discredit
this administration. Yeah. Why? Because they don't appreciate the fact that, well, this government might be doing its best, but its best is not good enough. So it's not just about this administration. It's everywhere. People have lost. Look at, if you go to United States, people look for Trump, you know, for one misstep.
Yes.
For one silly thing that Trump will do, and it become the talk of the day, talk of the town, and all of that. So it's particular with governments. But in any case, and since we now know that this national anthem, that what they put out there is not real, let's just move on. But the Nigerians have also used it to make money online because it's trended somehow.
Oh, of course. Okay, that's an angle to it. People get the clicks, get the views,
and get paid
and make money.
Sorry, Moses. After the Iyalakara, do you know how much people made?
I don't know. Tell me.
I wouldn't know, but by my assessment, is
a lot of people made
you go to Instagram, you go to Facebook, you go to YouTube, you discover that somebody puts up a skit about selling akara and all of that, and somebody is grossing 1.7 million views, 50,000, 60,000 likes.
Are you saying that this administration is giving us enough content that we can monetize?
No, every administration does.
No, this particular
It's just that there's a synergy between this new business and people have been able to transform it. It ties to the uprising that we are talking about, a certain uprising.
But at what cost, really?
There's always a cost.
At a cost of misinforming the people.
Is it misinformation?
Yeah,
this one might be
disinformation, actually.
This one is disinformation, but the akara thing is not disinformation. It was a business opportunity for some people. And people are going into akara business.
People have always done that, really.
No, I mean, it's been expanded now.
The thing
Maybe the spotlight is now on them.
On them.
I think the spotlight.
The thing is, small-scale businesses, petty trade, actually make a lot of money. But people look down on it.
Yes.
It would be nice if people started looking the way of trying out some of these things. And if you are better enlightened, you put a little touch to it. Like you just said, the akara business, the variety that you find in Lekki area. It's with a little touch of enlightenment. And of course, I mean, there was a time in Obalinde area when a guy came and started selling, pasta, noodles, pasta, and the rest of it. And it was you could tell that he was educated because he designed his in a way that you would want to taste it. You would want to buy.
Yes, you also told the story of a young man that started confectionery into what do you call it? Shawarma and all of that.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, yes.
And there's a certain guy in Mushin long ago that used akara business to build his houses and all of that.
Yeah. People have even sent their kids abroad selling plantain.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, about the video, the minister that was displayed in the video is the minister for the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, a ministry that has been...
So when was he...
The ministry has been dissolved. So the ministry no longer exists.
All right.
Anyway, let's move on to another conversation, talking about the First Lady. Well, she moved from akara to doing something different. Gardening. Oh, well. Tell us about it, Jay.
All right. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has renewed her campaign for household food production as she harvested vegetables from the presidential villa garden on Monday. The harvest, carried out as part of her Every Home a Garden initiative, included spinach, water leaf, and fluted pumpkin, which we know as ugu. She shared the fresh produce with her staff, promoting the culture of sharing. The villa garden was unveiled in July 2024 under the Renewed Hope initiative as a demonstration project. The campaign targets women and families to make productive use of available land. The garden demonstrates that vegetable cultivation is possible even in limited spaces. The initiative comes amid rising food costs and economic hardship as the First Lady continues to promote home gardening as a practical solution to food security challenges. The Every Home a Garden initiative encourages Nigerians to grow their own food. Well, like we said earlier, I think it's just a case of forget about the messenger, take the message. Because really, I'm one of the beneficiaries of having a home garden. I don't have so much space in my garden, but we carved out, we got an old bathtub where we plant vegetables, spinach, ugu, pepper. What else do we plant? I can't remember at the top of my head right now. But I kid you not, I've been able to save some costs from it. And there's nothing as being able to just go to your backyard, pluck some fresh vegetable and cook. But I know that that's not the reality for a lot of Nigerians. These days, a lot of houses don't even have spaces. You know how a lot of these developers even build these days. They build on top of sewage, they build on top of canal. And minus that, Nigerians are also wondering, why is she even in the right position to even advocate for this? You're telling us to adopt austerity measure, tighten our trousers, buckle up our belts, and adjust. Meanwhile, you guys are enjoying. People are not feeling the pangs of the hunger fangs that the ordinary Nigerian, feels. But away from that, let's look away from all the drama that comes with the seat of government and just take the message, because really, I think it would help. That's my view.
Yes,
really.
it will help. As a matter of fact, I think, Jane, if to answer you directly, she's in the right position to do this, because this is leadership by example. She might not be talking to urban folks, who do not have space, for garden and all of that. Growing up as a young man, we had garden. Beyond having gardens, both of my parents were school teachers, to be very modest. Both of my parents were school teachers. But 80% of the food we consumed, we got from our farm, because they were all, not from our backyard.
From your farm.
From our farm, because they were also farmers, village teachers and all of that. So when we return from school, we go to farms and all of that cultivate. So you see okra, pepper, vegetables.
Chicken,
we didn't red chicken then, so cassava for gari and all of that. Yam, big farmers in the village setting. And so what we consumed, was 80% of what we consumed was from our farm. So the First Lady might not be talking to urban folks. Probably, rural people, you can still take to farming and all of that and cut your costs, at least if you produce what you eat. And apart from that, you also eat fresh, and stay longer. It's healthier if you eat fresh and all of that. Growing up, I recall that we used to make soup in the morning, finish it in the morning, probably make another one in the evening, because it was a village setting and all of that. And so, she might be doing a good job, preaching this, instead of having to rely exclusively on government to provide everything for us.
But even the rural, sorry, Moses, let me just quickly chip this. Even the rural people, how many people can even go to farms, really? If you want to, flip the script a bit. How many people can even go to farms these days where you have the bandits?
That's the point.
Insecurity.
Really.
And
insecurity, really.
In as much as she's pushing out a message, it's okay. But this kind of soft media campaign is not what we need at this time. It's not what we need at this time. We need to fight insecurity.
Shouldn't they go side by side?
No, this is not what the people want to hear. Now, how many people live in their own homes? For those that are able to plant in their homes, they probably own their homes, or they have an understanding with the owners, with the landlords.
That's another thing.
But how many landlords have enough space for you to plant anything?
No, that's what I talked about. She might not be addressing urban folk, but people in the rural area.
Even those in the rural areas cannot even farm in their homes because they're chased out of their homes. There's insecurity going on. So, in as much as you want to assuage anger and the rest of that, let people know that yes, they can get their own food, but let the government be seen to be fighting the causes of hunger.
Yes.
Transportation of farm
Good
produce from the farms to the market. Let the government be seen to be doing something
why I don't
in that regard.
Speak for this government. And one of our topics of discussion is this morning, is that the Senate has said, hey, enough with repentant terrorists and all of that. So it could just go side by side if you ask me.
Well, let's run to the papers now. Let's see what else the dailies have for us this morning, as away from the First Lady going into farming, getting ugu. We also had ugu in the compound growing up. We had a lot of other things, palm kernel, and the rest of them. But well, First Lady has reignited
the passion,
taking us down the memory lane. But let's see what the papers have for us this morning.
I think we need to go on a break.
All right, let's take a very quick break. When we come back, we'll be giving you headlines from the dailies. Stay with us.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, let's go to the Vanguard newspaper. The window headlines here. Nigeria's LNG exports hit 20.06 trillion naira as global trade reaches record high. Tinubu orders ICPC to investigate PFIPC. I take that one again for emphasis. Tinubu orders ICPC to investigate PFIPC. Not Bajabiamela. Oyo school kidnap. Security forces trace abductors network associates. All right. And then the big story, insecurity. Halt rehabs. Try Boko Haram members, Senate tells FG. And of course, the riders mourns General Abubakar. Others demands tech-driven security overhaul. Army detains 2 surrendering terrorists, commanders in Borno. And then we have other headlines there as well. Alleged sexual harassment. Protesters ask Senate to suspend ambassadorial nominees' confirmation. NPO hails Tinubu's big tech probe over content exploitation. UTM FLNG signs gas sales agreement with NNPC. Seplat for 200, for 15 years. I don't know what that is. Over 18 million Nigerians exposed to flooding, NISA warns, says 2,000 hectares of farmland, 8,794 educational facilities, 3,808 healthcare facilities will be submerged. And the bottom strip there, xenophobia. Senate threatens diplomatic action against South Africa. Others fresh probe threatens. Okay, well, those are the headlines.
Okay, let's check out the Guardian newspaper. Anxiety as planned expansion may affect 2,000 buildings, 10,800 homes. Nigeria's population growth may worsen sanitation crisis. This is according to the AFDB. Senate rejects Boko Haram rehabilitation, says justice must prevail. 2027, APC pleads with substituted aspirants to shelve litigation. Oyo abductions. Pressure mounts as operatives close in on abductors. Xenophobia. Despite outrage, Senate rejects reciprocal action against South Africa. NBA cites autonomy, rejects AGF's intervention in officers' election. Police confirm probing 30 political killings ahead of Osun-Guba polls. PFIPC, Tinubu orders ICPC probe as Senate distances itself from controversy. I'll take that again. PFIPC, Tinubu orders ICPC probe as Senate distances itself from controversies. Those are the stories from the Guardian.
Pretty much how far we can go right now. Newspaper headlines, newspaper review at 10 will do justice to these headlines. Senate moves against rehabilitation of repentant terrorists. You heard it in the dailies. We're discussing it right after this break. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. The Senate has asked the Nigerian government to stop rehabilitating repentant terrorists and other violent criminals. Well, during plenary on Tuesday, that's yesterday, the Red Chamber insisted that the individuals found culpable in terrorism and related criminal offenses should face the full weight of the law through immediate prosecution. While the resolution formed part of additional prayers adopted by the upper legislative chamber during the consideration of a motion on the escalating attacks, abductions and killings of 7 and retired military personnel across the country. The motion was sponsored by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Nigerian Army, Abdulaziz Musa Yar'Adua. The upper chamber also argued that the prevailing security situation demands stronger deterrent measures rather than policies perceived to encourage impunity. According to the lawmakers, persons convicted of terrorism and other organized criminal acts should be prosecuted without delay in accordance with the law. They stressed that justice must not only be done, but must also be seen to be done to restore public confidence in Nigeria's criminal justice system. We have in the studio here to help us make sense of this Mr. Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer as well as a political affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Agomo, and thanks for joining us on VOP This Morning.
My pleasure.
We appreciate your presence as always. In the course of the show, we'll be joined by other guests from our outstations across Nigeria. In the meantime, let's stay in the studio here with Mr. Agummo. Mr. Agummo, you heard it.
Yeah.
Are you happy that the Senate has said enough of this rehabilitation of repentant terrorists? Because, I mean, we've heard kinetic, non-kinetic, and people over time, people that killed Nigerians, fellow Nigerians, you know, had been rehabilitated, reintegrated into society, especially into the commanding heights of our national life, the military, the customs, immigration, and all of that. But in the fight of terrorism, in the fight against insurgency, this administration, the Senate has said, well, enough of this. You put a stop to it. About 3 weeks ago, we had Borno State government put pressure on the military to absorb repentant terrorists, you know, into their joint task force, civilian JTF, and all of that. But Senate says enough of this. Is that good news to you?
It is not.
Why?
Because I don't believe in this Senate. They have never done anything in favor of the Nigerian people.
But at least this is one good thing.
They just look, hold on. They want to divert your attention and the attention of gullible Nigerians. If this Senate is serious, the statement is not enough. They should have done more than what they are just saying. You and I know very well that they can't even challenge the presidency on this rehabilitation policy. They can't. So if they want me to take them serious, they should order for the sacking of the military chiefs who are involved in this rehabilitation. Since they have been doing this rehabilitation, has anything worked? Is there any result? This Senate have held meetings with these military chiefs on several occasions behind closed doors. What did they discuss there? What did they discuss there? They are just saying this now so that Nigeria will say, yes, the military and the Senate are acting now. Yeah, they are talking tough. It is all what? Hogwash. They couldn't do more than what they have just said. They
okay, Mr. Agummo, let me ask you, what is your major concern? Is it the fact that the policy initiative is a wrong one, or the fact that this administration will not see through its implementation? Which one?
Both of them.
Is a wrong policy?
It is a wrong, in fact, it's the worst policy. Because
to stop
this rehabilitation, because it's not getting any results.
And that's why Senate says, let's stop it and deal with these people, prosecute them. They should face the full weight of the law.
Really? So since they have been doing it and have been putting our military men on harm's way, what has this Senate done?
Well, like they say, there's no wrong time to do the right
thing.
It
is the wrong time because they are saying all this to divert your attention to what is going on at the presidency.
What's going on at the presidency?
Yes, the Gbajabiamila gate. How to come and be telling us stories when there are even worse cases now that
the president has said probe the agency.
It's not enough. Gbajabiamila should be ordered to leave that office. Bayo Onanuga should be ordered to leave that office. If there should be an independent and sincere investigation, they should step down for God's sake. You don't do such things. In fact, I told you a story of Rex Tillerson. Donald Trump, when he came first, he told him, when you are coming to Africa, don't enter Nigeria. I don't want to see you in Nigeria. He went to Ghana, went to Kenya, and for reason best known, the man sauntered into Nigeria. And Donald Trump saw him and said, okay. As the man entered plane to come back to America, he fired him on air. Donald Trump fired his Secretary of State on air. He didn't even want him to come and explain, when I was coming, my plane had a glitch. He didn't hear that. He just fired him on air. It was his staff that told him that he was fired.
Mr. Agummo, let's stay with the issue of, the Senate saying, well, we don't want to continue with rehabilitated repentant.
Will they follow it through? That is the question. So have they followed anything through?
So that is your major concern.
Yes.
Not that it's not a wrong policy direction.
In fact, by saying it alone, they are making me angry.
Why are you angry?
Yeah, you don't need to say it. We'll see it, that it has been done. Don't come and tell me tomorrow that you said. Have they ever challenged Tinubu on all his policies? Not to talk of this one. This one that is very close and very dear to him. Have they asked Tinubu, why is this insecurity going on? As the commander-in-chief, have they ever asked him?
So I'm curious, before we go to the outstation guest, this Operation Safe Corridor, this de-radicalization, does it have any solid law backing, especially with regards to our anti-terrorism laws, or it has been illegal all the while? From a legal standpoint.
They said they had an agreement. Buhari had an agreement with the United Nations that repentant terrorists should be rehabilitated and all that. But they didn't look at the details of that agreement, how it is done in other climes. They didn't look at it from that angle. They just told us that and it will end in 2027. This is one thing they copy things wrongly.
No, but my direct question was, is this Operation Safe Corridor, is it backed by our anti-terrorism laws, or it was just an illegal thing that you just came up with?
Look, even in our normal laws, just like the prodigal son, yes, but not when you have been subdued in the battlefield. Are you getting what I'm saying here? Yes, not when you have been subdued. If you repent on your own and you say it's okay, but not when you are subdued in the battlefield and you are captured. You now come and tell me that you are repented. No, you repented because you are subdued. That is the difference here. Most of these guys that say they are repentant, no. They were people that were subdued at the battlefront. And now for best, reasons best known to them, they now told us that they have repented. Did they actually repent, or didn't you hear what they did? After they have gotten some relief, they went back to business as usual. That's not repentance.
All right then.
That's not repentance. So the sinners should do more. They should question Tinubu. Why did you even start this? Since you know that it's not working.
Tinubu did not start it actually. It started in 2016.
Sorry?
It started in 2016.
2016.
Yes.
But Tinubu continue it.
All right.
Must you continue it? Because you saw that something is not working before. You still continue it.
All right. Thank you very much.
That means you are complicit.
Thank you very much. Let's go virtual now. We have Dr. Chukwunonso Kesiobi join the conversation. Good morning to you. Welcome to VOP this morning. We'd like to establish communication with you first. Go ahead, Dr. Kesiobi. Well, I understand we do have a bit of a network glitch there. Dr. Kesiobi joins us virtually from Orca studio, but we'll try and rectify that so we can get him on the show and get his own view as well. But let me go. Let me stay with Mr. Agumor. Now, are there similarities between, I know they're not the same, but are there similarities between the Operation Safe Corridor that enables repentant terrorists to be de-radicalized, rehabilitated, and then reintegrated, the DRR, into the society, and amnesty that was provided for the Niger Delta, the militants at the time? Are there similarities between both?
They are not. They are not. They are not similar at all. Because in the case of Niger Delta, there was a cause. There was a cause they were pursuing, and even the United Nations recognized it. In this terrorist whatever, is there any cause they are pursuing? Is there anything germane that we can say, yes, like Shegumi will defend them? What exactly are they looking for? Why are they disturbing the Nigerian state? Yar'Adua that started that amnesty for Niger Delta use. He had a reason. It was germane. The United Nations approved it, that environment should be cleaned up and all that. Because nobody was doing it, the youth now said, okay, we are going to fight for our freedom. That was what then, because the oil was coming from there. That's the major. These terrorists now, what cause are they fighting
for? So then
for?
One starts to wonder, what then was the sense behind saying, okay, these people who decided to take up arms against Nigerians, let's temper justice with mercy. Yes, they have done wrong, but at some point they repent, they lay down their arms, let's rehabilitate them and then send them back into the society. What do you think was the logic behind it? What do you think it was meant to achieve? And of course, obviously, he hasn't achieved whatever he was meant to achieve. What are your thoughts on it?
There is no logic behind it. Moses, there is no logic under our laws or under the earth. America cannot do this. Rehabilitate a terrorist for what?
Yeah, but we have a peculiar case. So
which peculiar? No. That peculiar is our fully that we have started since 1805. When some people invaded this country and did all they did, instead of prosecuting them, we continue to pamper them, we continue to admit them, we continue to give them privileges that they did not deserve.
But what do you think will now happen if the terrorists know that if they lay down arms at some point, there is no reprieve for them? They would, the Operation Safe corridor no longer exists. What do you think will happen? Do you think they will be more aggressive? Don't you think they'll be more aggressive?
It's a lie. They will now repent. In fact, they will not genuinely repent if they know that death is awaiting them. Moses, if they know that death is awaiting them, they will think twice before they start going into operation. Because this thing that you are doing is even causing more harm to our military, to Nigerian state, to our people. Because they know that at the end of the day, they will be rehabilitated. So what is the essence? That's why they are so bold.
All right.
And Nigerian government have not given us one single reason, one single advantage over this rehabilitation. They have not told us.
All right then. Thank you. Let's try get into our Orca studio again, where we have Dr. Chukwunonso, AKCOB. Good morning once again, Doctor. Can you hear me this time? Okay, I see you, but I can't exactly hear you yet. I guess, well, if you can hear me, I was going to say something naughty, but let me just, okay. Well, okay, I guess they're still trying to rectify. I was going to say, if you can hear me, raise your hand.
And he just did.
Well, he was trying to indicate that. Well, let's see, let's go on a break. Let's take a very quick break and fix that and then get back to the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back in a bit. All right? Don't go nowhere. Don't touch the dial. Stay right here.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support. You can...
Well, you understand these things happen, especially when the weather is funny. When it rains, network becomes a problem right here. But I'm sure the government is working on some fiber optic, thing to fix it, and we'll be able to have conversations with everybody from around the country. Anyway, let's stay with Mr. Darlington Nagomo, who is a lawyer and a public affairs commentator, with us right here in the studio. Now, in the time that Operation Safe Corridor has existed, we've seen, with no specific data actually, but we've seen over about 4,000, almost 4,000 terrorists that have been, de-radicalized, rehabilitated, reintegrated. I think between 2,000 and 3,000 of them have. But then we've seen over 21,000 terrorist-related deaths. And a lot of communities have been displaced. A lot of people now stay with family, friends elsewhere or in IDP camps. Now, as government is talking about stopping the program, shouldn't government be talking about, some sort of rehabilitation of those that are in IDP camps and reintegrating them to their original properties, original land. Shouldn't we be talking about that as well?
That should have been the first thing. Why you are rehabilitating?
No, but can that be the first thing if insecurity still persists?
Then why are you now rehabilitating them? Since you have not sorted out the problem. That is the issue here. That is the issue, main issue. So why should the people be suffering and then you are now rehabilitating their oppressors? Does it make sense to you? To make it even worse, you are very selective in this rehabilitation. You are very selective. Go and look at the people that are being rehabilitated, their religion and ethnic background. Go and check. Some youths in the Southeast have been complaining about their own marginalization, the way they have been dealt with by the Nigerian state, and they were agitated under the UN Charter that self-determination is allowed. And based on that, they were agitated that they want to be free. Instead of you to listen to them, based on the same law you are talking about rehabilitation of terrorists. But the UN Charter that says yes, a group of people have the right to self-determination. You didn't rehabilitate anybody from the South, rather you were mowing them down, cutting them. When you see them, you just cut them down. Everybody you see, every youth you see in the South is a suspected IPOB member. Is that not what was going on? Remember Operation Python Dance and Operation Crocodile Tears?
Yeah.
We lost so many of our young men for nothing. And most of them are in different prisons all over Nigeria. Why have you not rehabilitated them if you are sincere? If you are sincere, and we are talking of a youth, a group of people that their own agitation is within their own enclave. Within their own enclave, they have not crossed into any region to do anything. But these guys are all over Nigeria, maiming and killing, raping women in their farm.
Quite unfortunate.
Can you just imagine? And you are telling me rehabilitation?
Okay, Mr. Gomo, there's a side to this conversation that I'd like for us to interrogate now. And that is the fact that at plenary yesterday, the people that raised the motion, you know what they said? They said this thing should be stopped because, in the past 2 months that many generals have been killed.
That was the reason.
So that's the reason. So in all of this, what is the place of the people? Like Moses rightly said, Riley Moore went to Benue State and he saw in excess of 600,000
people
internally displaced people. I'm talking about Benue alone.
Of course.
And so the thing was so huge for him that on the way, to Plateau State to go see an IDP camp in Plateau State, he couldn't contain it. And they had to make a detour back to Abuja, and he flew back to US. Said it's a lot for me. Now the people have been killed, displaced. We had a professor the other day who told us that, well, the third thief, the main king of the thief people, was chased away, from his palace. And not that palace is occupied by terrorists that we are told are non-Nigerians. Mr. Gomo, in all of this, what is the place of the people? If we are stopping this simply because General Abubakar Rade, Oba and co were killed, what is the place of the ordinary Nigerians that have been killed? We are not talking about the school kids in Oyo State that are still in captivity in Borno State and other parts of the country. Is this government pro-people, as a matter of fact?
No, it is so elitist that they don't even know that the war is at their doorstep. That is the problem with this government. They are so elitist. Unfortunately, that elitism is breaking down. The terrorists are no longer, they don't care again. They have gone for brokes, and the government is not aware. If you are not connected, like the Adelabu's relations in Ibadan, don't you see how quickly they rescue them? If you are not connected in this country, please don't look forward to anything, because nothing for you, like Lagbaja will say, nothing for you. If you are not connected, that's the way it is now. That is the way, even non-state actors that are connected, look at how they are acting with impunity and arrogance. For example, MC Oluomo, the appeal court said, get out of that place. You are no longer the president of NEU RUTW. The man said he will not obey that court order until Tinubu tells him to do that. Can you imagine the level of arrogance? Can you do that as an ordinary person? Can you try that as an ordinary person? That's what we are seeing in Nigeria today. Non-state actors disobeying court order, and Tinubu is watching. They even brought his name into the mix, and he was not bothered. A president that wants things to be done right, you should have told, my friend, what kind of rubbish will you get out of that place? The court says so. He kept quiet. Tomorrow night, he said, I'm not even aware. The next, any day you ask him this question, he will tell you he's not aware.
Well, you seem to have a personal grasp with MC Olomba because you've been mentioning his name since Monday.
Are you serious? So if you are in my position, hold on. So you should be happy with such an arrogance, Abi. A non-state actor, a chairman of Motopark, disobeying court order. Mr. Moses, in this country, chairman of Motopark, disobeying court, appeal court.
So why didn't the judiciary use the police to execute that judgment?
No. It is left for the executive. That is in their
and that's the police.
So if they have not been given order, they are even guarding him with army. They are guarding him in Abuja with army.
With army?
The army is guarding that guy.
Are you certain?
He moved the convoy.
Are you certain about that?
Are you certain what? In our show, sister show in Minibin Road, people from Ejibo Motopark, they told us the other demand gave that any chairman who did not meet his target in a day,
But he's no longer the chairman of NURT.
Who is the chairman?
He's no longer the chairman in Lagos.
He is the national president. The man in Abuja, he gives order. The whole Nigeria is his territory.
All right, let's stay with the
Where do you think he's making his money?
Let's stay with the conversation. Let's go to Oka once again, where Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi is standing by. Dr. Ekesiobi, good morning to you once again. I do hope that we can get your audio feed this time around.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, first it was your face, now it's your voice. Good to have you. Good to have you. But let's have your broad view on the conversation we are having. Senate says it's time to stop the Safe Corridor program that enables repentant terrorists to be de-radicalized, rehabilitated, reintegrated. Time to stop. Why was it started in the first place? Has it achieved the reason for starting it? And what can we do better? Your broad view.
Well, similar to most of the things we do in this country, we don't have the sincerity of purpose, the clarity of thought, and the will to drive the implementation of whatever ideas or whatever objective we want to achieve. We have had many instances in the history of this country where we always come up with this kind of lofty ideas. Oh, we want to do this, the NYSC is to achieve this. After the Civil War, we had the 3 hours, and now we are talking of, somewhere along the line, we also had the experience with the Niger Delta militants and all the rest. And now you are coming to this situation where we are having to discuss something that has to do with repentant terrorists. So I wonder how we even got to the point of rehabilitating the so-called terrorists. Normally, did they seek your consent before doing that? And what is the guarantee that these people are actually truly repentant? So right from the time it was started, I personally did not welcome it wholeheartedly because of the nature of what these people have done, the level of chaos, the level of damage they have inflicted on society. It's now as if for you to get government attention, you must be known to be doing something ruthless, something despicable, something heartless, and that is when you will get the government attention. And even in the midst of this, chaos that we have been talking about, that has gotten our military, our entire, defense system, actively engaged in almost all the zones in the country, trying to look. Just like the barrister in the studio said, that's it's already at our doorstep. But we seem to be living in denial, and we should not at this stage be talking about rehabilitation. Those persons who have been, for instance, displaced, just like he said, those persons who have been displaced, how far have you gone with their rehabilitation? That you are more interested in rehabilitating people who you are not yet sure where their loyalty lies, or the reason behind their conduct and whether they have actually changed for the better. So we are not even talking about that. Not forgetting the fact that even the rehabilitation efforts have not been, inclusive in the sense that, just like he pointed out, there are some regions in the country where we have, these non-state actors who have been inflicting terror and the rest on the citizens, and those persons have not been given the same treatment that their fellow, terrorists have been given in other places. So it's not that we are trying to justify A or B, but it's high time the Senate, I think the Senate is better late than never. Let me put it like this. Okay. Because yes,
well,
it was a disappointment ab initio that the rehabilitation was even started. These are people that, if possible, would have been penalized. They should be locked up somewhere, and for the rest of their life. Or those that you execute them if the laws permits.
Some Nigerians are of the opinion that this is to divert attention from other national issues. What do you think?
Yes, now, obviously, when we are discussing something serious in this country, just look at the Bajagate and the likes. When we have something serious to be, addressing in this country, somebody just wakes up somewhere and they just bring up one stale information.
You don't think it's gonna pull through? You don't think it's they'll go the whole hog on this one?
Well, I don't think so. I don't.
That's
because look, we have I don't know. Maybe one thing these people have succeeded in doing is not just only weaponizing poverty, but also making Nigerians to begin to develop some sort of amnesia, maybe just short-term memory lapse. That we forget the situation on ground, how bad things have been going from one state to the other, and we begin to discuss, other, irrelevant things. At the state this country is today, we should be talking about how to lift many Nigerians out of poverty, how to secure Nigerians so people can go about their daily livelihood. I have a situation where somebody who wants to send his child to school in Enugu from Lagos cannot afford to tell the child to go through the road again, and will be looking for money to pay for flights. You said that it's cheaper to pay for flights than to pay ransom. So you see, there are some crazy things that we need to be addressed at the moment.
Now that you mentioned,
and it is because of these same terrorists that we are avoiding this conversation. And even in the media, some of these things, we hear of whether true or false, efforts to make you guys downplay your reportage as to the security situation, crisis, the hostages amount, all these things, telling you to downplay this information. But it is not true. It's not supposed to be so. We should make these things, we should amplify it. So if it is because of the amplification that the likes of the United States and the rest came into this thing in the first place, though with their own agenda, but at the same time, we must keep, beaming the torchlight on this. Maybe it is because of this thing, or maybe because maybe members of the Senate are already feeling the heat in their various constituencies. Maybe that may be part of the reason why they are even coming out to stop the rehabilitation of these so-called terrorists. Let us be seen to be making a decisive, a firm, and a holistic, will I say, correctional measure that will deter people from going along this path.
All right.
Dr. Ekesiobi, I have a question. I mean, if we flip the script a bit, don't you think that if they stop this de-radicalization program, we might see an increase in the brutality of these attackers? I mean, when they know that there's no longer an option of surrendering or even amnesty for them, don't you think they'll just, go haywire, in quotes?
Well, they did not seek the permission of the government before they started their terrorist act. So if they want to repent, how do they say this thing against that salvation is personal? If they want to desist, they can easily surrender, drop whatever they are doing among themselves, and leave the forest and come into society and pick up something like a regular human being and continue. We don't necessarily need to be pampering these people. That's the problem. We have given them too much attention.
Dr. Ekesiobi, let me stay with you on this. Let me stay with you on this. I think Moses raised this issue and Jaren has re-emphasized it. Let's expand it. You recall that in last year, on the 25th of December, there was a bomb that went off in some parts of Sokoto, and between United States and Nigerian government, and scores of terrorists were killed. But before then, we had a fairy cleric, Ahmad Gumi, that said, well, if Trump tries as much as hurt or kills one Muslim terrorist, we are going to unleash terror on Christians. And after that bomb blast, we saw that happen. There was a surge, in the number of kidnappings, number of killings, and all of that. That has continued unabated. Now we have United States withdraw some of its troops here in Nigeria. Now the question is, and this same Gumi had at some point said, well, we need to leave United States and cooperate with Turkey here. And in Turkey, we got a deal with the Turkish government and all of that. Now, this same Gumi had at some point said, you need to rehabilitate these people. You need to give them amnesty like you gave the Niger Delta folks. Now, the bigger question is, don't you think that the idea of stopping this is going to anger them and they will come stronger with full force, especially now that America has left? What we have here is just tactical operational support from what Doug Vane Anderson told us. So in all of this, do you think that this is a right policy initiative in the meantime, at least? If it is going to escalate tension around the country in terms of terrorism and all of that? What do you think? What do you see coming?
Well, it goes back to my earlier submission that for us to be in a situation where we are at the mercy of these guys, or we are forced to come and be playing by their scripts, saying that if they don't do this, if we don't do this, this will happen. That should never be. We should never have been in this situation in the first place. And I don't want to misquote the Bible, but there are some things that you see. Sometimes we should this negotiations and the rest. Look at the kind of persons that are even advocating for this conversation. We were talking about Olomo just not too long ago, and you see the way we are trying to package the whole thing. What is that Gumi person? What's he doing? It's high time we begin to spin the spotlight on these people. When we say certain things, we say like, oh, the Sultan said this, the Emir said that. Look at what Gumi is saying, and the rest of them. What drove those people along that path in the first place? Who are those people financing them? How do we go about these killings? And with this, these threats, this kind of threats, unabated. They just say it and we allow it go. We should be careful that if they do this, they will escalate. We are not ready to secure Nigerians. What if we agree, we come to that rehabilitation, and after the rehabilitation, these guys go back to their former lives and maybe even become worse and serve as informants? Let us ask the question that way. What if after this whole thing, it becomes an exercise in futility? So it's the same thing everywhere. It is because we allowed it happen in the past that has set the wrong precedents for it to continue happening. So that is why everybody will say, treat me as you have treated this person. Treat me as you tame this thing and send everybody away where they belong. And we take back this country. So I'm not looking at, I don't want to be drawn into the conversation of, oh, what if they go ahead and do this? Why would we have them? Why would we have them or allow them have the capacity to carry out a reprisal attack or to carry out this kind of threats, and see to it that when something like this happens again, we are going to do this. So we cannot secure this country again. That we have recognized enclaves that is a no-go area, and these people can come out and do things, kill people at will. It's crazy. So whatever the Senate is saying, fine. We should stop this rehabilitation. I'm in support of it. If they don't want to abide by the constitution of this country and behave like a normal citizen, then they will be treated as enemies of the state.
Okay. Well, know that a few of them are not Nigerians. They've at least record has shown that.
The more reason why we should deal with them.
Now, how does it bother you that the Senate is reacting to this at this time. And the reason they are giving is that generals that have occupied sensitive positions that have been retired are now targeted as against ordinary Nigerians that have been killed over time. Does it bother you that that's the reason they are giving, looking into this at this moment?
It may be karma. It may be karma at play, because some of these generals were people who sat over the resources, funds, billions, and the rest that were supposed to be used to nip this thing in the bud in the past. But they allow it to continue. Now it has blown over everybody's face. And now everybody is now trying to isolate himself. We are now trying to, okay, the life of a general is more important than the life of an ordinary Nigerian. That we saw what happened most recently in Oyo State. And we are more concerned about a general. If the generals are targeted and they feel concerned, they should get to work and do their job.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesiobi. Let's move away from this conversation, but please do stay with us. Almajiri Commission clarifies controversial 8.4 billion naira road project in budget item. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports updates, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at
Welcome back. The National Council for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children's Education has denied the controversial project itemized in its budget. Details of the 2026 Appropriation Act showed that the Commission was allocated 22.82 billion naira, comprising 21.68 billion naira for capital expenditure and 1.14 billion for recurrent expenditure. The Commission earmarked 8.4 billion in the 2026 budget for road construction, which is outside its statutory mandate. The projects are located in Ogun, Ekiti, and Katsina. Reacting in a statement on Tuesday, Nura Mohammed, Special Assistant on Media and Communication to the Executive Secretary of the Commission, said the projects formed part of constituency intervention captured in the Appropriation Act and allocated to it in line with existing budgetary practice. The Almajiri Commission was established in 2023 under the supervision of the Federal Ministry of Education to tackle the challenge of out-of-school children and reduce illiteracy by integrating formal and Quranic education and skills acquisition into its curriculum. A source with the Senate Appropriations Committee has explained that the practice is not unusual. According to him, some senators often approach federal government agency of their choice to execute constituency projects on their behalf. He noted that when a lawmaker sealed an agreement with such an executing agency, the constituency projects would be inserted into such an agency's budget. And when it is approved, the agency would execute the project irrespective of its mandate. We are being joined this morning by Dele Fanimo. He's a veteran reporter and public affairs analyst. Good morning, sir. Good to have you.
Good morning. My
So
pleasure.
this, they said this is not an unusual occurrence. Almajiri Commission being tasked with being allocated budget to build roads in Ogun, Kwara, and the likes. What do you say? What do you make of this?
Well, my understanding of this is the fact that the Almajiri Commission was supposed to take care of the itinerary nomadic out-of-school children that some clerics take around, and wherever they settle is their abode. And so the only thing that could make this contract as initiated in the budget plausible is the fact that these people, they roam the forest. Maybe they want to build roads along the forest route to pave way for easy movement of these elements. But on a national scale, I don't think this commission should be saddled with the responsibility of building roads. To what end? What do they know about roads? We're talking about trying to bring back out-of-school children to the school setting. If you're talking about building schools in some of these forests, because majority of them are nomadic in nature, then you are talking about, okay, do makeshift schools at intervals, maybe within 10-kilometer radius, within 5-kilometer radius, build a makeshift school, and then equip those schools, get teachers for them. I think the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, wanted to do that, and there was a pushback from those who should have benefited directly from this. So I don't know how they are going to explain this contract award for road project.
Yeah, I was just going to ask if we already have FEMA, which is this is one of
Yes,
their duties.
that's what I'm saying.
Isn't this a duplication of overhead costs? Really, at the
As
end
a matter
of
of
the day?
fact, it's not plausible.
Okay.
It's not really plausible to build road. And in this time and age, 8.4 billion is not even sufficient enough to build 3 kilometers road.
All right.
So obviously, somebody somewhere would benefit directly from this money that has been earmarked. And it speaks to the fact that a lot of underhand dealings are going on in government.
That's exactly where I like the fact that you brought us to that point, because that's I think that's the crux of the matter. The Almajiri projects, they're saying the Almajiri Commission is saying the monies for road projects were inserted into the budget, by lawmakers. So that is basically pointing the finger at lawmakers. Though they have defended it, according to them, they say, yes, they need to build roads, but then common sense makes one want to ask, isn't this some sort of means of embezzling money? Because if you're talking about building schools, taking care of children in schools, and then you're inserting projects that would make you build roads in place of schools. I'm trying to understand.
I said it earlier. You see, what makes it even ridiculous is the fact that 8.4 is not enough in the best of terrain in this country to build 3 kilometers. Because the average cost of a kilometer road is about 3 to 4 billion a kilometer. So by the time you spend this on 3 kilometers, you are exhausted. And besides, what is the core mandate of this agency? Making sure that they stem the tide of Almajiri culture and then take out of school children back to school so that we can at least engage these people properly in a way that they will get Western education. And if they don't want Western education, they can as well go for Islamic education. It's still education.
All right. Let's go virtual now. Let's get our guest from Port Harcourt into the conversation. He's engineer Emmanuel Franco Pigo. Good morning to you. Or Franco Pigo.
Good morning.
Good to have you. Good to have you join the conversation. Thank you for being. Thank you for your patience, because I understand that you've been sitting in for quite some time now. Now, how do you react to this project and this issue that we're discussing? The monies from the Almajiri Commission meant to build roads. And the basic question here is, do we have a flawed budget system where we are seeing the budget terribly padded? We're still discussing, and I would hate for us to sweep it under the rug, we're still discussing the issue of the PFIPC, and an organization that the government that got appropriated funds, but the government is saying it doesn't exist. And now the Almajiri Commission is telling us that lawmakers inserted projects into the commission, and common sense will make one wonder if that actually solves the issue of provision of schools. So do we have a faulty budget process making, and how can we fix it?
I agree with the previous speaker. Much of this is flawed. This attitude of inserting items into the budget without any proper procedure. I think before a budget, there is an MTEF process. If the MTEF process was properly followed, and then a budget emerges from that, things like that shouldn't happen. But in Nigeria, everything is possible. But let's take it step by step. Is education necessary? Yes. Is Almajiri education necessary? Yes. If you are budgeting for education, should you have an infrastructure component? Yes, just like they mentioned earlier. You can have component for schools and other items. And yes, it's possible to have a component for road. I don't know how the schools are built. If you have a school, there can be a few internal roads. But the question now will be, how many Almajiri schools are there? What length of internal roads are there in the schools? It is also meant for access to the schools. If you put them together and it comes up to that 8.4 billion, yes, it can be supported. But if not, then something underhand must have happened. That is my view on this. But definitely our budgeting process is definitely flawed. I have also been in government at the state level. And I know that there are things that are done right and there are things that are done politically, which are not technically very correct.
All right, then. Okay, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Pigo. So at this point, who should be held liable? The senator who approved this, the contractor, or the Almajiri Commission?
Hello?
Yeah, I asked who should be held legally accountable. The senator who inserted the project, the Almajiri Commission, who should be held liable for this? Or the contractor?
Certainly not the contractor. It depends on the commission. What did they send as a budget? But since we hear that it was inserted, everything falls on the desk of the Senate. And it's not just the senator. The Senate also has leadership. If a senator does something and the leadership sees that it's not proper, the leadership should also be held. In fact, they should be held responsible, not the contractor, not the commission submitted it.
All right. All right, Engineer Pigo, it's quite interesting. You said something here that we need to, draw from your word of experience. You said you served in government and you know what goes on in government. Now, we have the commission say, no, these are constituency projects, for legislators, embedded, inserted into our own budget. How did that happen? How did that happen? Can you let us understand? It's like a knot we need you to untie for us at the moment.
I can't be on time because I didn't do it, but I can explain as much as I can. What is a constituency project? These are projects, it's a Nigerian term where the assembly members at state and national level get empowered to do some projects in their constituencies. If these things are executed and they are valid, no problem with it. But we know how these constituency projects go. We know how they are valued. If you say, okay, I'm from this community, there are Almajiri schools, give me a constituency project in this area so that I will build some road infrastructure in and around the schools. It may make sense. So let's not just demonize the word constituency project. If it is properly done and properly located, you have no problems. But what we are saying is how they go about getting them done, who assesses them, which engineers assess these projects before they get into the budget. These are the questions we ask. Of course, we ask, they are rhetorical questions. We know the answers, but who can challenge them?
We know the answers, but who can challenge them? Thank you very much, Engineer Opigo. We'll come back to you in the course of the program. In the meantime, let's quickly run to Oka, where we still have Dr. Chukwunonso Ekesobi. Interestingly, Dr. Ekesobi is an economist, and so he will help us understand the budgeting process and the budgeting system. And then, Doctor, this is an issue, that we have a certain 8.4 billion naira road project, inserted in a budget meant for our Almajiri schools. And now, questions have been asked, how did this amount of money get into the budget? The commission says, well, these are constituency projects, meant for some legislators in their constituencies. Can you help us understand this? Is that the budgeting process? Is it attracting? When they talk about constituency projects, where are the monies domiciled? Are they domiciled in ministries and agencies and parastatals of government, or are they given one off, to the legislatures to handle and execute? What's the appropriate thing to do in this situation? Go ahead, doctor. Can you hear me? I need for you to unmute your device so that we can get your audio feed.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
You see, it's quite laughable that everything that concerns this country has one challenge or the other, and we keep still going around the same cycle. We know that our budgetary process in this country is faulty, where somebody can surreptitiously include. Look at this aggregate that we are talking about. It's still a pointer to how porous our budgetary system is, very opaque. So we are supposed to be running budgets with ministries, departments, and agencies of government who will be responsible for implementing whatever fiscal intention the government wants to achieve. But when this constituency thing, I think constituency project thing came up, I think it was under Obasanjo. So you see, whatever we try to do in order to give political settlement or appeasement, based on our political affiliation, tribal affiliation, or religious affiliation, whichever one, it negates whatever objective process we are supposed to run. Okay, we talk of fiscal responsibility, we talk of budgeting, we talk of what do you call it, MTF, this multi-year budgeting framework, and all the like. You see, what is practically happening today is, if you ask somebody in the Federal Ministry of Finance today, which budget is Nigeria running at the moment, they cannot give you a clear-cut answer. Is it 2024 budget, 2025, or 2026? Or we have modeled it all together. In trying to answer this question, this guy, Wale Edu, lost his job. So you see that the way we run budgets in this country is, that's why an agency will have a mandate to look at how to cater for Almajiri issues, especially the issue of out-of-school children, where Nigeria has the unenviable record of having the highest number of out-of-school children, not just in Sub-Saharan Africa, but especially in the world. So instead of you to be talking about things that will improve, looking at targeted projects that will include these, issues, initiatives that will help to ameliorate, to lessen the problem of this Almajiri situation. We are talking of road infrastructure, and the rest of them. You see, it is not today we have been talking about frivolous budgeting in this country, and it will not be the last. Very soon we will start talking about 2027 budget, and we have developed this habit of making the budget just look like an annual ritual, something that we just do to fulfill our righteousness because we have been mandated to do so. How many expenditure, how many activities are going on in this country that are in line with what is budgeted? If you go to the subnational level and states are doing with their budget, you know that we should just say we don't have budget. We just have it so that we can present that we have budget. We are talking about what is happening at the national level. Come to states, and you see a situation where states can be carrying out one massive project or the other that is not even clearly stated in the budget, or making expenditures left and right not budgeted for. And these things are punishable offense because they were not properly appropriated.
Thank you, Dr. Kesiobi. Let's bring the conversation back to the studio. Dele, with so much controversy surrounding the Senate, you have budget padding allegations, you have phantom agencies that have even operated for three years and all of that. Can Nigerians still have faith in the Senate?
Obviously, if you breach trust once, it takes a whole lot of effort to try to correct some of those anomalies. And over the years, we've had, in fact, it became so prominent during the second term of President Obasanjo, where because he was the one that introduced the constituency project. So a lot of legislators capitalized on that, and they were bringing in spurious projects, and so just to make the populace. Today, a legislator, I think a member of the House of Reps, came up publicly to announce that an average House of Rep member, not the high-ranking officers, just member, makes an average of 1 billion naira every year. He said a senator, not high-ranking senator though, makes an average of 2 billion naira. That's not the emolument as enshrined in the Constitution and applied by the Revenue Allocation Committee. So, what that tells you is that there is going to be a lot of discrepancies in the budgeting cycle. And it was more pronounced when Buhari was there. You know, duplication of jobs, you know, agencies come up with 2-3 projects, just one project coming up 2-3 times in a budget cycle. So a lot of padding, and there was a time they said over 500 million in one agency was discovered to have been double padding, you know. So how much of trust can you place in such government to say, yes, they are doing the right thing? And unfortunately, while we were expecting that a lot of things will be cleaned up, another monumental one happened. A government trying to justify a spurious agency inserted in the budget with the audacity to open accounts, the audacity to visit villa, the audacity of having a secretariat office at the federal secretariat. You don't just go into federal secretariat. It's not a place where you rent shop. Somebody who is the facility manager, who is likely to be minimum of the rank of director of the Federal Civil Service, would have approved the allocation of that particular office. And the retinue of staff, the furnishing, somebody approved. The SUVs, somebody approved. So in all of this, it shows that there is so much corruption embedded in the system that it takes a miracle, because there is no conscious effort. Because for you to stem the tide of this anomaly, you need to make certain people examples by pursuing them to the point of getting the law to take care of them. Up till now, we have not seen a senior federal civil servant, because I call them evil servants, because they also are the abater and supporter of these people, enablers of these people, the politicians, to siphon money from government till. So I don't know how this thing will be resolved if there is no political will to at least make an example of some of these people that are becoming wolf rats in the civil service and in government. Until we have that, then we are not getting anywhere.
All right, then let's get into another conversation. Obi Kwankwanso ticket faces Northwest crisis. Erica Dixon, NDC party leaders alerted. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break. Well, the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC is facing fresh internal crisis as senior party officials in the Northwest reportedly prepare to resign over disagreements surrounding the allocation of tickets for the 2027 general elections. The dispute is set to center on the party's vice presidential candidate Rabiu Kwankwanso, and allegations by some party officials that he has exerted excessive influence over the selection of candidates, particularly in Kano State. According to reports, members of the NDC Executive Committee in the Northwest are considering leaving the party after months of efforts to reconcile competing political blocs allegedly failed. The party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, and National Chairman, Senator Seriake Dixon, have reportedly been briefed on the developments. The sources within the party claim that the planned resignation could begin as early as this week. Oh well. Aggrieved party officials reportedly accused Kwankwaso of refusing to allow other executives to recommend aspirants for elective positions ahead of the 2027 polls. Well, we do have the gentleman with us in this. Well, we have Daily Fanimo with us, of course, still very much with us. And then in Benin, we have, did I say Benin? In Oka, we have Dr. Chukwunonso Ikesiobi. But let me start off with Engineer Emmanuel Franco Pigo. Of course, he has experience in governance at some level. Well, Engineer Frank, let me come to you now. This issue going on in the NDC, what does it really speak to? Another internal crisis? Does it seem like the NDC has what it takes to deal with its own problems? Or is this a way to disintegrate powers, forces within the party from within now? Well, you might need to unmute your device and get your. Well, you might need to unmute. Go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. Well, go right ahead. Okay. Well, we can get your audio now. So if you heard the question, let's have you give us your take.
Yes, I had the question.
Go right ahead, please.
Go right ahead, please. Okay. Let me place myself in context. The leader of the NDC, Senator Seriake Dixon, was my governor. I'm from Bayelsa State. When the NDC came on board, a lot of us in the electorate were quite happy because most of the other opposition parties were having very difficult times, and it was even doubtful if they would make it to the next election. So the NDC was like a special purpose vehicle that gave a window for the opposition. All the other problems in the other parties, everybody was attributing it to the ruling party. Even the initial problem in the NDC was being attributed to the ruling party. But this one, I think, is definitely internal. And I would advise, if there should be proper democracy in Nigeria, for the NDC to put its house in order. I wouldn't know the details of how this happened, but because even in Bayelsa State.
Is this an early warning sign? Is this an early warning sign of deeper crisis within the NDC? Because the other time they talked about tickets, allocation of tickets for political positions within the NDC. And now we are having this. Is it an early warning sign? And what can the leadership of the party do, especially the presidential candidate of the party? Is there something that he can do to ensure that, you know, this is curbed, nipped in the bud before it gets out of hand?
Do it alone. He has to do it in conjunction with the leadership of the party, the leader, the chairman, and the entire executive. They should quickly nip this in the bud, and I think it can be done. Because if they don't do, it will become a bushfire that will just consume them. It's been happening, I've been hearing in the news in the southeast, even in my state, Bayelsa, people are leaving because somebody who won the ticket wasn't given the ticket, and so on and so forth. I mean, for a political party to survive, you simply have to do the right thing all the time and at the right time. And this also escalates to even the country Nigeria. For Nigeria to survive, we have to do the right thing all the time.
All right, thank you very much.
Every time we are hearing of glitches.
Thank you very much. Let's quickly go to Dr. Chukwunoso, AKCOB. What sort of politicians do we have when people leave their parties because they didn't get tickets to run? What sort of politicians have we bred in this country? And where will this take us to?
It shows that our democracy is on a roller coaster ride, because we more or less emphasize about the challenges of the democracy we see, the external one, but the internal democracy is more or less more even as important or even more important than what we see in the exterior, because that is where our leadership recruitment process starts from. So if we have a situation where we have internal bickerings, wranglings as to how candidates of a political party emerge from primaries, whichever variant of the primary method they want to adopt, it shows that even at the internal democracy we practice today, we are not getting it right. And this is not a problem of only the NDC. It goes across every opposition party, even in the ruling party, where it goes to the highest bidder or it goes to who is more connected or who is more influential or things like that. And we say, and we come out to say that yes, our democracy is growing. It is growing, yes. But is it developing? That's a question that we don't want to answer sincerely. So with what you are saying now, it only goes to show that if care is not taken, the NDC will go the way of other parties, the Labour Party, the BDP, and even the ADC that is left to take off yet.
All right then. Delefanimo, what are your thoughts on this one? Internal crisis showing up with the NDC at this time. Can we have your thoughts in about a minute or?
If you follow the pattern from ADC to NDC, you will know that this is likely to happen. You see, the big fish is Peter Obi. Kwankwaso coming into the fray. Sometimes people get deluded by the euphoria of mass support, forgetting that there is a body that determines your mileage. Kwankwaso cannot be bigger than that political party. And Kwankwaso's spheres of influence is already dwindling in Kano. He should have moderated it. You see, when you have a disgruntled person close to you, is more than an enemy outside. Because you can't discard that person, yet that person is close to you enough to understand how to undercut you. And that is what's going to happen in NDC. You can imagine if these people are threatening to resign en masse, just few weeks to the beginning of a campaign towards next year election. You know what that means? That means the pillars that hold that political party in that state is going to crumble. Because every member of that party that holds office has one or two things to deliver to that party. And once 2, 3, 4, 5 pull the rug, then you can imagine what will happen to that state. And if anybody, Peter Obi is looking at that state as one of the states that is banking on. And if Kwankwaso does not manage that state, that means they have lost Kano. It becomes a difficult thing.
Is it that Kwankwaso is not as relevant as he thought he was? Or what has changed?
It's no longer as relevant as it used to be. Because before now, Kano was a given to Kwankwaso.
Okay.
And it takes the largest chunk of the vote, leaving crumbs to other political parties.
Okay.
At least going by what happened in the last election with the Kwankwasia movement. But now, if Kwankwasia movement is divided and the governor he produced in the last election has defected to another political party, you know what that means. No matter, even if Satan comes to Nigeria today, he will have disciples.
All right then. Well, this would be a good place to anchor the conversation. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo, who is a reporter and a public affairs commentator. We've also been speaking with Dr. Chukunonso Ekesiobi, and we've had engineer Emmanuel Franco Pigo. Gentlemen, thank you for your time and your thoughts on the program. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll be here looking at the papers, dissecting the headlines, making sense of it all with more analysts in the studio. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10 for newspaper review.
Thank you for watching. I'm Jane Ogoye.
I am Shukuma Okoro.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's Newspaper Review, and I am Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for joining us.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
And Dele Fanimo joins the conversation. He's a reporter and a public affairs commentator.
You almost said editor.
I almost said editor. And he knows why he's afraid. He actually,
I don't know why he's running away from it. He's an editor. I'm an editor. I don't run away from it.
You know, he has led, he has sat at the helm of affairs of many newspaper outlets and the rest of them. So yes, but don't worry, you are protected. Government will protect you. I know your fears.
Cannot protect me.
I know
I need to protect myself, meaning as a reporter. Nobody kidnaps a reporter.
Oh, now we know.
You say, no, I know his fears. I know his fears. But good to have you join the conversation this morning. Now let's dive into the papers. 2027. Some of the window headlines from The Guardian. 2027. APC pleads with substituted aspirants to shelve litigation. APC pleads with substituted aspirants to shelve litigation. Let's check out the riders to that one as it provides context for the conversation. Party leaders protest alleged substitution of Kogi West Senate candidate. First-term governors meet in Kebbi, back renewed hope agenda beyond 2027. Obedience accused Borno ex-governor of dodging questions on Tinubu's alleged tribal politics. There you have it. So even the APC is having its own internal rift, but they seem to have a better way of handling it.
It's even more pronounced in my state, Ondo State. Some people had gone to town with the victory of having the ticket of APC, particularly the senator in Ondo Central, the son of Pa Fashoranti, had already been declared the winner. But when the list came out, the incumbent senator from that senatorial district had his name returned to the list, effectively taking off the Pa Fashoranti's son. So, and some other people are in legislative positions. So it's like the silence of the graveyard in Ondo State today for APC. The fallout, only God knows. But the important thing is, you see, APC is an amalgam of the feudal north, conservative north, and progressive south. And if you trace the history of politics in the south, particularly the southwest, you find out that imposition is always the game. And an example is Lagos State, where the father to go to the polls and you are given a ticket does not mean that you should start feeling that you have won the election. Anything can happen overnight. We have seen a legislator, Speaker of the State House of Assembly, that was removed and he was returned. Of course, there must be somebody somewhere dictating that pace. In Ondo State too, it shows that political parties are no longer political parties, but just for the optics and to fulfill all righteousness according to the dictates of the electoral law and the Nigerian Constitution. But those who sway in those political parties, it's not just APC alone. Look at what is happening in NDC. Look at what is happening in ADC. It's like politicians, they do some of these things for expected end. And that end is propelled by greed and making sure that they take hold of the chances that politics avail them, not for the good of the common man, but for their own selfish interest. How would you allow somebody to contest primary, spend his money, energy, collect form, nomination form, collect expression of interest form that runs in millions, and suddenly, after going through the electoral process leading to his candidature overnight, you just find out that that person's name is no longer on the list of that political party as submitted to INEC, and somebody just from nowhere had been replaced. Has replaced him in that ballot. That person, no matter how loyal he is to that party, cannot be happy with that political party. At best, he will be sulking, and sulking alone could also precipitate so many things. You recall that when Ajose came out to say he was stepping down for the governorship candidate of APC in Lagos State, you saw some women, they broke down in tears. They were crying openly, and some even resisted him and said, no, we are not going to agree. But he knows the political implication of not agreeing to that arrangement. So he has to back down. And so it cuts across. And it's not even good for our democracy at all. It shows that you just have to have somebody who pulls the strings for you up there before you can get anything. Not your popularity.
Godfatherism.
Yes, and that's it. It's not your popularity. It's not what you have done for your community.
It's not about the people now voting for you.
It's not about the people that vote for you.
It's about somebody having an interest.
Exactly. So why should that be in a democracy? You work so much, you appease the small gods, and then the bigger god comes last minute and destabilize the whole process just for his own end. It doesn't speak well at all.
Doesn't speak well indeed. You want to add something? Go ahead.
Yes. It doesn't speak well. But then I think what we are trying to do is to build a solid democracy. I've skimmed through the story, and the spokesperson of the APC, Bala Ibrahim, has defended that move. He said, well, as a matter of fact, about 2,500 of them were affected. And that because according to them, they noticed some irregularities, in the process of nomination and the process of election. I recall also that an appeal committee was set up. And so the appeal committee came up and examined all the issues around it, and looks like, well, they had to do it. But beyond that, this is not peculiar to the APC. NDC is also having its own share of internal problems where people have been replaced because there were elections, and somehow out of appeal or so, it's been discovered that, well, you are not a proper person and you don't even have the muscle, to represent the party at the actual elections. But the question would be, if the person doesn't have the muscle, to represent the party at the actual election, how did that person, even win the primaries? No, it wasn't consensus. It was direct primaries and all of that. And so it's an ongoing concern that about internal democracy in our politics. The issue of direct primaries and consensus, did it work in this 2026 experiment? I'm not sure that it worked because there are more problems than we used to have before. When it was the delegate system, we were told that it was highly, hugely monetized. And so we tried less consensus. Now, when we tried consensus, a lot of people said 2 or 3 people, party stakeholders could meet and say, well, we are the stakeholders, and so this is a consensus candidate. And if you don't agree, if you go to make an appeal, they are also sitting on that appeal panel. And so they say, well, that was the consensus agreement. And in areas where they couldn't handle it, they had to go for direct primaries. As a matter of fact, direct primaries should have been the best approach because it worked for us in 1992, when we had Tofa and Abiola elected based on direct primaries, what we call option 8-4. But over time, we have seen how Nigerians, how we have, moved as a people. We have become so permissive our values have dropped and all of that. And so it has also affected our political values to the extent that when we count 99, 1,000, 93, 4,000, and it stays with us. It stays with us.
Oh my
Nobody's career has been damaged. Nobody's been prosecuted and all of that. But one interesting thing I read, I skimmed through in that topic is that, well, the APC said that they are going to submit the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima to INEC. So the issue of who becomes the running mate of the president is being settled now. So Kashim Shettima will return as running mate to the president. And if they win the election, he will still serve as vice president, But then, we are still talking about Muslim ticket. A lot of people said, well, it's not going to work again. America has stepped in and this and that. Has it stopped? No, it has not stopped. Because APC has just said, from what I skimmed through, that they are going to submit the names of Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a APC candidate and Kashim Shettima as his running mate. So that's what we are going to be discussing in the coming days. Muslim ticket and all of that. And so how is it going to help the APC, win the elections in 2027 and all of that? It's a new development. But talking about the NDC also having this problem, we have a situation where Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso seems to have, or is trying to overreach himself in terms of trying to create a personal hegemon in the NDC, especially in the Northwest. You recall that his son is a running mate, to the Goba candidate. People are not happy with that. And again, we are also told that all the 40 assembly seats in Kano State, that he chose the candidates single-handedly against the wise counsel of other party stakeholders. That is staying. And if you go to another state, it is happening too. And so Kwakwanso seems to have. And there is also an allegation that he sponsored some people in People's Redemption Party, PRP. So what is he up to? What is he up to? Recall that there was a prophecy that said, Peter Obi, watch your back closely. This man might be up to something. But we'll see how all of this pan out in the coming days.
All right, if he's up to something, then, Peter Obi should, play the politics. And I think he has done badly in playing the politics, because we saw that those that have supported him vehemently he did not provide the same kind of support for them.
Safe corridor. More like safe passage.
Yeah, exactly. And this is politics. You need to, shore up your strong areas.
Peter Obi might be good on policy, but not
policy.
Good on policy.
Not politics.
Not politics. And it's that was what cost Bill Clinton his first Goba seat in Arkansas.
To be seen to be doing, to be right, being open, giving everybody a free opportunity to.
Well, that's what I call, or what we call, being politically correct.
Yes.
Does it work here?
Political correctness.
Political correctness. Does it work for us? I'm afraid it doesn't.
Well, somebody seems to disagree, because he's been shaking his head in disagreement. We're joined by Mr. Darlington Agomo, a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. You disagree?
Yeah, Moses, you see, the politics that we have entrenched in Nigeria has been the politics of godfatherism. And P2B is not cut out for it. Remember when he ran under Labour Party, people came to him naturally, and it made a difference. His integrity and his personality won them tickets, won them votes. He didn't need to support anybody or pay money for anybody. No.
Are we practicing that same kind
That is what he wants to bring to Nigeria. Even me, I support it. I support it. We must change. We must change
from the outside.
We must change from this thing that we are doing here, call it democracy. We must change from it. In the UK, where this man is coming from, you saw how politics is played. No fatherism. You are voted on your own personality, on your integrity. That is what obtains there. So if we continue to do the same thing every time, when are we going to change?
Well, there's a
saying.
There's a saying, when in Rome,
No, that was then. No, we are no longer in Rome. In fact, that was when Rome was an empire, was a powerful empire. Now, is Rome a powerful empire? That was in Rome.
So now, when in Rome, you don't act like the Romans.
That is when there was Rome.
Okay, now there is still Rome.
There was that powerful Roman Empire. Is that not what they call it? Roman Empire.
I'm talking about the saying now. The saying.
It's no longer Roman Empire. We are now in a modern world where things are done seamlessly. This Godfather is, look at where it has kept us. Look at where we are. Moses, look at where we are. That a court will give order, and somebody will say, except his Godfather tells him he will not obey court order.
All right, then let's go into.
Is that a country?
Let's not go that way. Let's not go there.
That part of it.
Okay.
So Peter
let's take a few more
things.
headlines. We need to find a way to settle whatever dispute you have with that man. We'll find a way. We'll call for a meeting. I know he has a street somewhere around. So we'll call for a meeting.
Honestly.
And resolve this issue.
Meeting of what?
Don't worry. We know what we are talking about.
Bring in the best people. Their best. That is men of integrity are here. Mostly, let us select them. Nigeria will be okay.
Nigeria will be okay.
That is
all right. All right. Now let's talk about the big story here on the cover page of the Guardian. Lagos Calabar Highway. Anxiety as planned expansion may affect 2,700 buildings, 10,800 homes. The riders, businesses, homeowners brace for losses as government expands corridor. Umahi links flooding to Lagos low terrain. Refuse dumping. Coastal highway not responsible for flooding, says Lagos government. All right, there you have it. That's the big story on the cover page of the Guardian newspaper. Mr. Fanimo, talk to me.
The flooding that happened in the last...
The expansion. The expansion of the corridor.
Yes, I'm coming to that.
Okay.
I was a victim somehow. And so I tried to interrogate what could have been the result of the flooding. And there was nothing to suggest that it was the coastal highway. It's just the level of irresponsibility and indiscipline fueled by corruption in the state civil service and the government of Lagos State. Because you find that most of this flooding is a result of not the silting, the drainage, and where they clear the drainages, they leave the debris beside the drainage. So anytime there is rain, it goes back to the drains. Two, people build around those areas and effectively blocking the free flow of that mass of water. Now, if there's going to be expansion, I keep asking myself that the Jakonde's foray into governance in the Abacha era is enough exposure to Nigerians that there is existing laws for the space between built-up spaces and a major highway. At that time, it was 30 meters to a major highway. Because of future expansion, a 3-lane expressway, highway, government will come up tomorrow and say, look, we're expanding this thing to about 6 lanes on each side. And so, if you have that space left for government, it's not likely to affect your building. But Nigerians, being what we are, the little power we have, we use it as a tool of oppression. You want to show that you are part of the government. You want to show that you have links with government. And then you violate the laws of that same government. At the end of the day, when it comes back to you, you will now begin to complain. Why would you build on setback? Why? Why would you? Up till today, people are still erecting structure under high tension cables. And so when government comes to demolish, you now begin to complain. They didn't give you enough notice. What notice do you expect from government when you knowingly violated government processes.
But in this case now, we're talking about the coastal highway.
That's what I'm saying.
The expansion of it and the number of homes that are likely to be affected.
The point is, why did they erect close to the highway?
No, that is not the point.
No,
the point is
but
this.
we had
This is a road. This
yeah.
is a road that has been under construction in less than 2 years.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, this government, in a hurry to get some kind of publicity and all of that, went into this project, without conducting due diligence. In the first place, do we have an EIA, environmental impact assessment on that road? And I'm not sure. That road was not properly bidded. Buildings have been pulled down already, including the landmark project.
Landmark projects, yes.
A very intense investment, $1 billion investment in this country. So they didn't, that is what you get, when you pay peanuts, monkeys work for you. I don't know why they're in a hurry to do this. Didn't they do their due diligence before? Because this is not talking about building a new road. It's an expansion where you have done less than 100 kilometers on a 700-kilometer highway. What are you expanding? Suddenly you realize that means you did not even conduct due diligence before you went into this project. And we are talking about 27,000 homes.
No,
that will have to go down.
10,800 homes.
How many? Moses, can we get that?
Look at it. It's on the headline. 10,800 homes.
10,800. Okay, 27,000 people will be affected. That's the head. That's the
so
big
where
story.
would they be sent to?
Yes, that's the big story.
Where would they go to?
10,800 homes to be affected. And this is a road, like we say, it's still within the Lagos axis. So 47 kilometers done. And we are pulling
2,700 buildings. 2,700
okay,
buildings.
2,700 buildings.
That's a lot still.
Yes, that's it. 2,700 buildings.
10,800
homes. On an expansion, not that it is fresh construction. So didn't they understand that they would need to expand the road and all of that? And so I keep asking, did they do the project management? Because you have to go all the way to ensure, okay, you do feasibility study, you survey the environment and all of that. These are homes. Win Homes is still having problems with Devumahi for pulling down that massive structure. And so many more homes have to go now. It's quite unfortunate. I don't know why they are in a hurry to take credit for that project. At some point, they will expand. They will add other states. And when I ask them how many kilometers of road, they will dance from here to there. It varies from, okay, give us one. What is the cost of kilometer per road on that project? The minister cannot tell us. And who is doing that job? Chagori and Chagori, who is he? And all of that. So there are so many, every day we keep getting more questions about the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Why does it have to be that way? Which means they were not prepared ab initio.
You see, when things like this happen, we begin to look for somebody to blame. But ab initio, government have the apparatus to checkmate some of these things. Building structures in Lagos has become anyhow. Anybody that has muscle, you can build inside the canal and nothing will happen. That is how Lagos is today. Because I can count so many wetlands that somebody just cleared and started erecting buildings there. That of Magodo, I am very, 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 very aware of that situation. The residents of that place, they came to a TV and radio station and they were lamenting. The wetland at the back of that estate, where it had been proposed that all the water will now pass through K2, down to Shangish and all that. Somebody came to start building. In fact, that place was a forest reserve. And when it started, these people said that monkeys and all that were coming into their homes. With all the lamentation, with all the complaint, nothing happened. Moses, nothing happened. Because they claim the person involved is even bigger than God. Is that not a problem? The Park View in Ikoyi, the white man that built this Ikoyi, they created that place for what? For water to pass. That was why they created that park. Underneath, people went there and shared the place and started building on it. Who are those people? Is it your meat seller in Imushi? Or pepper seller in Oshodi? Who are these people? That coastal road that we are talking about, everybody complain about that road. That first of all, do environmental impact assessment for a project of that size. You have some feeling an ocean. Think of long-term effect. Long-term, it's not just something you do today. You said, okay. You didn't ask yourself, in the next 1,500 years, how will that place be? You didn't think of it. You just sanfeel the whole place. Meanwhile, when the environmental impact assessment now came out, Moses, listen, though. That environmental impact assessment came out in April. In April. You know what he said? That with that road, that thing they are constructing, the risk of flooding became high. That was the assessment. Something you should have done before building. You can imagine.
But now they are saying it has no impact on the...
Who is telling you? Leave what they... Please don't listen to these people. We don't tell you the truth. So why are they going back now? They said there was no service lane. Can you imagine? No service. That's what they are trying to do that thing now. To create a service lane.
No, there was no service lane.
You didn't think of it.
Who is the project engineer?
Who you didn't think of it?
Drew up that project?
There was no service
lane. And recall, sorry, Mr. Gomo, recall that at some point, we had underneath cables, telecom cables, laid. And they said, well, it was actually discovered that having to pull down wind homes and landmark was unnecessary.
No.
Because they had to go back. They had to make a detour.
They had to go back, yes.
They had to make a detour because it was unnecessary to pull down those places. So was it victimization? Was it intimidation or what?
No, when we talk about tribalism.
And so in all of this, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, very well intentioned, if you ask me, very well intentioned. But is it appropriate to do it at this time? No. Are they diligent in doing it to ensure, that the wastage will be minimal? Recall that at some point, Lagos state government says they want to build a fourth mainland bridge. And up front, they said, well, some buildings have to go. And they are in process of paying compensation, discussing with those people, having to give them money so that they'll go build elsewhere. And not all of a sudden you start pulling down people's homes because you want to build a fourth mainland bridge. They are taking their time to do all of that. If this administration had conceived of this idea and said, well, before we leave, this is how far we want to go. You take it step by step, diligently. Project managers, there are steps, sequences that you follow, and not just to do things haphazardly. Just jump into it just because you want to take credit. You want Nigerians to see that you are doing something, and at the end of the day, businesses are pulled down, investments are destroyed, and all of that. You put people's lives in harm's way. 10,800 homes to be displaced. What are they going to?
My own worry here is that in a place that is flood prone, you are where you are choking that place. You are choking it with a lot of infrastructure. Dangote is there. This coastal road is there. The so-called airport is coming. Eco Atlantic is there. In a place that is flood prone. So when you are putting all these projects there, where will the flood? Where will it pass through? Where? And there's only one road leading to that place. I hope you are aware. Only one road leading into that Dangote whatever. Please, how do you do things like this? As if there's nobody here who can think.
All right, let's...
When that place is choked up, why wouldn't there be flood? Why wouldn't there be flood, for God's sake?
Okay. Well, let's touch on a few other headlines. PFIPC. PFIPC. That agency. Tinubu orders ICPC probe as Senate distances self from controversy. The riders, gentlemen, viewers. President gives ICPC 30 days to unravel alleged fraud. Identity collaborators. Senate says controversy belongs to executive. Insist no petition before it. Police launch manhunt for Adeyemi. Question father in Ogbomoso. Oyo police say force CID, Abuja handling investigation. Atiku condemns arrest of Adeyemi's father, alleges abuse of power. Yoruba Ronu falls 10 billion naira suit as chief of staff issues 72-hour ultimatum. Chief of staff.
Against who? Against Adeyemi.
Uh-huh. The man has sued for defamation, Abi.
Barber Chair blames SGF's office for alleged failure to detect fake agency. Now, that's not all. That's not all. Gentlemen, hold your guns. Tinubu launches Gbajabiamila-led 7-man presidential working group for implementation of state police nationwide.
Can you imagine?
On Tuesday.
Can you imagine?
That was yesterday. Let me read a little into this one. President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated, this is from This Day newspaper. You can put that up because it's just there at the corner there. This Day newspaper. President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated a 7-man presidential working group on the National Policing Bill to prepare the legal framework for the implementation of state police across the country. Tinubu, represented by his Chief of Staff, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, inaugurated a panel on Tuesday at the State House, Abuja. Gbajabiamila was the committee's chairman, while members included Attorney General of the Federation, President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Chairman of Nigerian Governors Forum, National Security Advisors, Inspector General of Police, Chairman of NGF, Committee on State Police, and the rest of them.
This is wrong.
Interesting times we're in Nigeria. The Punch also reports State Police, Tinubu names Gbajabiamila, AGF, to Implementation Committee. Gentlemen of the press and barrister.
I am very, very disappointed. Seriously. It's like this Tinubu, he doesn't even know when to stop. Moses, he doesn't know when to stop, for God's sake. This infamy is getting out of hand. Look at the people he named that the Gbajabiamila is going to preside over them. The Attorney General, who's supposed to head that committee when it comes to matters of the law. Who? He will now preside, is the chairman of the committee, Abi. On what ground? This is somebody that has questions to answer. Eh? You are not even bothered.
He has given an ultimatum that whoever is accusing him be,
No, whether he's right or wrong, there is an investigation on his office. He should step aside. That is the normal thing to do. With this thing now that has happened, do you think anything will come out of ICPC investigation? The answer is capital no.
ICPC is investigating.
That's what I'm saying. He's investigating that thing that happened, the Gbajabiamila gate.
The PFIPC.
And the man at the helm of that scandal is now heading another committee. That means the presidency is not even bothered with the allegation.
Maybe the president is not aware.
Eh?
Maybe the president is not aware.
And he ordered an investigation, Abi.
I mean, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Yeah. Trying. You're doing so well. But you need to learn more.
It's not an easy task.
No, you need to learn more job from Joseph Gobel. Unfortunately, he's not alive. Or from Bayo Nonoga. How do you do things like this? So, what is the need investigating Gbajabiamila? There's no need now.
He's not investigating Gbajabiamila. There's no SPC was not asked to investigate Honorable Gbajabiamila. It's to investigate PFIPC. Yes.
With all the allegations against him by Prince Adebayo, are you exonerating him? No, does it not take two to tango? With all the things that have been said about Gbajabiamila, is he not the first person that should be investigated?
Let's give others an opportunity to react to this headline before we run out of time.
But look, it's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
For me,
absolutely unfortunate.
Gbajabiamila has suddenly become a phoenix that rises from his ashes.
He rises. Yet he rises.
Yes, because ordinarily,
Edu went down.
Yes,
he rose.
In fact, Nigeria is a country of possibilities.
Honestly.
For instance, BTO, the Interior Minister, was indicted directly what's this man's name? Betta Edu. When she was making reference to how she was able to do some of those things then, it was directly indicted. And up till now, in fact, it's the poster boy of this administration today and is likely to come back to Ondo State in 2027 to become 2028 to become the governor. Now, Gbajabi Amila was also involved, allegedly involved in that scandal. Today is still waxing strong. The latest one, this guy said he paid 400 million naira. And the allegation was also pointed to the involvement of this chief of staff. Yet, he's still straddling.
Now he heads a committee that will establish state police.
Now, if you are going to even appoint somebody to head the state police formation, I don't think Gbajabi Amila is qualified.
But why does he wield?
How much of?
I wanted to ask, please. Why does he wield so much power?
He's the chief of staff to the president.
Yes, I know. Almost like the president's right hand.
He's the man Friday.
Yeah, but
he's the de facto.
De facto what now?
He's the de facto president.
Yes, de facto president. That's what
he's the de facto president. Under Cardinal Richelieu in France, then he will call the eminence grise. Eminence grise. I mean, if you've seen the president, if you have seen me, you have seen the president. Just like Louis XIV says, I'm the state. The state is me.
Yeah.
So this is what we are seeing.
So Gbajabi Amila is not just an ordinary man by his status and position in government. He's supposed to be the last person the president sees and the first person he sees. And whatever memo that is coming to the table of the president, he sees it first. And so it's like an advisor, a man Friday, everything roll into one. Every appointment in government that is not statutory, that is not coming from the National Assembly, he is to pretend over every appointee.
Should that exonerate the president?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You see, to the extent of vicarious liability, the president has something to say about this crisis, this scandal. And the other day I said, if this probe is done properly, carried out properly, the way it should be done, I think Kuje prison alone can't accommodate those who should go to prison.
Honestly.
Because right from the head of civil service of the federation, the permanent secretary, the man that is the facility manager of the federal secretariat, the National Assembly that allowed this kind of scandal to pass through them without investigating, a lot of people are in the chain that need to be probed. But unfortunately, like other probes, I tell you, if anything happens today that supersedes this scandal, it will go off.
Okay. All right. Like, I will speak as a student of history. I think I like what is happening. Yes. I like what is happening. You know why? Because we are inching closer, to our days of redemption. Like they normally say, it will have to get worse before it gets better. I'm happy with what is happening. I mean, the president is calling the bluff of Nigerians. I mean, you can do nothing. Who are you?
I'm telling you.
What are you even talking about and all of that? Hey, Femi, go do this job for me. Ignore these people. Don't mind them. That is what the president is telling Nigerians, indirectly, impliedly. I mean, we mean nothing to him anymore. And this is not the first time in history. It happened in other places where the people, blocked the leaders blocked their ears, to the complaints of the people, to the anger of the people, to the concerns of the people, and kept moving. And at a particular time, the people will have it no more. So I like what is going on. Femi, do the job. I mean, you are doing it for the president. The president doesn't care anymore about the way Nigerians feel. It is not difficult for me to think or to understand that the president doesn't know that Nigerians are clearly aggrieved with what Femi is doing, especially for him to have also directed that the ICPC investigate the commission instead of having to investigate Femi himself. Femi doesn't work for that commission. And the Senate has gradually, cleverly, distanced themselves, from that incident. And now the hunter, who is Adeyemi, has become the hunted.
Yeah.
The police is after him. And Femi probably is gone to court, to claim 10 billion naira defamation damages and all of that. And what does that tell you? What it tells you that this regime is clearly protectionist, and they are protecting Femi himself, who is at the center of this drama.
Yeah.
And we are not talking about him. We are talking about Adeyemi again. We are talking about the... Okay, so if you have to investigate, how about the secretary to the state government? Does it work for IPC and all of that? And so in all of this mix, the president, the presidency is trying to tell us, forget this thing, let's move on with other things. I think state police is more important. And you now pick the same man, who has questions to answer as the head of the commission, of the committee that will now midwife the state police. Beautiful. Let us go. Nigerians are seeing, Nigerians are watching all of this. And we are taking all of them in, all of it in.
The chorus that I mentioned to all of this is, there's a report that says the person that has that was the go-between
died under mysterious circumstances,
and those people in government just died on unexplained circumstance in his hotel room.
That we don't know the name up to today.
No, his name is Babalola.
I mean the name of the hotel that got burnt in Abuja.
They just said a hotel in
a hotel.
A
hotel that doesn't have a name. This is my first time. The thing is that Tinubu doesn't know when to stop. Just like I said before. He had taken for granted. I don't know where he's getting his power.
And it's good for us. It's good for us. It's a ginger. It's more like a ginger.
Are you sure this is gingering Nigeria?
It will happen one day.
Yes.
If it doesn't happen under his watch.
The last time I checked.
Sorry, Mr. Gomo. Someone that comes after him will probably want to do worse things. Because
and he will now be the person that will bear the brunt.
The
thing is that in history, Tinubu is not more powerful than Adolf Hitler or Benito Mussolini or Pinochet. I'm talking of that.
Or Salazar himself or Idi Amin.
So he should go back and check. At the end of the day, how did they end up? How did they end up? Okay.
All right. Interesting that we're talking about this. And Jane just brought something to my notice. Very dark man. A very dark man had an interview where he called Prince Adeyemi himself. So they had an interview. Let's have that picture. There's a screenshot of it. I would like for us to have it on this screen right there. And this is what Very Dark Man has said concerning the conversation he had with Prince Adeyemi. He said, earlier today, Prince Adeyemi, Matthew, called me on WhatsApp. I asked him questions that might be on the minds of every Nigerian. He told me how confused he was about the whole saga between the presidency and himself. He went further to say he was getting ready to gather all documents relating to the PFIPC. He said he's going to the police station with all his documents, all his evidence, so that whoever is involved in the corruption saga aspect that can get the organization to the national budget should be exposed. I want to believe everyone wants to know the truth. So this is it. Well, if you move the picture down a bit, you see the screenshot of the Prince Adeyemi himself and Very Dark Man in the corner there in the video. Let's bring it down. Move it down a bit. Yes, there you have them. That's it's a video, so we just screenshotted this from the video, and that's what's been said.
Moses, in everything that you read out, one thing that is more troubling to me is the fact that unfortunately that is the only option he has, is that he's taking these documents to where?
The police. And who is in charge of the state police?
I wonder.
He's taking it to the police. Who is even in charge of the police? Forget state police. Who's in charge of the police? We are talking about state capture.
Yeah, no other choice.
This, like I said, that was on Monday. If we hear that, that a certain 400 trillion naira missed in between 2018 and 2025, we'll probably sweep this under the carpet and start talking about it. And this will just die a natural death. Like the way we roll in this country.
I was joking with a friend yesterday, and I said, under this administration, I think I even told you, we are talking about trillions. I won't be surprised from 2027, 2028, we'll be talking about zillions. And it will just be business as usual in Nigeria.
But it's good, like I said, we are getting closer, to our glory days of redemption, because one good day is going to snap. And when it snaps, it might not be violent. People will just say, enough of this. They'll go to the polls. They say, no, don't vote. No, this is the person I want to vote. You know one thing.
No, it always end up in violence. So.
People always say it has to be a bloody revolution.
No,
I'm not sure.
Do you think Nigeria's own would be?
It can never be peaceful.
Peaceful.
Well, it might be peaceful.
It
might be peaceful. That, to the extent that people will say enough of this. And you want to go to the polling units, to pull people out. People will mobilize and come after you. And when they chase like 2 or 3, 4 people away, the others will take notice of it. And
I feel sorry for Nigeria.
Yeah.
I feel sorry. I mean, all of this is happening. The president doesn't seem to. Is it that he doesn't care, or he's not aware of the calls people are making of Nigerians?
The president,
you cannot give what you don't have.
I'm
it's
a
not possible.
stubborn person. I'm
Yeah,
a
he
stubborn
doesn't.
politician.
He doesn't.
So
he
doesn't care.
Not stubborn.
Really.
Look, you
He
cannot
owns the
give
power.
what you
He
don't
owns
have.
the ace, everything.
The man is. In fact, he has displayed his intellectual disability.
No, that's not true. Because we hear that he's a talent hunter.
He's an intelligent man.
He's a talent hunter.
What you had, is it true?
Don't you see it?
What people like Bajabi Amilo, Emsolu Omabi, are they the talent he's hunting?
How about Cardoso? Is it not good? Cardoso, is it not good?
Are you serious? He's good. We thought, those who will obey him.
How about Fabemi? Is it not good?
Hey, God Almighty.
The Attorney General of the Federation.
Those who will obey him. Those who will obey him, those who will be subservient to him, these are the talents he's hunting, Abi.
People like Tunji Bello, people like Dele Alake. He used to, people like Yemi Oshibando, he used to surround him. People like Raji Fashola, these are very, very brilliant people.
But it's a lie. These are errand boys to him, errand boys.
But I think that is disrespectful to call these erudite individuals errand boys.
These
are lawyers that have made their
yes, hold on.
It's
mention
the legal profession.
Hold on. Let me tell me any of them that
boys.
is a star performer. This Attorney General, have you not seen all the things he have done and said? Especially when there was state of emergency in River State. An Attorney General that knows
you may have,
said, no,
you
this
may
is
have
wrong.
grievances. You may have grievances with certain issues, but I don't think you should call them errand boys.
Yeah.
I think that's disrespectful.
Okay, no, please, don't go far. Don't go far. If you don't obey your principle, who will you obey?
It doesn't make an errand.
The Senate President, listen. Hold on. The Senate President
has a record of being one of the best lawyers in this country.
Please,
at 32, he was the youngest man produced in Nigeria.
You can't call
it doesn't matter what he's now doing.
What they are doing, as far as I'm concerned, they are not giving us service. They are serving
that's
to
that's another matter.
Yes, that's the problem.
Not to the extent of demeaning them to say they are errand boys.
You might have
what are they?
grievances.
Are they serving Nigeria? And
You might have grievances.
Is the Senate President serving Nigeria?
I will not say
So if you are not serving Nigeria, who are you serving?
We didn't mention
That is why Nigeria is like this. Let all of them stand up and do things the way it should be done. And start looking at faces. That's what I'm saying here.
We talked about Professor Yemi Osinbajo.
That one is a different kettle of fish. Yes.
Well, his name was mentioned. His name was mentioned.
Raji Fashola.
Raji Fashola was mentioned. Anyway,
you saw how they did their job. You see how Osinbajo has distanced himself from this administration. Clearly, out of decency.
Anyway, let's.
We just talked about talent hunting. He surrounds himself with brilliant people.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Then you will now manipulate them, Abi.
We didn't say that, though.
All right. NBA cites autonomy, rejects AGF's intervention in officers' election. Police confirm probing 30 political killings ahead of Osun Guba polls. Senate rejects Boko Haram rehabilitation, says justice must prevail. Nigeria's population growth may worsen sanitation crisis, AFDB warns. These are some of the headlines that you will find in the dailies. And then xenophobia, despite outrage, Senate rejects reciprocal action against South Africa. I wonder why the Senate is reluctant to take decisive action against South Africa, or at least be seen to be doing so. You know, Nigerians are being killed for goodness sake. 2 Nigerians in recent time, more in the past, and the Senate is saying, okay, let's take it easy. We will react to, don't push us. But then Nigerians are ridiculed. Nigeria has become a mocking stock. People make skits. Africans make skits, and they refer to Nigeria in their skits. They refer to how those in authority in Nigeria, you know, don't even respect Nigerians. And our National Assembly is saying, okay, let's take it easy.
Economic diplomacy.
Did you hear what one state official said?
Economic diplomacy. That's their consideration. That's their prior
Did you
consideration.
hear what they said about drug in Nigeria? Did you hear what they said about drug pushers in South Africa?
At some point, we need to take the bull by the horn.
In
We
fact,
need to take the bull by the horn. Do you recall that Trump 1.0, when Jamal Khashoggi was killed,
Yes.
in Saudi embassy in Turkey?
Yeah,
you know what
Khashoggi.
Trump said? Well, we are not going to call off a $10 billion deal because of the death of one man. Economic diplomacy.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
The show has ended. Thank you very much. Mr. Darlington.
We are not trailing behind South Africa. We are trailing behind them.
Thank you very much,
Good.
Mr. Dele Fanimo and Professor. I call him that.
In-house professor.
I call him that. Professor Chukuma.
His name is Chukuma Okoro, please.
Okoro. Professor Chukuma Okoro. He makes a comeback later tonight on Political Lens. And some of the issues you see on the dailies today will be discussed, extensively discussed, and it's up to you to digest them. It's a program you don't want to miss. 6 p.m., Political Lens.
Thank you for watching. I'm Jane Ogoye. See you tomorrow.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now. See you at 6 p.m.
I'm Moses Humphrey. Thank you very much for joining. Stick around. Sports comes up next. Bye for now.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide.
Yes, magical moments will never cease to stop. It's clear. We will talk about the World Cup right now. You know how it's been. I love to say it all the time. Most of the time you come on the show and then you had a sleepless night. This is just like the team for me. But you know what? In the 2026 FIFA World Cup, sleep can't wait. You cannot argue that. Sleep just have to wait because it's been a crazy, wonderful atmosphere, fantastic moments, and then every of the moments we are living it together. More like we want to sleep it, we eat it, and we rest football. It's about the FIFA World Cup talk right here on the show today. Welcome to Voice of the People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. It's time for us to give you sports updates. Sports Republic coming your way right now, and we should start off with the show by letting you know that men cry, women cry, men cry. Nobody says the men shouldn't cry because when you need to cry, you need to cry. Cry because you need to cry. And that's what happens sometimes. The only way you can put yourself together, you have to put the tears out, and then it's well understood. And then we're seeing in the World Cup a lot of players who have come out to say, yes, we need to cry because we're ending the game, exiting the game on a very hard note. Neymar Jr., Ronaldo, both players, we have them crying. We saw them crying. Neymar cried. Ronaldo also cried. And yesterday, one man also shed tears. But you know what we do on the show today? We tell you the reason why Lionel Messi, in a way, works for me, cried. This one you have on your screen, Ronaldo and Neymar. But yesterday, look at the face of Messi. Oh, this one is bad. This one is the one you have to see. Now, they needed to cry. Why? You don't have to say, why would you cry? You are a man. You don't need to cry. That word has gotten a lot of people into big troubles, and this one was well-deserved. They've got nothing to lose, absolutely. On the show, we'll talk about Messi, talk about Ronaldo, talk about Neymar. But you want to see Messi yesterday, the face of Lionel Messi, how he looked yesterday while he was crying like a baby. We should show you that one so you can see Messi was crying yesterday. And I'm like, Messi, so you can cry. Well, it's what the game brings. So shout out to Lionel Messi for standing tall, standing very strong for his team Argentina in that game. Well-deserved win, you could say. But a lot of talk point about Lionel Messi we look into on the show today. We should be talking about the part where people have come to say that Messi is well-favored. I don't know what you make. Also, the manager of the Egyptian side has come to say Messi, the FIFA are trying to do about money. Revenue-wise, want to keep Messi. The game is not fair anymore. But we see all of the stock point we'll do on the show today. But let's talk about what happened yesterday quickly on the show. Now, this is about Switzerland. How did they come far in those very games? Switzerland made history yesterday for the first time in 72 years. They have reached the quarterfinals. And we must say on the show, congratulations to the manager, Murat Yakin and his team. Well-deserved victory for the Swiss people. For me, they were the better side. On paper, you might say you should go the Colombia side way. We thought maybe they would have found the back of the net. But, well, sleepless night for, Sanchez. The last time again, we remember he missed the penalty. So Messi's penalty miss is just one side. But the penalty miss yesterday from Sanchez of Colombia, we've seen him miss before. And then Akanji also, penalty miss streak continues. He also missed out yesterday. But then the goal had to come for the Swiss people. So we must congratulate them on the show today. Now, we will talk into Messi's comeback, Argentina comeback. We talk into, Hossam Sam believe. We'll talk into Ronaldo's career. Has he got anything to lose? His legacy lives on forever. We'll talk about, why Portugal were not contenders. And then before their exit, we look into the part where no to racism. Also, this man, FIFA launches official investigation into abuse of iShow speed. And we talk about Portugal game, how they got off the tournament. We look into Moroccan side. They were playing tomorrow. It's a rest day for them today. And then they play against France. All of this we'll be looking into on the show. And when the time is all good, my guests here on the radio, on the show too as well, we have to do quarterfinal analysis and that's to review. But you know what? It's time for us again to talk points. It's more like you're on the radio doing the job, but then this is the TV. Let's talk about Carrington Palmer. I hope you're joining us virtually all the way from Benin City. That's about Edo State. Carrington, if you're here, welcome. Good morning. Great to have you join me. Well, okay, so he's not in yet. Well, for the game that happened yesterday, let's talk about Lionel Messi and why Messi cried. We'll tell you. Now, yesterday, we saw a team with a resilient, well-determined team, a team that was ready to sail. They went to so high to the next level. They can't imagine having themselves play in the second fiddle, leave the tournament just from the, round of 32, round of 16, or quarterfinal. Now, it's about Argentina. One would have thought that the Egyptian side has sealed the game up. But I'm sorry if you're an Egyptian man, you're from the Pharaoh's world. What happened yesterday? I just want to say it's about a team not owning up, showing up, and then sealing up the game. Shout out to Cape Verdean side, I would say, because they did all strong things they can do, and they had to stop the Argentines. They had a draw against Saudi Arabia. They got a draw to Argentina. They got a draw to Spain and the Uruguay. So all of those games happened to be draw for the Cape Verdean side. And yesterday, when I felt just maybe, the manager would have done it right, Hossam Hassan, to stop Argentina. You can't be, this is more like African teams losing out. You can't be a goal up and then all of a sudden you got 2-0 up and you can't seal it. Well-deserved disallowed goal on Lisandro Martinez. Was that a contact? Yes, that was a contact in that one we just said. But as the game goes on, as the game arose, as the game kept on going, we did see Lautaro Martinez coming from the bench. Julian Alvarez got on start. And he crossed that ball. How on earth was that one good to find Romero with the head? And you must say this. You need to know Messi as a player has played a lot of role in the Argentine side. The integral part Messi plays is just second to none. You can't talk less about Messi. I was analyzing on the show yesterday away from the TV, on the radio, I recall. I talked about Messi and I made people understand the reason why you can call him a GOAT. You can call him the GOAT. You can't take away the talent. You can't take away the talent. We see it all of the time. He comes to life at big moments. He's barely hidden. You don't hide a light on the basket. This man you have on your screen is a genius. But Kaka said, Ronaldo is the most complete player, but Messi is a genius. Well, let's talk to Carrington Palmer. He's here now on the show. Carrington, talk to me. Good morning. Great to have you join us. I can hear you well. I just hope I can talk well. Can you hear me? I don't know if you need to unmute your mic. Well. Carrington Palmer. Well, when it's ready, we can talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very well. I can hear you now. I can hear you well.
Okay, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, I started the show by talking about some of the highlights of what we had as well. I recall I had you on the radio not some minutes ago, and then I said we need to talk about this in a very bigger time right here on the show today. Let's talk about the World Cup. It's been nice. For you, the sleepless night? Has it been really worth it for you?
Most matches have been worth it. Some have not been. I can't lie about that. Some has been. I'll say most matches have worth on the sleepless night, while some have not really lived up to expectations. But yeah, I've enjoyed the World Cup so far. Although there are some games that I really did not like or the way it turned out to be. Yeah, we saw some games that the best side lost, or they didn't get something out of the game, or they just have to settle for a draw. But the World Cup has been very interesting so far. The African side, they really impressed in the group stages, but in the knockout stage, they did not actually really impress us. So yeah, but so far it has been an interesting tournament so far.
Okay, so let's talk about the one that happened yesterday. Switzerland. Switzerland won yesterday. Well, on paper, one would have thought it was going to go the North American side. Colombia, what a quality they have out there. You could see that man, Luis Diaz, has been formidable for Bayern Munich. And also they had James Rodriguez, the skipper of the side, who got off later on. And Sanchez stepping up just maybe to make up for the penalty he's missed in the past. When you miss a penalty, it's a responsibility. But yesterday, it was all about the Swiss people. Granit Xhaka with a foul conversion, and then Vargas was the last man who found the back of the net and made sure he sent his team through. They will now play Argentina. But tell me about the game yesterday. Colombia, Switzerland. How did the Swiss find it possible to get to that phase? And that's the record for 72 years.
Yeah, they tried to contain the Colombia pressure. Yes, we know Colombia to be a very dominant side when it comes to physicality. They dominated Portugal in the last game of the group phase. They dominated Portugal very well in the when it comes to the physical battle. And what the Swiss were able to do yesterday is that they ensured that they have physical players like Granit Xhaka, who is also very good technically. Even at his age, he was still bossing that midfield. He ensured that, he did not allow the Colombians actually try to oppress them or try to intimidate them in that midfield battles. In that it was a very close game. Both sides didn't want to make mistakes at all that will come back to hurt them or leak spaces that will actually hurt them. Colombia had the better chances to score, obviously, yes, but the goalkeeper made two big saves to actually keep that game at bay. And it went to penalty, a very cruel way to lose a game of football, like I earlier told you before. And I also had issues with the coach, the decision to substitute Luis Suarez just before the 90 minutes ended. Yeah, it was a very wrong call for me. But ultimately, Switzerland, they had a good game and they still deserve to go through.
Okay, so good game from Switzerland side, like you had commented Palmer about to say. Well deserved. 70 years can't wait now because they've made history for the first time in 72 years, making it to the quarterfinal. It's about the Swiss people. But let's talk about Argentina now. I don't know what's more can be said about the team. I saw the change. Paredes coming in yesterday to gain the start. Uden Alvarez also got a start yesterday. Now the pairing as well, Romero, Lisandro Martinez in the back line has been formidable. Tagliafico also got up the stats from the left side. Now you have on your screen Molina as well, Matt Calista, Enzo Fernandez, Rodrigo De Paul. All of these guys were just in the game. And then Julian Alvarez alongside Lionel Messi, it paid off. Martinez continued the goalpost. Now if you look at this team, you can see a slight change. Amada did not get a start. Now this team, we can say in 2022, literally played out for Lionel Messi. And then I recall the manager saying we need to fight out to see that Messi comes to win the World Cup, and they've done it. Now it feels like they're in the right path again to make sure Messi wins the World Cup. Not just Messi, Argentina, but the glory goes to, one man who takes up the lead for them. But let's talk about Messi, the reason why he cried. We should tell you, people always say, men don't cry. That's the word. But I want to tell you, Neymar Jr. cried. And the reason Neymar cried was not just because he wanted to cry, but because he's leaving the game. That's a goodbye to the Brazil national jersey. That's the last time we'll see Neymar on that jersey. He announced his retirement, and now we no longer see Neymar Jr. And then for Cristiano Ronaldo, he talked about himself. He has retired from the World Cup part. He's not going to play in the World Cup, but internationally, he can still play for Portugal. Ronaldo's on the chase for 1,000 goals, and I feel like that's what he wants for himself. Ronaldo is also a GOAT. Let's talk less about Ronaldo, but we talk about that on the show today. Who's a real GOAT? Now let's look into Lionel Messi. The reason why Messi cried yesterday, he said, we need to quote Messi on the show right now. And from my mobile, I could read this. He said, Lionel Messi said, I cried because I was really frustrated because of the penalty I missed and the way I took it, because I think if I had scored the penalty, the game wouldn't have gone, the game would have gone differently, because we were playing well despite the goal they scored against us. Even after the missed penalty, we still created a lot of chances, clear chances. We were playing well, and in the end, being able to get equalizer and then come back to win as a huge relief or release, and above all, great happiness to still be here. And I like to say, he said, we didn't want to go home, and we couldn't let it end like that. This group deserves to keep going. Yes, the message from Lionel Messi is clear. That's Messi speaking to the press after that very game, and this is the reason why he cried. So someone would not say he was crying, he was just crying because he needed to cry. That was an emotional part. He knows they were almost off, and if he had lost that game, the pressure, the top point would have been about Messi missing the penalty. This is the second time he missed a penalty, a spot kick. But you know what you do when you got determination, when you got a very high mentality, when you've played the game to a high level, a milestone, what do? You go back and you make sure it goes right. It's the different ball game to Nigeria. Nigeria does not have a dry board. We have a T-square. That's what we have back home. No, but right here at the World Cup for Argentina, this man went back and then he knew the kids were watching, fathers, mothers, everyone was watching me. I need to live up the game. And then he did. He came out alive and then scored a goal, got an assist as well for his name. But Carrington Palmer, tell me, what could be going through Messi's mind immediately he missed that penalty?
I think, first of all, Messi coming into this World Cup, he's on a whole different level, he's on a whole different mentality. And if you could recall, in the first game, he cried. Then later on, we got to find out that he said his father is sick, like the father is sick, and he's not the sickness is not looking good at all. So yeah, this guy, there's a problem back at home. His age and all that. We don't even know Messi was actually going to play in this World Cup, and he, with all this pressure on him, the pressure back at home, about his father's head, his own personal issue that maybe we don't even know about, and yeah, coming to this World Cup, and the pressure of, oh yes, they are the defending champions. They actually need to get past the group stage. They actually need to show that, oh yes, winning the World Cup 4 years ago was no fluke, that they were deserved champions. And yeah, people actually tip Argentina to actually win the World Cup again this time around. But some others still say, oh yes, it's not like they are not saying that. And everything boils down to Messi, of course, down to him, because the team is not really as good as that team of 2022. Di Maria is no longer there in the team anymore. And we all know how Di Maria was an important member to this Argentina squad, or rather to that Argentina squad that won the World Cup. And now it's everything just falls on Messi. Most or about 80% of their goals have come from him, and him missing that penalty yesterday was a huge one. Yeah, nobody's going to blame Messi that, oh yes, apportion the blame to you that you were the cause of Argentina not going through to the quarterfinals. No, nobody was going to say that. But this will show you that he's still hungry at this age. He still wants to play at the very top level. He doesn't want to get it easy. He still wants to actually push himself to say, oh yes, I didn't get this thing on the platter. I worked hard for this thing. And yeah, you just have to respect such a mentality. You just have to respect the man here. Because his response was a response from a humble man that he has won everything up, but he's still hungry. He still wants to win.
Yeah, this might not be a right question to ask you, but I don't know if you're in the right position to answer this one. Between Argentina and Messi, who needs himself more? I'm just asking because.
I think Argentina needs Messi more. Argentina needs Messi more.
Really?
Right now, yeah. Yes. Argentina needs Messi.
Okay, Argentina needs Messi, but we've seen Messi own up, show up in the right time, and now people are beginning to talk about the way to this phase is different. We look into the Qatar 2022, where Messi won the World Cup for the first time in his career, and I say it all the time, if not for that World Cup win, one would have said Maradona remains the greatest player for the Argentina people. But let's talk about what happened yesterday. The Egyptian people, I know I told you on a Monday, I think I recall I said the assistant manager of the Pharaohs said, they have Messi, we have Salah. But we are going to show them that we have a lot of Messis. That's like a throwback post. But it went a different way. Hossam Hassan said something, I don't want to say it struck my mind, but then he sounded focused. I mean, he said, they want what? He said they want the money. They are trying to keep Messi. And it's, I don't know, people are beginning to say the World Cup is being scheduled for Messi. This is what it is like. It's all about money. It's not fair. They just want Messi to stay in. This is Hossam Hassan's message. This is Hossam Hassan's belief. he doesn't believe that the game was fair yesterday. Well, Carrington Palmer, people have said, I keep explaining to the people, I said it's a draw. These things are draws. But people begin to explain to me as well, trying to change my thought and tell me it could be manipulated. I don't know how possible this can be. A lot of talk about Gianni Infantino, the FIFA president, and then, how Messi has been favored. But regardless of whatever talks you say about Messi, I just want to say this in short words, that Lionel Messi's talent cannot be hidden. Messi, for me, and I want to believe, to convince anyone who knows the game so well, this man is the GOAT. I'm sorry to sound this way because when we get to Ronaldo's part, I'm going to explain basically what I mean, but this man cannot be talked less about. Messi's talent is second to none. Messi's on another level. He's a top player. I don't think we have any Messi coming out anytime soon. You can't take away, you can't talk less. People say he's been protected a lot of time. Maybe true, but the talent is there. This talent does not hide. It's a trait. It shows. But you need to own it. You own it. He's a magician. Messi comes alive when we feel like it's done. 2-0. Please check the time when those goals came. If there was no Messi in the team, and the team understands they know Messi, they need Messi. Enzo Fernandez is looking for Messi. Paredes is looking for Messi. Macalisa wants to see Messi. Rodrigo De Paul is fighting for Messi. Lisandro Martinez from the back line. They all want to play for Messi. You know why? Because he's the only one that can change the game for them. But let's talk about what happened the game yesterday. Was it fair? In any way, was there anything that goes wrong that you don't think you like?
First of all, I'm going to say that Egypt, they had the game in control. They had the game under control. And I don't know, this African side, the way they've lost this the quarter from the round of 32 and the round of 16, the manner at which they were knocked out is not encouraging at all. Senegal led for 86 minutes and they lost to Belgium. Same thing happened to Egypt yesterday. Yes, there was a controversial call. The goal that Egypt scored, that goal should have stood, in my opinion. It's a foul, no problem. It's a foul, yes. But check it. The distance between the incident and the goal, it was so long and so much for Argentina to actually regroup and recover. There was a lot of time for them to recover. And even the commentator said it, that this issue is beyond VAR. VAR should not intervene in these issues. VAR should not have intervened in that. Said that goal should not be ruled out. That was the word from one of the commentators on the pitch yesterday. But yeah, the goal was ruled out. I don't make the rules. I'm just a fan that have an opinion that I don't even think really matters. But the whole Hossan Hassan, he came out to say he doesn't care about the sanction or the consequences of the word that he's going to say right now. Even Zico came out to say, yeah, the game was rigged for Argentina. And just before Argentina scored the third goal, Egypt also had had similar issue. A tackle on Salah, even a penalty that was not even reviewed, was not even checked. And I told you before, I said if that call was on the other end of the pitch, they would have given that as a penalty, or they would have cancelled that goal for a foul. So yeah, they all know what they are doing. Look at the FIFA president yesterday when Egypt scored. His reaction says it all, like he was not happy. Even the other day after the game against Cape Verde, he was like, oh, he suffered with Argentina today. Then later I said, oh yeah, he's neutral. They all know what they are doing. But who are we to say? Who are we to say anything about it or do anything about it? We don't have anything to do.
Okay, so okay. No, say that. Say what you want to say. Say that.
Yeah, but like Hossan Hassan said before, why organize a tournament when you already know who you want to give the title to, or you want to win the trophy? So yeah, they are killing the beautiful game. That's just the bottom line of it.
Well, if there's any word we want to say from all of us here on the show today, is the fact that we want the game to be transparent. We fight this corruption in Nigeria as well, but I don't know, this sounds more like there's something hidden somewhere. So you want to tell me Gianni Infantino is a fan of Lionel Messi? You want to say that because it sounds like it can't be hidden. He's showing it, and sometimes he forgets that he's on camera and he's trying to control himself again. Is he a fan of Lionel Messi?
That I can't actually say. If I should say yes, now that this is me accusing him. So I can't say, but with the antics that he has been showing in this tournament, yeah, it's not good. Before we thought all these things have ended with Sepp Blatter, but now we are seeing it that is even worse than that of Sepp Blatter. So I don't know what are their plans, but it's not funny at all.
Well,
it's not making any sense.
Sepp Blatter was a corrupt man. That's the truth. Sepp Blatter, former FIFA president, was probed. He's not good to be talked about. He was indeed a corrupt personality. But let me talk about what you said. I'm going to hold you on the word you said. I recall you said they know what they are doing. That word is, I can underline. They know. Who knows what they are doing? Who?
The FIFA, the organizers, everybody. Because tell me, for Larry Balogun's red card that was overturned after Donald Trump called the FIFA president. Come on, like, they are making us feel like we don't even know what we are doing anymore, or we don't even understand the game that we love so much that we grew up watching. What was that all about? Like, why would a country president call for a red card to be overturned? Like, it doesn't just make sense at all. Doesn't just make sense to me. That's why I say they know what they are doing. I'm not changing that word. I said they know what they are doing. Maybe one day, they are going to the truth is going to come outside, like the truth always come outside. Yeah, you see sometimes after making wrong calls, they go ahead and apologize to the team that was hot and all that. Everybody moves on. One day the truth is going to come out for this tournament.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, after all is said and done, more is said and done. When the truth comes out, does it change anything? I don't really think it changes anything, but will be probed. There will be, but I still want to go back to that word again. You sound again like there's a road. There's a very sweet road for Argentina to the final, and that's where they know what they are doing. How do you, like Osama Sambali said, you sound like you're supporting him. How do you host, or why do you host a World Cup when you already know who wants to win it? Argentina winning the World Cup. They are not, for me, even favorite to win it. I'm saying they have a strong team, but I don't think they can win it this time. They can, but I don't really see them winning it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, same thing here. I share that sentiment too. I don't see them winning it. Yes, they've gone far already. They've done well. And if they should be knocked out, if they have been knocked out yesterday, sorry, all these players, they have nothing to actually worry about. They've actually done well, winning the last World Cup and doing very well in this World Cup, keeping 2 clean sheets in the group stage. So yes, and from the way the seeding was, I don't really know how they do that seeding. So I don't even want to talk about it. Yes, I don't want to talk about it. People are saying, oh yes, they stand finished in top of their group, and then look at that. That is why they are having to face teams like this. But yeah, Spain, France, England, they all finished top of their group. But look at the people they are still going, their potential opponents. So it's just somehow. I don't really know how they do these things. Yeah, but it's just somehow.
Well,
like I said, one day the truth will come out. But
one day the truth will come out. That's a word from you. I don't know. I don't know how they can fix a draw. I don't know how they can do this. I've been thinking about the possibilities of how they can make this look very, very sweet for Argentina. I'm just looking, but like you rightly said, I'll go with the word. One day, just one day. It takes time. Like we say in Nigeria, the only time it will take, Stamina go call my name. Normally time will reach. But let's talk to Thierry Henry's part now. Let's get into Henry's talk. And every time there's a talk about Ronaldo, there's always a Messi. And every time there's a Messi and there's also Ronaldo. And people have been saying Ronaldo's got a lot to lose. Memes everywhere, social media posts, rants, eyebrows raised, mouth rattling, talking about Cristiano Ronaldo. He should be crying. He lost out. He never won the World Cup. He won 3 trophies. And since he came around, the Portuguese side, there's a different, But Thierry Henry is of a man who's sharing different opinion on the show, and he's coming to say Cristiano Ronaldo's legacy is untouchable. That's the word. And he also went as far as saying a lot of great players didn't win it. It means the World Cup. They didn't win the World Cup. It does not define their legacy. In other words, some players did not win the World Cup, but then they can't take away what they've won. And then Henry went as far as saying, I wish him one of the best. I hope he scores more than 1,000 goals. That's more like what Ronaldo wants for himself. We know he's like 24 goals shot away from that record officially. No one has done it before. And if Ronaldo happens to get himself in that space, then another milestone being reached. Ronaldo is 41. It doesn't look like he's going to end anytime soon. Now, also, Thierry Henry went as far as saying he inspired generation. I'm going to explain something on the show today for the first time. And then he said, inspired generation, inspired the kids, especially the way he breathes, he lives, and thinks about football. He also, like he said, look at his body. And then he's an example to everyone. Big man, all the very best on what you wish to do. Now, that's about Ronaldo. But quickly, let's tell the record for Ronaldo. Like I rather said, he's got nothing to lose. Absolutely nothing to lose. Now, most international goals go 146. Most international appearances got 233. Most World Cup goals for Portugal, he's got 11 to his name. Only player to score in 6 different World Cups. This is what it looks like. 2006, 2010, 2014, 2018, 2022, and then 2026 respectively. That's about Cristiano Ronaldo. And then most goals scored at the Euros, that's 14 to his name. This man is a legend. Cristiano Ronaldo bows out of international football as a living legend. He's got absolutely nothing to lose. Now, let me say this. This is the first time I'll be saying this on the TV. This is both men who cannot be talked less about. I love the fact that Henry has talked about Messi, talked about Ronaldo, but he's untouchable. Now, let's look into what Kaka said. Kaka, Ricardo, he said he is a genius. That's about Lionel Messi. But Ronaldo is the most complete player. Look at the statement here from Kaka. Winning the World Cup doesn't change anything. I won it all, and I'm not the best in history. Messi is a genius. That's the big word from Ricardo Kaka on Instagram, and that's what I'm saying. But the best and most complete in history is Cristiano Ronaldo. Now, when you talk about who's best and the complete player, it happens to be the attribute that you have to your name. You want to start picking out individually. Ronaldo has got enough numbers, but the question is achievement, milestone. I always say this all the time. You cannot compare a playmaker to a winger. Shout out to Ronaldo for changing his way of play. Ronaldo used to be a winger. You know his story from Lisbon United. That's a winger that knows the game changed and then started scoring goals. I need to play like a number 9 because goals put you on the map. And Ronaldo trained out and now play like a number 9. Every of the runs he makes looks like a traditional number 9. That's not a number 9. This is a converted player. So shout out to Ronaldo. His goals, his numbers, says it all. And last time, and the landmark and the benchmark for Ronaldo cannot be talked less about. Ronaldo is 41. But can I say this? Ronaldo is unfortunate to be playing at the era of Messi. I'm sorry I'm saying it all the way because of the age gap, but he's played more games. But regardless, if it wasn't Messi, then I'll say Ronaldo is the GOAT. Messi's 8-time Ballon d'Or winner. He's got a World Cup to his name. Ronaldo has lived his dream. He's never won the World Cup. But aside eluding him, Messi is a playmaker. So you don't want to talk about playing right on the rest of that. Like Kaka Bradley said, I'll go with the word Kaka. So I think this argument should stop, but I understand. Motivation-wise, these guys have got mentality. Now, Ronaldo is a very big influencer. Ronaldo's career, Ronaldo influences the world. We know the story about Venezuela recently, what he did. Ronaldo wants to be in the news. That's a Ronaldo talk. But how well does he influence the world? That's a man with a mentality. I keep saying all the time, Ronaldo should be studied. Ronaldo should be in the next tertiary courses, like university courses. Ronaldo has lived his dream. He's been cyberbullied, but everywhere he's gone around the world, he has conquered. That's a man who's got mentality. So he should be studied. The kids should watch Ronaldo, a role model of his finest. So what less? But who's the GOAT? I don't need to like Messi or like Ronaldo if I say it. Messi is the GOAT. Messi is a genius. Messi is on a different level. This man you have on your screen, he's just something else we talked about. Messi is a GOAT. He's the greatest of all time footballer ever produced. No disrespect to Ronaldo, but does Ronaldo have anything to lose? Carrington Palmer, you might want to go contrary, but I'm just trying to say it the way I feel it is. My opinion, because I don't know what you want to use this time around. Most complete, you can say Ronaldo, no problem. But the word genius from Kaka is big. I think Ronaldo is just unfortunate to be in this time. If not for Messi, then I'll say Ronaldo, but you can't talk less about them. They've lived their dream. For the past 20 years, they've been gracing the stage, and then football would never forget this both players. Football will always remember them for what they've done, the impact they've made, and I don't think we can ever see. I don't know, I'm just saying, I don't know what generation holds, but these two players, I'm sorry, we might not ever see anyone like this. So tell me, Carrington.
Yeah, very true. We might never see two players like this in an era again. There was the era of Pele, there was the era of Maradona, there was the era of Johan Cruyff, there was the era of so many players here. But these two dominating for the past 20 years, right? Then it's crazy. You see, I'm of the opinion that, these two players, they both done very well.
Right.
Let's just enjoy the remaining of their career, the remaining days of their career. Let's just enjoy it. Yeah, Messi won the World Cup. Ronaldo didn't win the World Cup. Yeah, Messi had more achievement, more accolades, more individual awards.
Right.
Ronaldo too. Yeah, Ronaldo has record. Still chasing more record.
Yeah.
There's one thing I normally say, and I'm going to say it right here and now. And I believe not everybody is going to agree with me. Yeah. I said one won the World Cup, which is very obvious. But the other person won the world. That is the thing I use.
I don't know. One won the World Cup, one won the world.
Yes.
No cup. No cup behind it. Okay. Interesting.
Yes. Messi won the World Cup. Ronaldo won the world. That is my own take on the both of them. You see kids these days they don't even see. They didn't even watch Ronaldo from his Man United days. Let me not even go to the Sporting days because not everybody was opportune to see that. Yeah, for his Man United days to his early Real Madrid days, they didn't even see it. But everybody knows you. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Oh yes, this is Ronaldo.
He's a big influencer, right? You can say that.
Yes, a very, very big influencer. Yeah, and there have been so many reports that have said Ronaldo decided not to draw a tattoo because of he always donates blood to in every some period he do donate his blood to save lives and all that. And we've seen, Messi also does this charitable things too. Yes, I'm not going to take that away from him. But ultimately, both players they've done very well. Like they've achieved a whole lot and they pushed themselves to the limits. Like you can imagine, if not that, I will tell you now, if one of these guys retired today, the other person is going to retire tomorrow.
Okay,
that
so
is just the thing.
So Carrington, in other words, you can say they both motivated themselves. Like if there was no Messi, competition was high.
Yes, it was very high. If there was no Messi, Ronaldo would get to this level. If there was no Ronaldo, Messi would get to this. Like they pushed themselves so hard. Like it's crazy, it's very crazy, and we all enjoyed it. And it's time to actually just appreciate them. Whoever is your GOAT or whoever you feel is the GOAT, it's no problem at all. It's no problem at all.
Exactly.
Yes, it's no problem.
So, but let me get it right. Ronaldo, does he have anything to lose? Just saying.
Of course not. Of course not. Of course not at all. Yes, it's just the World Cup that eluded his achievement. He got so many accolades, got so many trophies, and many things. So he had nothing to lose at all. There are so many players that did not win the World Cup. So many great players. Alfredo Di Stefano never played in the World Cup.
Right.
George Best also never played in the World Cup. Johan Cruyff, people still talk about him today. They say he is the man that changed football. He never won the World Cup. He never even won a major international trophy. So yes, you just have to. Ronaldo does not have anything to lose at all.
Yeah, I think the comparison should stop. But I understand it. The layman, the men on the street, the people on the street will say Ronaldo's hard work. Messi was born with the football. I'm saying, but the hard work where it comes is that Ronaldo always lived his dream for everywhere he has gone. Ronaldo always to be talked about. Ronaldo has been criticized. Not every player. Alexi Iwobi of Nigeria was cyberbullied. He deleted his account. Stanley Nwabali, Madiko Koye, a couple of players in the Super Eagles jersey got cyberbullied and they got off. But Ronaldo's mentality, I think Ronaldo happens to work for the world. Like Ivali said, I'll go with you because Ronaldo is a very big influencer. His social media alone is bigger than America. Numbers, you can see, check it out. Ronaldo's social media page. I mean, followers bigger than the people following the nation, America, the world nation, if there's a word, you know what I mean? So when you say Ronaldo, we understand the impact, mentality. If you're going through something tomorrow, you look at Ronaldo's story and where he came from, Madeira in Portugal, you want to live your dream to the highest level. But Messi is not more of a talking person. He doesn't really talk a lot. He was emotional yesterday, and then his social media has been operated by his sister, not him. So he's also a man that is the shy man of the camera. You know, that's about Lionel Messi. But I love the word. They are untouchable. This ones, we just wait to see if we can ever see. But I doubt we'll ever see players like this again. But we're going to have a quick break right now. When we return, we tell you, we continue again to tell you how far it's going. And we look into the Portugal team and tell them the reason why they were never contenders before their exit. Stay with us, go nowhere. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back from that quick break. Before their exit, they were never contenders. That's about the Portugal squad. They had a decent lineup, decent players who can turn around the game. But what really happened? Roberto Martinez left the job and then announced his retirement away from the position. But let's look into the Portugal team, and then we can bring to you so you can understand what changes happened and what change did not happen. Portugal are out of the World Cup, eliminated, and then look at this lineup. If you look at this, the moment Nuno Mendes got off, I knew it was undone. I mean, it was done for them. They cannot control the game because you brought in a Semedo who cannot stop Lamine Yamal. Lamine Yamal has said it a couple of times. He has said, the man who gives me a lot of problem is Nuno Mendes. I have to sleep well and think and pray well before I can play against Nuno Mendes. Now, Vega on the back line, Diaz, the Cancelo got all of the gameplay. João Neves, Vitinha, Bruno Fernandes, Pedro Neto, João Felix was also good, not wrong. Ronaldo, why? Now, Ronaldo started the game, not bad, but we would have thought maybe, just maybe, when it got to, because I think the problem right now is, what's the manager? You might not like it, but it takes a high manager to be able to control a game like this. When I saw Semedo, I knew he couldn't. See, he's not a regular left back. If it was a Dalo, and maybe I'm just going to manage it, but the balance was shaking. There was no balance. He couldn't stop Lamine Yamal. That was when we started seeing the best of Lamine Yamal. Now, it was about masterclass in that very game. It was De La Fuente owning up and showing the reason why he's a better coach to compare to Roberto Martinez. He's Spanish, but he doesn't work like a Spanish man, technically wise, no disrespect. I would have thought that some of those changes would not play out. Now, what happened in the game? De La Fuente just brought in the right players. When I saw Merino, I'm like, oh my goodness, Jesus Christ is Lord. This is going to be the end of the game. Merino finds himself in space. A quick one. Now, also Ferran Torres. And he brought in another player again, Fabian Ruiz, who is a very regular player when he's fit for Paris Saint-Germain. How come Portugal cannot control a game? You got one of the best midfielders in the world. Vitinha is there, João Neves. Even Ruben Neves, when he played, he was good. So it's about the manager not even knowing how to go with these players. Like I say all the time, you can be a good manager, but you must own it when you can own it. Because with that Portugal squad, they can hurt any team in the world. But for 5 minutes, they can never control the game. They've never controlled the game. They were always shaky. The goalkeeper is good. Ronaldo is there. And at some point, I felt like Ronaldo. Yes, I know it's not easy to manage a player like Ronaldo, but sometimes big managers make big calls at the right time. What do? 7, 8 minutes, maybe go off, take off Ronaldo. It will still work. Ronaldo is retired from the World Cup phase for Portugal, but Gonzalo Ramos was sitting at the bench. He's a man who lost to score. Make a move. He made a move to AC Milan. If you know you wanted to win the game, make those decisions. That's what makes a manager. But De La Fuente came alive and then showed. Now, there's a Pedri. Pedri is world class. He's been on the game. He's been here before. So Pedri knows this one well. Quite young. Look at his age. I think he's 23 or so. There's a Fabian Ruiz who came in later on, a starter in the last World Cup. You watch their play. Rodrigo, he's a world class. So you cannot compare. I'm not saying. I think the best style of football we've seen, João Neves and then Vitinha play, one man alone can do it, and that's Luis Enrique. So the problem I felt was Roberto Martinez not decent enough to manage that squad. Because if I go like for like, the players themselves, they have their own. Bruno Fernandes was poor in this World Cup generally. We thought the Bremo, the Chesko, they'll pass the Mason Mount, all of this thing will happen at the World Cup. It never paid off. And no one should blame Ronaldo. He's a talisman. I understand when you talk about Ronaldo and say, he's in the same, he's okay. Bring it on. Keep saying he's a Ronaldo. That's why he's Ronaldo. You don't like him, you watch him, he's Ronaldo. That's what makes him Ronaldo. So the problem is not Ronaldo alone. How many of the passes came to Ronaldo? That's another one. How many times did he get passes from those midfield? A midfield that could not control the game. Bernardo is a controller. We couldn't say him. He came in and he shocked someone, he got a yellow card. Fernandes couldn't control the passes like he used to do in United. João Neves was running up and down, like everywhere, he was just everywhere. Vitinha couldn't control the back line. It was just a disastrous Portugal side. Pedro Neto was running up the ball. João Felix tried. I mean, it's just a lot to talk about the Portugal side. Never contenders. But they will have to wait to see the right man that can give them. Ronaldo has left them. We'll see what happens from there. Yes, Carrington, tell me quickly. Portugal, what happened to them in this World Cup?
The hype before the World Cup, we all thought Portugal were going to be contenders. Yes. And yeah, I thought they were going to be contenders. But I had issues with the manager. Like, this is a manager I know very, very, very well.
Right.
I've known him very well, right from his Wigan days. Yes. Right. He was decent with Wigan, yeah. A very small club, just trying to avoid relegation and all that. He won them an FA Cup just before he left. He won them an FA Cup and they got relegated, but that's not his fault. Then he moved to Everton, had qualified them for an Europa League season. Then, yes, the policies that were not that decent. Yes, he got axed and he landed the Belgium job. Nobody saw that coming at all. Like, from Wigan to Everton to Belgium. With that Belgium squad, we all thought, oh, yes. I was very happy for him when he got that Belgium job. I was very happy for him. I said, oh, yes, this is I used to rate him then, but I was like, he has not really proven himself. Let's see with the proper team. And yeah, they got to the semi-final of the World Cup in 2018, finished in third place. The Euros in 2020 was not that successful. The World Cup in 2022 was also a complete disaster, and Portugal went on to hire him. That was where I knew that, oh yes, these people, they are not ready at all. This Portugal FA, they are not ready at all. Now you are going into a World Cup tournament. None of your midfielders are destroyer, are a tradition. You don't have a traditional number. And not that the whole of Portugal do not have a traditional number 6. Matheus Fernandes is a number 6. Yes, he got relegated at the twice back to back, but that's not his fault. But you can't write him off.
Yeah.
I believe if a player like Matheus Fernandes had been on this team, he would have been bold enough to drop either Bruno Fernandes or Vitinha, because both players were completely off. I'm not going to add João Neves to this category because, yeah, João Neves was the only midfielder trying to actually make something work out of that team. Yeah. Then now you didn't come with your traditional numbers. The best thing for him to do is to play Ruben Neves.
Okay, I was going to hear that.
Yeah, he was supposed to play in Ruben Neves. He didn't do that. We saw the game against Croatia when he removed them, Vitinha removed them, Bruno Fernandes, they got that goal, but they were still struggling. They were struggling because they were unable to control the game. But immediately Ruben Neves got into the game, they had a little bit of control. Like somebody else that is going to stop those, but he has that leg to run back and front. The manager is the major issue, or was the major issue rather, for Portugal. And unfortunately, they didn't notice it on time, and now they are out of the tournament. The manager is no longer there. I'm not going to blame Ronaldo at all. I'm not going to blame Ronaldo at all. I'm not going to blame him. He's now a striker. You don't expect him to actually come back, especially with his age. You don't expect him to actually do much work. But the game against Spain, immediately, like you said, Mendes got injured. I knew that game was done for Portugal, because when Leao entered, you saw that Leao was making those runs, taking the ball from the back to the front, but there was no overlapping fullback that could help him, that could assist him to enter those space. There was no overlapping fullback. I expected Dalo to go to that left back, but the manager still decided to keep Semedo there just to try to see if he can nullify Lamine Yamal. I would say, yeah, Lamine Yamal was not that effective in the game. Yes, he was not that effective.
Right.
Even Mendes leaving, he wasn't.
Yeah, but Lamine became more of a threat when Nuno Mendes got off the game. We did see that, even though it wasn't it still didn't show to that, like the Lamine Yamal that we all know. Yeah, it still wasn't there. But ultimately the manager got it wrong. That is it. Gonzalo Ramos should have played in this game. And Dalo should have played at left back. As a left back, because we've seen him at United as well, playing that role. Carrington Palmer, we need to let you go here, but quickly let me let you know as well. There's a news about FIFA. Right now, at this point in time, they've launched an official investigation into the racist abuse aimed at Aisha Speed during the Argentina World Cup clash against Cape Verde side. And the governing body is now also looking into a separate incident involving an Argentine player, an Argentina fan, provocating gestures towards Egypt coach Hossam Hassan. So that was the news about Aisha Speed. And lastly, let's talk. We might not have the time to go into all of the game, but let's just show you the pairings, how it is, the round of the quarterfinals, how it is, and let's talk about the game coming up tomorrow quickly. Let's show you the pairings. Who and who will play each other in this very one. The biggest game will be France, Morocco, that you have on your screen. And this one is a do-or-die affair. We can see how it pans out. And we'll be seeing Belgium. Jeremy Doku, can he come alive in this World Cup? He's not been decent as well, like we want to see Jeremy Doku. But then Trossard has been great, looking at how far they've come. And the team, like Tillman, also in the team, will play against Rodrigo. We're talking about Dani Olmo. Lamine cannot be taking off Pedri in that game. And we'll see also England, Norway. I think that's a star match. So England, Norway is a very big star match. France, Morocco is a star match. But Argentina, Switzerland, we don't want to talk about that one. But tell me quickly, tomorrow, people say if Morocco wins this phase, more like a revenge, we will see Morocco go on to win the World Cup. An African side for the first time in the history of football. Winning the World Cup possibility, yes or no?
Yeah, it's very possible. Morocco, they are the best side in Africa currently. They are the only side that are serious that have been serious in this World Cup.
That are serious. Oh, okay. The rest are unserious.
The rest are very unserious, very, very, very unserious. Yes. So yeah, like I said before on radio, I think France is going to win. But if Morocco should win, congratulations to them. They are a very decent side.
Okay. Decent side. Leave me with the scoreline, please. Just leave me with the scoreline. That works.
I think this is going to be a very tight game. Very, very tight game. I think this game is going to be a 1-0 victory. Yeah, just a one goal. I think France.
A slim chance. A slim chance for France. 1-0.
Yes, 1-0.
All right. Thank you so much. Character Palmer, let me let you go from here. We continue again when the time is all good. I really appreciate your time with me on the show. You made it a sweet time, and hopefully we can do this subsequent time. Thank you. All right, obrigado. Yes, it's time for us to call it to close. We have the media news coming up next right here on the best place to be, Voice of Television, Lagos, Nigeria. And then tomorrow, Afisa Kubanja will be taking you through to the world of sports, you could say, and I'll give you some World Cup talks. And then do well to join the guys by the evening. Bigger Space Time, Ikechukwu Agua alongside Jerry Apello High, taking you through to that face. It's all about football on that time, 5 p.m. locker room show. But I need to go. I remain the only man without piece of info. My name is Kizzy Ken. I'm signing out. I wear the number 10 Jesse. It's time to say obrigado, safe.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. we bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star? Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KZK loves sports.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the top, please the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Fake agency DG pledges cooperation with ICPC. President inaugurates state policing group. Police kill 2 kidnappers in Ondo State. Soldiers NDLEA arrest 3 terror drug suppliers in Castina State. Federal government delays new internet rules. And in business, Nigeria FX turnover hits $3.05 billion, highest in 3 months. And in sports, Switzerland sets up Argentina quarterfinal at the World Cup. In entertainment, GWR certifies Afrobeat orchestra record. And now the news in full. The self-acclaimed Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, Adeniyi Adeyemi, says he is ready to cooperate with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission in its investigation into the purported agency. Adeyemi made the remarks during an Instagram interview with social media influencer Very Dark Man hours after President Bola Tinubu directed the ICPC to investigate the activities of the alleged agency and all related matters with a report due within 30 days. He said he was willing to hand over documents in his possession to security agencies to support the investigation, adding that the records could help uncover the circumstances surrounding the council. Adeyemi also questioned how the council, which the presidency insists does not exist, appeared in the national budget. On his allegations against the president's chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, Adeyemi said he would rather allow an independent investigation than make further accusations. Earlier, President Bola Tinubu has ordered the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate the activities of the purported Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. The directive was contained in a statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. The statement said the ICPC has 30 days to conclude the investigation and submit a comprehensive report. According to the presidency, the council was fictitious and was never established by the federal government. It alleged that Adeyemi Matthew falsely presented himself as the council's Director General and claimed to be a presidential appointee. The investigation will focus on alleged forged appointment letters, and government documents, claims of presidential endorsement, attempts to obtain official recognition and diplomatic support, as well as the opening of bank accounts using allegedly falsified documents. President Tinubu also directed the ICPC to investigate the wider circumstances that allowed the alleged scheme to occur, identify possible weaknesses in government procedures, and recommend measures to prevent a reoccurrence. All ministries, departments, and agencies have been directed to provide the Commission with necessary information and assistance. The President further ordered that anyone found culpable will be dealt with according to the law. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated a presidential working group to draft the National Policing Bill, which will provide a legal framework for the introduction of state police across Nigeria. The president was represented at the inauguration at the presidential villa in Abuja by his chief of staff, Femi Gbajabiamila, who will chair the committee. The panel includes Attorney General of the Federation, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, the National Security Advisor, the Inspector General of Police, and other senior officials.
On the National Policing Bill has been considered to produce a technically robust, implementation-ready draft National Policing Bill and supporting package of transmission to the National Assembly, following the passage of the Constitutional Amendment on State Police into law. Additionally, the working group will consider the constitutional, legal, political, operational, and other factors relevant to the effective implementation of state policing in Nigeria, and following therefrom, produce other relevant legislative enactments necessary for the thoughtful, responsible, and well-resourced operationalization and implementation of the dual policing.
Speaking on behalf of the Governor of Ogun State, Dakwa Abiodun, pledged the support of the Nigerian Governors Forum
securing swift passage of the bill by state houses of assembly with the aim of achieving unanimous ratification.
At a very auspicious time in the history of this country, a time where the level of insecurity has gotten to a point and has continued to attract the attention of not just all of us in Nigeria, but those outside Nigeria. A number of personnel each state will bring to policing. You probably will almost quadruple the number of policemen that we have, boots on the ground that we have across the country. I mean, a state like Ogun State, if the whistle is blown tomorrow, we are ready with about at least 6,000 policemen. So if you time 6,000 minimum by 36 states, that gives you almost 200,000 policemen added to the number of policemen of about 300,000 that we have today.
Attorney General Lateef Fagbemi described the initiative as timely in view of Nigeria's security challenges and urged governors to ensure the constitutional amendment is ratified without delay.
We shouldn't wait. The concept note has been provided, but my supplication to the governors is that they should please help us do their utmost to ensure the early passage of this constitutional amendment when the thing gets to the state, because it's really a shared responsibility. We're all involved. Unfortunately, it's not just an amendment that the National Assembly alone can undertake. This is why it's imperative that the governors be appealed to help us speed up the process.
Here's Bar Association President Afa Masigwe also welcomed the reform, but stressed that the new law must include safeguards against abuse and protect citizens' rights.
By creating a state police, I would not create a body that could be weaponized at some times. And so we're glad to be part of this working group, because I believe that with the array of people gathered here, we'll be able to dot the I's and cross the T's, identify likely problems that may defeat the idea of state police, and also ensure that we put the right statutory provisions in place to ensure that not only is this idea of state police not abused, but it's also put in place in such a way as to secure the lives and the welfare of the people, and also ensure that policing trickles down to the various communities. I'll be willing and ready to play a role to ensure that we are able to achieve the terms of reference of the working group and put in place a model legislation to govern the different aspects of the terms of reference, such that Nigerians will be proud that we have done the right thing to put in place a state police.
Elsewhere, the Ondo State Police Command says its operatives have killed 2 suspected kidnappers during a gun battle in Iluabo along the Akure-Owo Expressway. Police said the operation carried out in the early hours of Wednesday led to the recovery of a locally made pistol, live cartridges, 4 mobile phones, face masks, and 2 ATM cards. According to the command spokesperson, DSP Abayomi Jimo, officials of the Federal Highway Patrol Unit in Iluabo responded to a distress call at about 3:30 a.m. over the activities of armed men at Olaya Block Industry besides Iluabo High School. Preliminary findings showed that about 7 masked gunmen invaded the premises and demanded to see the owner. Jimo said the suspects engaged the operatives in a gun battle, during which 2 of them were killed, while others escaped with suspected gunshot wounds. The bodies have been deposited to the State Specialist Hospital in Nakure, while the case has been transferred to the Anti-Kidnapping Squad of the State Criminal Investigation Department for further investigation. Away from that report, troops of the Nigerian Army, in collaboration with operatives of the Nigerian Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, have arrested 3 suspected drug traffickers allegedly linked to supplying illicit drugs to terrorists and other criminal groups in Katsina State. The suspects were arrested during a joint operation in Karaga Village, Kafor local government area. Security sources said the personnel of the Forward Operating Base, Malumfashi, and the NDLEA Area Command in Malumfashi acted on intelligence targeting suspected drug distribution points in the community. Security analyst Zagazola Makama, in a post on X, quoted the sources as saying the operations was aimed at disrupting the supply of narcotics and other intoxicants to criminal groups operating in the area. Items recovered included suspected cannabis, tramadol capsules, pregabalin, diazepam, Extol 5 tablets, rubber solution, and a locally known intoxicant called Sokadai spirit. And in the Red Chamber, the Senate has asked the federal government to suspend the rehabilitation and reintegration program for Boko Haram members and urged security agencies to intensify efforts to arrest and prosecute terrorists and other criminals responsible for attacks across the country. The resolution followed a motion sponsored by Senator Abdulaziz Yaradua on the rising attacks, abduction, and killings of 7 unretired military personnel, which he described as a growing threat to national security and state authority. The Senate also directed its security committees to strengthen oversight of security agencies and ensure the nation's security chiefs remain accountable for addressing the worsening security situation. The upper chamber further resolved that a delegation led by Senate President Godswill Akpabio should meet with President Bola Tinubu to discuss the deterioration security crisis. The Senate also called on the federal government to halt the rehabilitation and reintegration of terrorists, ensure the arrest and prosecution of those responsible for crimes, and strengthen the country's security responses. Still in the Red Chamber, the Senate has expressed concerns over the persistent insecurity across the country, assuring Nigerians that efforts are ongoing to ensure the release of victims still being held by kidnappers. Senate President Godswill Akpabio gave the assurance during plenary, stressing that lawmakers continue to carry out their constitutional and oversight responsibilities even when the National Assembly is on recess.
As long shadows across our nation, many families remain prisoners of fear. Most painful tragedies is the continued captivity of the school children abducted in Ondo State and the many other Nigerians still in the hands of terrorists. To their families, we send more than sympathy. We send our solidarity, the solidarity of these 10 senates. We cannot pretend not to know the weight of your sleepless nights. Yet, we want you to know that we remember you. We carry your pain into our deliberations. Your suffering is our nation's suffering, and we shall not rest until those children are rescued. For as long as one Nigerian remains in captivity, all Nigerians share in that captivity. We reaffirm our confidence that the armed forces, the police, our intelligence agencies, and every security institution will continue to work hard, relentlessly, to secure the release of these innocent Nigerians. We therefore urge them to sustain the pressure until every captive returns home and every criminal is brought to justice.
The Senate understands the concerns of Nigerians and remains committed to supporting efforts to restore peace and improve security nationwide.
Effort that strengthens our national security architecture, because peace is the first infrastructure of development. Roads cannot flourish where fear governs the highways. Investors cannot build where kidnappers build camps. Farmers cannot feed a nation while fleeing from their farms. Children cannot prepare for tomorrow when they are afraid to attend schools today. Therefore, every appropriation for security and every law that protects lives is an investment in Nigeria's future. It is precisely because these challenges endure that Nigerians look to this Senate with hope. They expect us to legislate with wisdom, oversee with diligence, and act with courage. They expect this Senate to remain the vigilant guardian of the public trust. They expect laws that stimulate enterprise, protect the vulnerable, strengthen education, and modernize healthcare.
Moving on, the Red Chamber, that's the Senate, has called for urgent diplomatic intervention over the renewed wave of xenophobic attacks, intimidation, and anti-foreigner vigilantism targeting Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa. The resolution followed the consideration of a motion sponsored by Senator Asukwo Ekpeyong, who stressed concerns about reports that anti-migrant groups issued an ultimatum directing undocumented foreign nationals to leave South Africa by June the 30th, 2026. Our correspondent at the capital, Ferdinand Igba, has more in this report.
Motion. The expiration of the ultimatum was followed by widespread fear, demonstrations, displacement, and attacks on foreign-owned homes and businesses. The Senate also noted that despite repeated attacks on Nigeria-owned businesses in South Africa, South African companies operating in Nigeria, including MTN and DSTV, have continued to operate without reprisal, describing the Nigerians' response as one guided by restraint, African solidarity, and respect for the rule of law.
Senate is concerned that while Nigerian-owned businesses in South Africa have been attacked, looted, or closed or abandoned under threat, South Africa origin enterprises and brands, including MTN, MultiChoice, etc., have continued to operate successfully and lawfully in Nigeria. The Senate affirms that Nigeria has chosen the path of restraint, African brotherhood, and respect for the rule of law by rejecting reprisals against South African nationals and lawful commercial interests in Nigeria. Regrets that subsequent developments, including the voluntary repatriation of Nigerians and the expiration of the 30th June 2026 ultimatum, indicate that previous interventions have not provided sufficient protection or a lasting solution.
Supporting the motion, Senator Wasiu Ehilakun proposed that the federal government consider nationalizing South African-owned companies operating in Nigeria, with the proceeds used to compensate Nigerians who have suffered losses from repeated xenophobic attacks.
South African businesses in Nigeria, like MTN, MultiChoice, etc., should be nationalized, and the proceeds/shares be used to pay Nigerians and Nigerian businesses who have suffered losses in the xenophobic attack in South Africa.
However, former Senate Majority Leader Senator Yahaya Abdullahi urged caution, warning that the matter involved complex international and domestic political considerations that required carefully handling to avoid unintended diplomatic consequences.
What is happening today, and the risk of being unpopular here, is a coordinated effort to destabilize that country, to remove the African National Congress from power. The position of those people who are now xenophobically attacking other Africans has a political purpose. And the purpose is to delegitimize the government, first from the right wing of the white South Africans, and now coming from the black ones.
I said earlier that there's a need, in view of what Senator Abdullahi told us, that we should allow our Committee on Foreign Affairs to investigate. Nigeria is the giant of Africa. We lead in Africa. We lead, whether anybody likes it or not.
After deliberations, the Deputy President of the Senate, Jibrin Barau, who presided over the session, referred the motion to the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative scrutiny and directed the committee to submit its report to the Senate for further action. From the National Assembly, Ferdinand Igba, reporting for Voptv in Abuja.
Well, thank you so very much, Ferdinand, for that report. Away from the Senate, the federal government has directed regulators to suspend the implementation of new rules for internet platforms, online intermediaries, and other digital economy issues pending the development of a harmonized national policy framework. Minister of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, gave the directive after meeting with the leadership of the Nigerian Communications Commission, the National Information Technology Development Agency, and the Nigeria Data Protection Commission. In a statement, Tijani said the agency would defer the implementation and enforcement of recently issued regulation guidelines, codes, and directives on internet platforms and other areas under interagency policy harmonization. He said Nigeria's rapidly evolving digital economy has created overlapping responsibilities among regulators, making greater coordination necessary to provide certainty for investors, support operations, and encourage innovation. The minister also announced the establishment of a joint technical committee comprising representatives of the NCC, NIDA, and the NDPC to coordinate shareholder consultation and develop a harmonized national policy and governance framework. According to Tijani, the framework will clarify the roles of the three agencies, reduce regulatory overlap and compliance uncertainty, strengthen investor confidence, and support Nigeria's ambition to becoming Africa's leading digital economy. The ministry said the harmonization exercise is intended to improve coordination across governments, not reduce the statutory responsibilities of any agency, while ensuring a more predictable and future-ready regulatory framework. You're still watching the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. We go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Pleasure.
Also joined us virtually to make sense of these stories is Sam Olariwaju. He is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sam, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, then. Let me start off with you, Mr. Sam. The statement coming from the National Assembly clearly on the situation of insecurity, again, is... Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm with you.
All right, fantastic. The situation, surrounding insecurity, plus the resolution of the National Assembly, particularly on that situation, seem to be on the front burner now because the Senate at this point is seeking the release of kidnapped victims and most importantly, something that a lot of Nigerians are also clamoring for. But it's been several days, and I dare say at a very disheartening situation, I beg your pardon, is what we're facing. Would the statement by the Senate seeking for the release of these kidnapped victims, would it change anything relatively? And as against the fact that a lot of persons have been asking, why is the Senate mum on calling the security chiefs to order, since the president seemed to be at the high heavens and they cannot call him to order?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me one more time. And I appreciate you for the wonderful job you're doing. And concerning what your questions, I think by now, all Nigeria should be calling some of their representatives, calling them back to let them know and hold them accountable for several things that have been happening, security issue. By now, you understand. I think several of our children have been in the bush for several days, in the captivity. Not only that, they are being punished every day. They are being beaten by terrorists every day, and we don't even know what is going on in the camp of the terrorists right now. It's not, it cannot, the statement making by the Papio of this world and all the Senate people that are putting themselves together cannot even change anything now, because they themselves knew. It's like when like you always said, allegedly that police used to know where the thief is there. You understand? They can't really do anything. They are just giving Nigeria a false hope that things are going to be done very soon. That means to just make everything calm so that they can still be open on them, that they are on top of their game. Nothing can be done on this matter. What we need to do is for Nigeria to just keep themselves safe, to just keep themselves safe, and make sure that wherever they are now, they keep themselves safe, and don't rely on all these statements. They are just making a political statement that cannot even make anything or hit anything, because they already know where the problem is and they know where to go when they want to release their hold. That means if times comes now, you're going to be seeing several things will be coming out. They will say they release these people because they have already paid ransom. They release these ones because they have already paid ransom to them, so that they can use it as a political game for coming 2027 election. So it's not a new thing. We have been saying, they have been talking since all this while. It's just that because Nigeria is, that's the reason why they are making those statements to give them false hope, so that Nigeria can know that at least they are working.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Barrister, looking at the assurance given by the Senate President at plenary, particularly on the rescue efforts still ongoing of the school children that were abducted in Oyo State. Even though the Senate President made an error in his reading out of speech, he did say Ondo State rather than Oyo State. But then that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to get at is, Barrister, do you think that the assurance of Senate President Godswill Akpabio is something for both the families of the people who's been in kidnap den for months now? Would it in any way give them some level of hope?
I don't think so. Because the previous statement that Akpabio made, nothing came out of it. And so I am not expecting anything new from him. In fact, I don't think there's any Nigerian now who is banking on what Akpabio said in that Senate. Because he has never been sincere. And he has never been truthful to the Nigerian people. So why would anybody, be hopeful of what he said?
They say change is the only constant in life. Don't you think the person of Senate President Godswill Akpabio might, of course, maybe have some change in his statement?
No. When something is irredeemable, what change can come from that person? This Senate President has shown that he is part of the executive. And so it will be impossible. Or is he going to go and bring the children alone? If we have a Senate President that knows their job and they are doing it diligently, most of the things the executive have done, they wouldn't have done it. They are there to checkmate the executive, but this parliament is just there on their own and to answer to whatever the executive tells them. They are not working for Nigerian people at all.
There seems to be a major lacuna of trust deficit between Nigerian populace and the Senate. But at the plenary, the Senate also directed its security committees to strengthen oversight of security agencies and ensure that the nation's security chiefs remains accountable for addressing the worsening security situation.
If this Senate President knows their job, the first person they should have invited to come and explain this high level of insecurity is the president.
Well, interestingly, they also said that they will be sending the Senate President to go meet with the president and, of course, have a conversation with him as concerning the level of insecurity. Looking at that situation, is that supposed to be the thing that should be done by the Senate, sending the Senate presidents rather than having the president come address the National Assembly?
I have told you here that we don't have a parliament, we don't have a Senate. They are just there on their own. Ordinarily, they ought to have invited the president because he is the commander-in-chief. It is done all over the world. Donald Trump, with all his powers and everything, the American Congress can invite him. They have invited him. The American Senate can invite. They have invited him. So it's only in Nigeria that we do things awkwardly. We do things upside down, and we're expecting a good result. It can never happen. Look at them sending him to the president, so that what will happen? Is that how it's supposed to be? Why can't they invite the president? Because look, this parliament, they don't even know their power.
So, Barrister, as a lawyer, help Nigerians understand. Is the president supposed to be met by the Senate president as concerning something as heavy and germane as the primary responsibility of the man in office? Or is the president supposed to be summoned by the National Assembly?
In fact, it is their responsibility to summon any executive. They can invite them to inquire about what is going on and all that. But this particular Senate, they have sold themselves out to the executive. That's why they cannot invite the president. Rather, they are going to meet him and ask him, can you just imagine that kind of nonsense? I told you here that America, as powerful as the Donald Trump is, the Congress can summon him, the Senate can summon him, and they have done that, not on 1 or 2 occasions. I mean, an American president, but here, when last did you hear anybody summon Tinubu? With all that is going on in Nigeria, even this thing that is by the Abiamila Gate, they ought to invite Tinubu to come and, because this is happening inside his house.
Well, he's directed the ICPC to investigate the matter, and of course, giving them a 30-day ultimatum to get to the bottom of it.
That is wrong on his own.
What was he supposed to do?
Good. The people you are investigating are still in office, and you are giving them more responsibility. That means this investigation will not go anywhere.
So what should have been done?
He should have asked Badabi Amila, the secretary to the federation, to go and sit down somewhere. Let an independent body investigate their office. But right now, this same Badabi Amila is heading a committee that will see to the implementation of state police. What does that tell you? So, will the police ever invite him or arrest him? They can't do that. So you can see.
Interesting. Now, because of our time, let me get back to Mr. Sam. Again, lumping too many conversations together, and of course, I'll be expecting your response in about a minute or so. The Red Chamber also asked the federal government to suspend the rehabilitation and reintegration program of Boko Haram members, and of course urged security agencies to intensify efforts to arrest and of course prosecute terrorists and other criminals responsible for attacks across the country. Now, lump it up with the conversation that we're talking about, the presidency going, or I beg your pardon, the Senate president going to meet the president to talk about the security situation. Carefully, what do you make of these stories?
Thank you very much. I love the way the barrister is answering your question there. It's not today that the Senate, they must know that there is insecurity in the country, and going to meet the president is not going to yield any result, any tangible result for Nigerians to be secured. You understand? Because it's not today that means all these things is happening, and they already know where the problem is. So they should not just try to cajole. They are working for the citizen. You understand? If they are really working for the citizen and they are there to make law and to make changes, it's not now. They will have summoned the executive and let the executive, stand on their toes for them to do the right thing they are supposed to do. Like what the Nigerians are saying everywhere, that all of them, they know 1 or 2 things about the insecurity in this country. If you are going by the allege of Nigeria, you can now see clearly from how many years now that Muslim Nigeria have been facing this kind of things. Well, look at the things, the kind of things they are discussing at the parliament. That shows you they are there for themselves, and they are there just for themselves and for themselves alone. And the issue of trying to investigate the space, you can now see is it Nigeria love to pretend they do not know that Tinubu is a crook who appointed another well-mentored as his chief of staff. You understand?
Well,
Why did I say
I
that?
would like us
I don't,
to
I don't think
manage words. The president of the Federal Republic should not be called names on national television, please.
Thank you, because that is the reason why there be sometimes I love, I just love to just comment on my own, because when I reason the same way I reason, and there's nothing wrong in calling it TV. That I just want to say it as it is, because
Well, in saying it
know
as it
it's not to
in saying it as it
this
is, we
person
should be
as it is.
cautious of name calling,
And you are still
please.
making the to be in the aim of affairs, trying to make, trying to dictate what happened to the state police. You understand? And to make the matter worse, it's not the state police that is doing something. You understand? If we are not able to reform this one that we already have, there's nothing can change.
So, what do you think can change? What do you think can change the security situation of Nigeria?
What can change is that reform the one we have. It equips them, pay them well, and let them do the job. You see, the Senate is talking about, they should, they are going to talk about the people that all these repentant terrorists that have been recruited to the army already. Is it today that they know that they are doing it? You understand? That is my challenge with them. That shows that the executive and the Senate, they are working hand in hands. Nobody is checking anyone. You understand? And yeah, it just tied to the Philistines.
All right,
and we need to know in the country that all of these things are just a racket. You understand? That's what I know about it.
All right, then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Sam. Let me bring it back to the studio. I will wrap up this conversation. He did say, Mr. Sam earlier did say that Nigerians should start thinking of recalling these senators who, again, have not been sitting and, of course, representing them. But you know for a fact, Barrister, that recalling a sitting senator is not just going to happen by the wing of an hand. So, looking at that situation, plus lumping it up with the fake agency and the ultimatum given by the ICPC, should Nigerians be expecting some very credible investigation by the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission in this situation?
Nothing will come out of it. From what we are seeing now and what we are hearing, nothing. It's like this Gbadabi Amela is even bigger than the president. Seriously. It's like the president is afraid of him.
How do you mean?
I mean, somebody is involved in such a scandal. Instead of you to ask him to excuse himself from office so that an independent and proper investigation can be carried out, you now added more responsibility to his office.
Wouldn't there be the fact that maybe the chief of staff has spoken to the president and said he's not involved in all of this? Thus, the reason why he gave his 72 hours ultimatum to Adeyemi Matthew to retract his statement. And that, again, is the reason why the president is trusting his right-hand man.
What they are saying is not what is the reality. I mean, you don't expect Gbadabi Amela, whom we know to have been involved in so many infamies, right from US. This man does not have any good record. So even if he tells the president, must the president believe in him? In fact, all of them are taking advantage of the weaknesses of Tinubu. If Tinubu is a very strong president with a hands-on mechanism for taking care of things, I don't think some of these things would have been going on. Seriously, his aides are taking advantage of him. I'm telling you, I can tell authoritatively that he's afraid of Gbadabi Amela. For this kind of thing to be going on, and you now added another response to his office.
Oh, well.
Is it the only person? Look at the people he's going to head. IGP, NASA, Look at all the people that Gbadabi Amila is going to sit over in that 7-man committee.
Barrister, in 10 seconds, what do you think this new committee would have as concerning the investigation of the ICPC?
I said with this development, that investigation is dead on arrival.
Okay.
Nothing will come out of it. Nothing.
It's a developing story.
Because the one that happened before, did anything come out of it?
It's a developing story. We'll hope we get to the end.
Yeah, look, before the 30th of this, because the 30 days, something bigger than a Gbadabi Amila will come up. Go and mark it. They are looking for a way to kill this matter. That of the INEC chairman that came the other time, what happened to it?
All right, then.
What happened to that investigation?
Because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the media news. We've been talking with Mr. Darlington Agumo, a lawyer right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, Mr. Olariwaju Sam, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be heading straight to business, sports, and entertainment. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back at Still the Media News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Nigeria's foreign exchange market recorded its strongest weekly turnover of the current quarter, this with transactions in the FX export and derivatives market rising 7.7% to $3.05 billion in the week ended July the 3rd, up from $2.84 billion the previous week. According to the latest FMDQ weekly FX market review, average daily turnover rose to about $610.6 million, marking the highest daily trading volume in more than 3 months. The increase was driven by higher spot market activity and a sharp rise in FX towards transactions, which nearly doubled their share of total derivatives turnover. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. Switzerland defeated Colombia 4-3 on penalties after a goalless draw to book a quarterfinal clash with defending champions Argentina at the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The two sides could not be separated after 120 minutes in Tuesday's final round of 16 matches, the last game of the tournament to be played outside the United States. After both teams missed penalties in the shootouts, Switzerland goalkeeper Gregor Kobel produced a crucial save to deny Cucho Hernandez before Ruben Vargas converted the winning spot kick. Colombia, backed by thousands of fans in Vancouver, had conceded just once in 4 matches before the defeat, while Switzerland again proved difficult to break down. The Swedes will face Argentina in Kansas City on Saturday after Lionel Messi's side defeated Egypt 3-2 in Atlanta. Switzerland last reached the World Cup quarterfinal when they hosted the tournament in 1954. And to wrap up the media news, go straight talking entertainment. Guinness World Record has recognized a recent concert staged by Dapa Live, an artist in Lagos, as the world's largest orchestra assembled for an Afrobeat performance. The record body announced the achievement in a post on X alongside a video from the event, which featured Fuji stars King Saheed Osupa and KS1 Malaika, as well as several Afrobeat artists. The record-setting concert, titled Trench Symphony, the Dapa Live Experience, was held in Lagos on December 16, 2025. The lineup included T.I. Blaze, Rabana, Bad Boy OML, Cash Coming, TML Vibes, Lasmid, Hayes Kabzuli, and Dual Harmony, with Osupa and Malaika adding a Fuji touch to the orchestral performance. Before the official confirmation, the organizers announced on Instagram that the performance had completed Guinness World Records review and verification process. According to the organizers, the production blended Afrobeats, Fuji music, and orchestral arrangement in a successful bid to set a new world record. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms we are at VOPTV Live. Top of the hour is Spotlight with Precious Agumano. I am David Edwin. To have a good afternoon.
channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover.
Well, and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before beginning news, I would urge to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. Again, the African news from Zimbabwe, where Zimbabwe's President Emerson Mnangagwa has signed into law constitutional changes that will extend his term by 2 years until 2030. The new law scraps direct presidential elections in the country. The amendment has been criticized by opposition figures in Zimbabwe, where Mnangagwa's ZANU-PF party holds a parliamentary majority. The raft of changes, labeled a constitutional coup by critics, includes a provision that would extend the presidential and parliamentary terms from 5 to 7 years. Another amendment gives Parliament the power to appoint the president, doing away with direct presidential elections that were introduced in 1987, 7 years after independence. The sweeping changes sailed through both houses of Parliament and were finalized by the National Assembly a week ago. Still in Zimbabwe, the government says it had helped about 21,300 of its citizens to return from South Africa in over 5 weeks as pressure mounted on undocumented migrants to leave. Information Minister Soda Jemu said at a briefing that over 56,800 others had also made their own way back across the border in that time. Foreign nationals from African countries, including Ghana, Malawi, Mozambique, Nigeria, Uganda, and Zimbabwe, have for weeks been leaving South Africa through government-assisted programs. The departures began weeks ago as some South African groups stepped up demands for undocumented migrants to leave by June the 30th. The campaign has seen violent protests and clashes in which at least 4 foreign nationals were killed. Moving on, in the Red Chamber, the Senate has called for urgent diplomatic intervention over the renewed wave of xenophobic attacks, intimidation, and anti-foreigner vigilantism targeting Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa. The resolution followed the consideration of a motion sponsored by Senator Asuquo Ekpenyong, who expressed concerns over reports that the anti-migrant groups issued an ultimatum directing undocumented foreign nationals to leave South Africa by June the 30th, 2026. According to the motion, the expiration of the ultimatum was followed by widespread fear, demonstration, displacement, and attacks on foreign-owned homes and businesses. The Senate said that despite repeated attacks on Nigerian-owned businesses in South Africa, South African companies operating in Nigeria have continued to operate without reprisal. Still in Nigeria, where the president has asked the leadership of the African Export-Import Bank, that's the Afrexim Bank, to intensify efforts to mobilize and deploy the continent's vast human, financial, and natural resources for economic advancements in Africa. President Bola Tinubu revealed this when a delegation from Afrexim Bank, led by its president and chairman of the board, Dr. George Elombi, visited the State House in Abuja. The president said his administration's recent economic reforms, which included ending fuel subsidy and tackling multiple exchange rates, are essential steps to combat corruption and ensure economic survival. Tinubu maintained that Africa possesses enormous potential and must move beyond endless conversations about development to practical actions that drive industrial growth, expand trade, create jobs, add value, and improve the living standard of Africans. President of Afrexim Bank, Dr. Elombi, said he and his team were in Nigeria to thank President Bola Tinubu for his support, which he said led to his election as the president of the bank, as well as brief him on the bank's portfolios and activities in Nigeria. He informed President Tinubu that the bank had invested between $15 and $20 billion in the Nigerian economy over the last 5 years. Still in Nigeria, the African Union has appointed the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, Dr. Bernard Doro, to represent West Africa on the governing board of the African Humanitarian Agency, that's AFHA, AU's newly established continental institution for humanitarian coordination and response. This revelation was made in a statement by the minister's senior technical advisor on information systems and data analysis, Dr. Abimbola Fashanu. According to the statement, the nomination endorsed by the West African Regional Caucus under the coordination of Senegal in its capacity as regional dean and formally communicated by the African Union Commission is for a 3-year non-renewable term. Fashanu revealed that Dr. Doro will serve as the governing board alongside the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, Leon Kakou Adom, who was nominated to represent the region. The statement says the AFHA governing body will provide strategic oversight for the agency's institutional development, regional coordination, policy direction, and humanitarian response across the continent. And in Burkina Faso, at least 22 soldiers and civilian militia were reportedly killed in suspected attack by extremists in northern Burkina Faso. Reports said about 14 military personnel and 7 civilian army volunteers were killed in a military base in Dai near Dendugu, while several deaths were also recorded at Solhan. The attack was described as a heavy human and material losses. Burkina Faso had been led by a military junta since September 2022, but has been battling deadly offensive by jihadists affiliated with Al-Qaeda and Islamic State group for more than a decade. The military has brought in civilians to help them in the fight, but they have paid a higher price. The group for the support of Islam and Muslims, which is affiliated to Al Qaeda, has claimed responsibility for several attacks against positions of the Burkinabe army and the death of several Burkinabe soldiers. And in Liberia, the House of Representatives has instructed its Joint Committee on Ways, Means and Finance and Judiciary to review 2 loan agreements intended to finance part of Liberia's 2026 budget deficit. The House took the decision following a communication submitted to them by President Joseph Boakai. The committees have been mandated to report their findings before July the 17th. This is to allow the lawmakers to proceed with ratification in a timely manner. President Boakai said the loan agreement involved the African Development Fund and the African Development Bank acting jointly as administrators of the Transition Support Facility. He named the initiative the Fiscal Sustainability and Mining Sector Governance Support Program and described it as central to Liberia's economic recovery agenda. Still in Liberia, 5 persons have been charged in one of the largest drug seizures in the country's history after more than $19 million of cocaine was discovered in a shipment partly disguised as stock cubes. The 237.6 kilogram of cocaine had been presented as ordinary commercial cargo for export at Roberts International Airport near Monrovia in June. A statement by Liberia's Inspector General of Police, Gregory Coleman, said that the shipment was proposed under the false description of ordinary goods, Maggie cubes, and La Paz, that's traditional clothing. He said 6 boxes were prepared for shipment through the cargo system on June the 5th, but due to discrepancies in the declared weight, suspicious screening images, and conflicting shipping documentations, the box did not leave the airport. Coleman revealed that 2 days later, the boxes were intercepted and searched, and it was discovered that it contained 198 plates of cocaine. A statement said 5 men, including Paul King, who was in charge in his capacity as operations manager at the company Global Logistical Services, have been charged. King and the company are alleged to have conspired, accepted, facilitated, stored, and transported the cocaine. The other 4 men, all charged in absentia, were accused of various roles such as organizing the shipment, using front companies for delivering the shipment. And now to East Africa, where Nigeria's Dangote Group says it plans to fund a proposed 700,000 barrels per day oil refinery in Kenya through international cash flow, bonds, and an initial public offering. The refinery, said to be East Africa's largest refining project, is expected to take about 3 years to build and would supply refined petroleum products to Kenya and neighboring countries. The group's vice president for oil and gas, Edwin Davankuma, said that the site has been selected while soil tests are underway. He also added that design and engineering work has commenced. Davankuma said the refinery would be financed through a mix of internally generated cash, bonds, and proceeds from a planned initial public offering. He did not disclose the project's exact cost, but said it would be similar to that of the Lagos refinery built by Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote. The 650,000 barrels per day oil refinery in Lagos, Nigeria, had cost more than $20 billion by the time it began operating in 2024. The initial estimate was about $9 billion in 2013, but the cost was driven up by a site relocation, engineering challenges, currency weakness, the COVID-19 pandemic, and global inflation. Still in East African region, Kenya and Tanzania both deployed a massive police presence to prevent protests in the East African nations, like a zero-tolerance approach to demonstration. Both countries have been facing major public unrest in the last 2 years and have responded with brutal police repression. In Tanzania, right groups and the opposition say thousands were killed by security forces during election unrest in October 2025 over alleged rigging and attacks on critics. According to a police watchdog, at least 127 Kenyans were killed during protests over economic hardship, corruption, and police brutality in June to July 2024 and in the same period in 2025. Activists called for a peaceful demonstration on July the 7th, known as Saba Saba, that's 7-7, which happens to mark historic protests in both countries. Both massive police security deployments prevented any action. In Tanzania, police and military were stationed across Dar es Salaam, and the busy trading area of Karioko was largely deserted, with many stores closed, while in Kenya capital Nairobi, police shut down roads and swamped on a tiny group of protesters that had managed to gather in the city center. Elsewhere in North Africa, the Archbishop of Rabat, Cristobal Romero, has stepped down after at least 5 women accused him of sexual assault. The Spanish-born cleric has announced he was stepping back while the Vatican holds an inquiry. The 74-year-old Archbishop has denied all wrongdoing. The written complaint, which was sent to the Vatican embassy in Rabat, accused Lopez of inappropriate physical contact. Lopez said he was aware of the allegations and had already responded to his superiors. He promised to continue to fully cooperate with them in the investigation. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Darlington Agumo. He is a lawyer right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Well, Barrister, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David. How are you?
I'm fine, very well, thank you. How are you doing as well?
I'm okay.
Also joined us virtually to make sense of these stories and more, virtually from Kenya, is Mr. Martins Irere Njue. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, a financial advisor, and also the CEO and founder of WealthGate Insurance Agency. Well, Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. David.
All right, and thank you so very much. Also joined us all the way from Liberia virtually is media and communication expert Hansen Blayan. Well, Hansen, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Okay, well, I understand Hansen hasn't joined the conversation, but joining us virtually as well, virtually from South Africa, is Barrister Mwobi Smart. He's a human rights and immigration lawyer and also the president, Nigerian Union in South Africa. He joined us live from South Africa. Well, a very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Okay, well, I understand he hasn't joined the conversation yet. All right, we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be heading straight to the analysis segment of the African News. Please stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please just go.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Voptv, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Voptv on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Voptv. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We're going straight to the analysis segment of the news. And of course, I mentioned my guest who would be helping us make sense of these stories. Now, let me start off from these studios here. Well, Barrister, interestingly, President Mnangagwa of Zimbabwe have signed into law that constitutional amendment that would be seeing him have an extended year in office up until 2030. That, again, has been tagged a very controversial amendment, but against all of the odds, the Parliament approved that amendment and it has been signed into law. You're fully aware of that amendment. First off, what do you make of the fact that right now it is looking clearly like the voice of the people of South Africa, I beg your pardon, Zimbabwe, seem not to be evidently heard in all of this?
Yes, what you are looking at now and what you are saying is the making of a dictator. A dictator that may even surpass that of Robert Mugabe. And it's unfortunate because I don't see why Africa can do away with one dictator only to be replaced by 4 or 5 others. That has been the trend. Now, the extension of tenure, of what benefit will it be to Zimbabwean people? If not that this man wants to sit tight, what is the guarantee that at the end of this extended tenure, he will not ask for another? Just like Museveni and Paul Biya in Cameroon. So we have a problem at hand here. African leaders, I don't know, seriously, they have disappointed us.
Well, this seems to be on a contract because the government of Zimbabwe says that this is victory for democracy. Can you help Africans understand this, Barrister? How can this be victory for democracy?
Even Satan has followers. David, Satan has, in fact, his own followers are even more than that of God. Are you not aware? And so, when you are saying victory for democracy, on what ground? What are the basis for what they are saying? What are the basis, if not that their pumps have been greased behind closed doors?
Well, the basis of the fact that the presidential election have been scrapped is on one hand, and of course that again will be saving some funds as far as the government is concerned. Isn't that another basis?
No, it can't be, because the democracy that I know, it belongs to the people. Now, when you have removed it from the hands of the people, then what is democracy here? Look at, somebody is celebrating infamy. Somebody is celebrating corruption. Somebody is celebrating misgovernance. And you said it's a victory. Victory for what? Anyway, I don't need to be told what will happen at the end of the day. If you want to go the way of Mobutu Sese Seko and Idi Amin of Uganda, no problem. All of them left governance in a miserable manner, and they ended up in misery. So it will happen, whether you like it or not.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Barrister. Let me go to Kenya, where Mr. Martins is standing by. Looking at this development, interestingly, President Emerson will be having an extended 2-year in office. And of course, this particular amendment practically scraps the direct presidential elections in the country. But still, the presidency clearly is stating that this is a win for democracy in the country. What do you make of this story? Plus, the amendments clearly have been criticized by opposition figures and, of course, some Zimbabweans on the streets of Harare. But do you think that these amendments might, in one way, profess some political solutions to the opposition figures in Zimbabwe? Well, I don't know if you can hear me. I would like you to unmute your mic, Mr. Martins. Okay, I think we're having a bit of a network situation there, but we're hoping that he rejoins the conversation in a bit. Let me. Okay, are you there? All right. While we wait for Mr. Martins to fully be back with us, Barrister, again, the part of opposition in Zimbabwe, some are saying this practically will scrap that in the country. But elections into parliamentarian offices also is still available. Do you think? Okay, I understand that Mr. Martins is back. Thank you so very much for staying with us, Mr. Martins. The network wasn't a bit friendly some couple of minutes ago. Let's establish communication with you.
I hear you.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Hear you.
Can you hear me now? All right. Well, while we wait for that to be sorted, now, Barrister, yes, the part of opposition in Zimbabwe, is this an end to it? Because in presidential election, you see different candidates vie for, that seat. But this time, it is the job of the parliament now to appoint who will be the president. What kind of system of government should we call that? Because they say democracy is being sustained in Zimbabwe with this move.
It's very funny, seriously. I said you are looking at a dictator, pro max, because this man will make sure that no other person is appointed except him. That is just the meaning. No other person is going to smell that seat. Now that it is now by appointment. You see? So when you hear and see these things, you don't need to be told what is going on. This is no longer democracy.
All right, then. Let me, I understand that Barrister Smart Nwobi from South Africa has joined the conversation. Let's establish communication. A very good afternoon to you, Barrister, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. Well, I don't know if you can hear me, Barrister Smart. Can we establish communication with you before we go ahead? Okay. Oh dear. Well, I maybe we'll get to the bottom of that. Now, I want to switch gears now, and we'll be talking about the Nigerian situation, and of course the Nigerian government, where the Senate has, asked for urgent diplomatic action over xenophobic attacks in South Africa, and of course on Nigerian nationals in South Africa. Barrister, before I get your view on this, I want us to play a report by one of our correspondents at the Capitol, and I'm talking about Ferdinand Igba, before I get to the next question.
Is the fire still looking for?
And I'm hoping that Barrister Smart will be very, very available for a conversation now. Let's take that particular report and we'll be right back.
Motion. The expiration of the ultimatum was followed by widespread fear, demonstrations, displacement, and attacks on foreign-owned homes and businesses. The Senate also noted that despite repeated attacks on Nigeria-owned businesses in South Africa, South African companies operating in Nigeria, including MTN and DSTV, have continued to operate without reprisal, describing the Nigerians' response as one guided by restraint, African solidarity, and respect for the rule of law.
NF is concerned that while Nigerian-owned businesses in South Africa have been attacked, looted or closed or abandoned under threat, South Africa origin enterprises and brands including MTN, MultiChoice, etc. have continued to operate successfully and lawfully in Nigeria. The Senate affirms that Nigeria has chosen the path of restraint, African brotherhood, and respect for the rule of law by rejecting reprisals against South African nationals and lawful commercial interests in Nigeria. Regrets that subsequent developments, including the voluntary repatriation of Nigerians and the expiration of the 30th June 2026 ultimatum indicate that previous interventions have not provided sufficient protection or a lasting solution.
Supporting the motion, Senator Wasiu Ehilakun proposed that the federal government consider nationalizing South African-owned companies operating in Nigeria, with the proceeds used to compensate Nigerians who have suffered losses from repeated xenophobic attacks.
South African businesses in Nigeria, like MTN, MultiChoice, etc., should be nationalized and the proceeds/shares be used to pay Nigerians and Nigerian businesses who have suffered losses in the xenophobic attack in South Africa.
However, former Senate Majority Leader Senator Yahaya Abdullahi urged caution, warning that the matter involved complex international and domestic political considerations that required carefully handling to avoid unintended diplomatic consequences.
What is happening today, at the risk of being unpopular here, is a coordinated effort to destabilize that country, to remove the African National Congress from power. The position of those people who are now xenophobically attacking other Africans has a political purpose. And the purpose is to delegitimize the government, first from the right wing of the white South Africans, and now coming from the black ones.
I said earlier that there's a need, in view of what Senator Abdullahi told us, that we should allow our Committee on Foreign Affairs to investigate. Nigeria is the giant of Africa. We lead in Africa. We lead, whether anybody likes it or not.
After deliberations, the Deputy President of the Senate, Jibrin Barau, who presided over the session, referred the motion to the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative scrutiny and directed the committee to submit its report to the Senate for further action. From the National Assembly, Ferdinand Igba reporting for Voptv in Abuja.
You have it, and that again is, of course, what happened at the floor of the House. But I understand now that Barrister Smart Mobi is now very much available for this conversation. Once again, thank you so very much for joining Barrister Smart, and we have a very short time to have this conversation, but thank you for joining the conversation again this afternoon. Well, I would like you to unmute your mic so we can hear you clearly.
My mic is...
Okay, fantastic. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. David.
All right, now...
Thank you for having me on your platform.
Let's pick it up from where we stopped yesterday. You did say that some Nigerians will, who, of course, of goodwill, bring in, relief materials to other Nigerians at the Nigerian consulate, but they were asked to raise invoice for those materials. Please help us understand what that situation is presently, and then what is your union, that is the Nigerian Union in South Africa, doing about the situation?
Okay, thank you, Mr. David. The fact of the matter is that the stranded Nigerians, the High Commission, not the consulate, as you know, they fled from years of attack and destruction of their properties, and they're now stranded. And the embassy informed them that they do not have a budget to feed them and to take care of their need while they camp at the embassy. We then, as leader of union, pleaded with our members, as well as the leadership, as well as other geopolitical organizations, to bring relief material, to take turns to bring cooked food, as well as other perishable consumables. But now what it appears from one of the of the stranded Nigerians, he gave a report to our union that some of the staff members of the High Commission would then take a video of them as well as the relief material that was brought, and in order to raise invoice that as if the
the ones that funded it
have been taking care of these relief materials. But we are investigating these allegations to ensure that the acting ambassador as well as the members of the staff of the High Commission do not raise such invoices to the federal government, because it is on record that it's the Nigerian Union and other goodwill Nigerians that have been providing food as well as humanitarian aid for these stranded Nigerians. But of course, the most important shocking aspect of what has transpired yesterday is that because we launched an investigation, and these people that are sleeping in the High Commission were told to leave. So I was informed that both women and children are now camping outside of the High Commission instead of their usual shelter inside the High Commission, because it appears that they are giving information to union leaders about the activities of the staff of the High Commission.
So right now, the people who are told to leave are already documented Nigerians ready for repatriation back to the country. Please correct that.
Yes, both those who are yet to be documented and those who are documented, what the acting ambassador had to tell them that the Nigerian mission will not be turned into a guest house. But it's on record that the Nigerian government have over 13 properties only in Pretoria where these people can be housed. I'm not sure if I shared with you a video yesterday where women and children were crying and they were left in the cold. And these are the things we want to get out there to the Foreign Ministry as well as NITCOM, Honorable Dr. Abike Erewa, for them to be aware of the activities of the Nigerian representatives in South Africa.
Wow. Okay. Now, I know for now you haven't shared the video, but I'm expecting it pretty soon. Looking at this development, what has the Nigerian embassy been saying since after these individuals are being sent out of the commission? Has there been any official statement from them?
Not an official statement. Well, we are informed that the officials of the High Commission informed them to return to their homes or wherever they are coming from. That once flight is available, that they will be called to come. But that will be unreasonable, given the fact that these people do not have homes to return to. They are stranded, and they would have been repatriated should the flight become available. Another important thing to note is that a flight did came yesterday that was due to evacuate about 270 airplanes flight, but that flight never left due to technical issues, and the passengers are still stuck at the Johannesburg or Tambo International Airport. Beside that, there's still about more than 150 Nigerians still stranded just at the entrance of the High Commission as we speak.
Oh dear. Okay, now, as it stands, the ones who are supposed to have left today are still at the airport. 270 of them stranded at the airport.
Correct.
For technical reasons from the flight. The ones who are at the embassy is over 100 of them still stranded, but not been evacuated.
Correct, and not been allowed inside the embassies in order for them to be sheltered as usual.
Oh dear. Okay, now looking at this development, have you been able to make contact with the NITCOM boss, Honorable Abike Dabiri, so far in all of this conversation?
we as a union, we are busy compiling reports. We are busy compiling a comprehensive report of what has transpired since the beginning of this evacuation process up to date. So what the union have directed the leadership should do is to give a comprehensive report of the activities as well as the inefficiency of some of the Nigerian embassy staff, as well as when it comes to communication. So we do not want to give a bit by bit report. We are busy with a comprehensive report in order to forward same to both the Foreign Ministry, the Permanent Secretary, as well as the Office of the NIDCOM.
All right, then let me bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister, looking at this development, Nigerians are being told to stay out of the commission in a very unfavorable cold weather condition in South Africa. Over 100 women, children, and of course men. And we hear as well from this report that over 271 Nigerians are still stuck at the airport as a result of technical issues of the flights that is supposed to pick them back to Nigeria. Your take with all of this development?
It's an embarrassment of the highest level that Nigerians are being treated like slaves. Slaves in South Africa. No turnstone. Embassy staff. No thanks to the embassy staff and their inefficiency. And this is happening in South Africa. Is that not a mockery on its own? And so when they begin to mock you, when they begin to mistreat you, do you blame them? They are taking pictures of all these things. They are taking pictures of Nigerians living like slaves, living like destitutes, because the embassy staff didn't know what to do. It is an embarrassment of the highest order, seriously.
Is it not? Is it about not knowing what to do or being callously wicked?
Both of them. Because if they know what to do, they should have made a representation to the Nigerian government at home that these are our people. Look at what they are going through. And the government will quickly do something. I mean, it is said that we have 13 properties where these people can be rehabilitated. What are those properties doing? Who are inside those properties? They don't know what to do. They know what to do, but they don't want to do it. Apparently, politics and the tribalism have set in. That is just the truth. That's my own thinking. Politics and tribalism have set in, David. Those guys are on their own over there now.
All right.
In a cold weather. And you have a government at home.
Quite unfortunate, really.
Can you just imagine?
Let me get the view and, of course, the concluding thoughts of Barrister Smart in all of this. And then what would you want to say to the Nigerian government? Because this is also a platform to talk to them as well, particularly on this situation as it's evolving. It's quite an unfortunate situation, we must say. But then, in 1 minute, please help us. What is your concluding thoughts? And, of course, your thoughts. As well.
Thank you, Mr. David, and the viewer as well. This is a disappointing stories or information coming from South Africa, and understanding that the Nigerians who are stuck in airport and in South Africa at large, they are taxpayers of the embassy in South Africa, and seeing what is happening, disappointment. They are behaving like South African as well, and these are Nigerian staff. So essentially, it is an emergency that should be taken by the legislative of Nigeria, the legislature body, to table a motion to demote or to bring back the ambassador back home, because he is not understanding, or this information is like it is not in his purview. So Nigerians should be given dignity even in the foreign land. And that's why ambassador is deployed there. Understanding this issue happening, it is so absurd.
Quite unfortunate,
so
really.
This is emergency acts should be taken to ensure
Quite
these
unfortunate,
people
really.
are given dignity.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for lending your voice in this conversation. Now, let me go back to South Africa. Barrister Smart, your concluding thoughts, and then what can you say to the Nigerian government at a time like this, with all of this development that is unfolding in South Africa? In 1 minute, because of our time.
Quickly, without wasting much time, we have seen inefficiency of the acting High Commissioner. David, as you know, that the president has appointed a substantive High Commissioner in the person of Kayode. We quickly want to urge the federal government to send a High Commissioner of standard to South Africa in this time of need, that the current acting High Commissioner, who is the charge of the affairs, is not in tune with the need of the people. It's not communicating with union leadership. It is not taking into account the pains and the suffering of ordinary Nigerians, and who are being embarrassed on the street of South Africa. That something urgent should be done concerning these people. There should be adequate communication through the union leaders in order for us to inform these people. There must be a kind of synergy, but the acting High Commission seems not to be in tune with his duties as a diplomat in South Africa.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Smart and Wobi, for chiming in on this conversation. And we hope that you would also reach out to us as soon as possible with footages. And we will talk afterwards anyways. Thank you so very much for being here. Also, big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agumo, for joining the conversation today. And also, Mr. Martins Njue from Kenya. Thank you so very much for also lending your voice on the conversation. Thank you so very much. What we'll move from there as well to get into the business angle of the news. Tanzania Central Bank Governor Emmanuel Tutuba says the country has bought about 28 metric tons of gold over the past 18 months to strengthen its international reserves and support the shilling currency. Tutuba was quoted in a finance ministry statement as saying the purchase of gold was worth $3.68 billion at current price. The Bank of Tanzania has been buying gold for its reserves since about 2023. In September 2024, Tanzania's mining regulator ordered all mining firms and traders exporting gold to assign at least 20% of the commodity for sale to the central bank. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Lionel Messi inspired Argentina to a dramatic comeback victory as the world champions fought back from a 2-goal down to beat Egypt 3-2 in the last 16 tie at the ongoing FIFA World Cup. Argentina looks set for a shock exit after Yasser Ibrahim and Mustafa Zico gave Egypt a 2-0 lead with just 11 minutes left on the clock. But Cristian Romero pulled one back before Lionel Messi leveled the score 2 minutes into stoppage time. Enzo Fernandez struck to keep Argentina's title defense alive. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's law.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, Voptv, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Voptv, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please, the sport.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7.
Hello there and welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of People Television, where since stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we're dissecting a major conversation here that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. Government is after me. This is coming from Peter Obi. Of course, I actually raised that particular alarm amid the PFIPC scandal. I believe you are actually set for this particular conversation, so I'd like you to join me as we actually give expert insight and citizen perspective as regards to this conversation. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into our news stories with details. CJN warns new judges against gifts and lavish parties. Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun, has told newly appointed lower court judges to reject unsolicited gifts and avoid unnecessary birthday celebrations. Speaking at the induction in Abuja, represented by the NJI Administrator, Justice Babatunde Adejumo. The CJN said judges must ensure speedy, fair trial to keep public trust. Do not allow unsolicited gifts from people. Of course, this will seize the opportunity to bring unsolicited gifts. And of course, I said this would lead to some unwanted petitions. She warned, and she also urged harmony with court staff, respect for heads of a court, and sparing use of contempt of powers. All right, I love this particular one that is coming from the CGN at this particular time, because you agree with me that we're actually at that, a period or that era in the country again when we talk about politicking and electionary, era where any gift at all is being called gifts. And when we actually use the word unsolicited, I think when someone say it is just a gift, are you now saying that they should not take it? We've actually seen different politicians doing a lot for, the judiciary of late. And some have actually, given their takes as regards to that, that it was normal for the executive arm of government to cater for the judicial arm of government. The reason why I'm smiling is because one is even sitting in Abuja there where we have a lot of, buildings that was just, opened, for the judges. But who am I to actually say a lot of discussions as regards to this particular one? So we'll just leave it there. But we'll just hope that the judges, would also, adhere to these particular instructions. And not only the lower court judges, everybody in the judiciary would also uphold this particular one. Now, away from that particular one, Senate seek meetings with Tinubu over worsening security. The Senate has resolved to meet with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu over rising insecurity in Nigeria. Of course, the plenary on Tuesday brought about this particular decision. Senate leader, Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele, was mandated to lead a delegation for a heart-to-heart discussion with the president on terrorism, banditry, and kidnapping. Lawmakers also condemned the rehabilitation of repentant terrorists with taxpayers' money. The motion was moved by Senator Joseph Ikpeha during a debate on the killing of retired Major General Bokar Rabe by bandits. The Senate further condemned xenophobic attacks on Nigerians in South Africa and directed its Committee on Foreign Affairs to submit a report within 2 weeks. Some senators called for sanctions on South African businesses in Nigeria. The Senate said urgent government action is needed to protect citizens and security personnel. All right, so to join the conversation, kindly call the number 0813-87-14129, 0813-87-14129. Follow us on social media at Voptv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Voptv, and of course on YouTube with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation here. Government is after me. Peter Obi raises alarm amid PFIPC scandal. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of People Television. NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi says the government is deliberately frustrating him, warning the way they are going now, I might not be alive. He actually made this assertion. Obi alleged that intensifying pressure on him and his businesses is becoming alarming. And of course, the NDC vice presidential candidate, Rabiu Kwankwaso, defended Obi, dismissing claims he lacks northern support. Kwankwaso said Obi got about 2.8 million northern votes in 2023. And that the same Obi now, as regards to the NDC OK ticket, remains strong. Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has ordered the ICPC to probe the alleged Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council within 30 days. The presidency says the agency is fictitious. Of course, the investigation follows a clash between Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila and Prince Adeniyi Adeyemi, who claims to be the DG of PFIPC. On trial for forgery and denied meeting Gbajabiamila in person and said it will submit documents to DSS. The ICPC also confirmed arresting Governor Nasir El-Rufai's doctor over alleged false statements, a move the ADC called political persecution. The presidency said all culpable person will face the law. When I'm being joined by Mr. Elvis Elimiele, journalist, political and public affairs analyst, and of course a member of the Guide of Public Affairs of Nigeria. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon, Savior.
Another Wednesday.
Yeah, another Wednesday.
Welcome on. Very well, thank you, sir. Welcome on board. Now, Mr. Elvis, I don't know where you want to pick it up from this time around. You heard the other news stories that I actually read. Is it that of the Senate inviting, the president, or is it that of, do you want to go into the main conversation?
No,
or,
I want to pick the Chief Justice of the Nation.
Okay, you want to respond to that as well. Okay.
Yeah, say unsolicited for. I don't even want her to use unsolicited. They should not even solicit. Yes. Because if you are saying unsolicited, that means you are saying they have the right to kind of solicit. What is soliciting? You are requesting. They don't even have that right to request. You understand? So whether they are preparing, they want to celebrate a birthday, they should not send cards. They should not even begin to send text messages to people. By doing that, they are now soliciting. They should celebrate their birthday quietly with their family. When we were growing up, when you hear of a chief judge,
I was about to in that particular lane, but I love the fact that you picked it up.
I remember there was a chief judge that lived close to my house in my town those days. That was my high court judge. Even to cross that very house he was living, there's always a policeman, that guides.
Yes.
It's not even, you don't even need to try it. As soon as he drives in from the court, he remains in his house until the following morning he's driving back to the court. Celebrate with your family. That's what the job, the ethics of the job. That's the sacrifice of being a judge. It is not the judges of today and magistrates that you now see in parties. These people don't have this social life.
They were not meant to have.
They were not meant to, especially when they are still in that job. When you are retired, the one you miss, you cannot begin to junket from one party to another. But for the fact that you remain in that job, don't solicit, and even the unsolicited one that the politician might want to bring from the back, or disgruntled Nigerians who want to, buy justice through the back door, reject it. That's what gives you the credibility of being a judge. That's what Nigerians will remember you for when you retired. To tell you, when he was on bench, we remember some of his judgments. The judgments are archived things. People will always make reference to it. So it depends on the person that handles that judgment that you remember. We still remember Justice Oputa of this world, Justice Esho of this world today, Adetotunbo Ademola of this world, of Nigeria today. These are not judges that fell from the tree. They were judges in this nation. And today, when you now hear judgment coming out from Nigerian court, you now begin to wonder, is it this same country where we have had these judges that cut their teeth in judgment, in dispensing what it actually means to dispense judgment in the inner bar? But unfortunately, judges are now living social lifestyle, social media life. It's not supposed to. So that advice the Chief Justice gave, unsolicited, I'm adding my order, don't even solicit. The ethics of your job does not require you to solicit. That's for that.
Now, I love the fact that you picked it up from using your time as an example. I think to an extent, I didn't really know that judges do come out growing up.
Yes.
Well, no. I didn't really know that people can actually see judges.
Yes, that's how it's supposed to be.
I didn't know. I didn't know because I only know that in our community, where I was, born and bred up, all I know is that about 3 or 4 hours away from our compound, we used to hear that there is a judge there. I've never seen such person. I don't even know what they look like. I don't know where they're driving. I don't know where they drive out. It's that bad. But to an extent, growing up and of course, getting to this particular point in my life, having to host a different kind of event, be it symposium, a social event, what have you, I realized that I've seen several judges of late, magistrates.
Yeah.
And so many of them now go as far as inviting people to their parties.
Yeah.
They even go to parties,
And
they stage contacts and all of that. I didn't know that all of this could actually work. But just like she said, now you made a very strong point. You're talking about solicited and unsolicited. Now, for there to be an unsolicited, that means the word solicited existed in the past.
It existed, and that's what I'm trying to cancel.
Okay. So if the word solicited has existed, and you are now telling the lower court judges, the new lower court judges,
the newly appointed,
yes, rather, not to take unsolicited. What happens to the ones that have been there that are still there?
Yes, those ones are supposed to act as good examples to the ones that are coming in now.
Because I feel sensitization was meant to go round.
Yeah, it's supposed to.
Okay.
But you see why it became an issue now before the chief judge to now begin to remind these newly appointed judges not to. It's because the upper ones, the ones that have been there before, have not shown good example. If they show good example, what should have simply say, take cue from your senior partners who have been in this job. Ask them what this job entails, the sacrifices of this job. But we have not seen that some of them have actually betrayed the sacrifices of the rudiment of being a judge. They betrayed it because of some of the things that we now hear around them. So that's why it even became an advice from the Chief Justice of this nation now, telling these newly appointed judges, don't toe this lie. Because they also hear what Nigerians are talking about, judgment that are coming now. It's not like for the highest bidder, So that's why it became an advice. That's also why we also call on government, take good care of them. The government also have a responsibility. This is a third arm of government. So they should be allowed to exercise their independence as expected And the government must meet their requirements, at least, if not 100%, to a very reasonable percentage that they will not begin to eye what those Ghana must go that the politicians are good at carrying. If they have good pension scheme, even while on the job, the conditions are excellent, they will not begin to see distractions from politicians. Because politicians are like a sinking person. You will now begin to grab whatever you see, to see whether you can. They always want to drag people into wherever they find them. Yes. So that's what politicians are. So that's thinking nature of the politicians. They must not use it to rubbish the judges of this nation. So the third arm of government, the judiciary, must truly be independent and must be where their welfare must be top-notch so that they will not begin to, be distracted from the ethics of their profession.
All right, Mr. Harris, let's go into the main conversation now. Mr. Peter Obi has raised a very serious concern there. And just like, what has been making rounds in the dailies and, in the social media, talking about he feels the government is actually after him, and he even went as far as saying that he might not be, alive in the coming days. This is quite a very strong one. How credible do you think these particular claims are? He talked about his businesses that the government are deliberately, coming against his investment, his business, and all of that. So what would you say as regards to this?
It's not unexpected. If Peter Obi thinks that, vying for that exotic position, the president of Nigeria, and coming from where he is coming from, and thinking it was going to be a Tea Party, I think it was a mistake. And he also knows that it's not even a Tea Party. He should even look at when he was governor of Anambra State. Peter Obi was taken out of office twice. Was impeached. And remember, he came in as when Ngige was removed by the court. That was when he came in. Ngige has already done 2 years plus before he was removed. So then, it was like, Peter Obi will only come and complete the 1 year plus, and his tenure will end. Peter Obi said, no. As far as I'm being sworn in, my tenure begins from the day I was sworn in. I said, okay, let's test the court. What now happened? Do you know that was what brought the off-cycle election in Anambra State we have today?
Yeah.
The court said no. The day you were sworn in, your 4 years mandate began that day. All that one that Ngige did is null and void. Ngige is not, his picture is not even, cannot be hosted among the archives.
The past governors.
Yes, as past governors of Anambra State today, because the court said he was an illegal governor.
Just like what happened in Rivers.
Yes,
you remember
what happened in Rivers of
Omehia. Yeah.
Celestine Omehia.
Yeah.
He also happened in my state. Professor Sareme Osumbo was also thrown out, that brought in the comrade governor, Shomole. So when you see that kind of judgment, he came in and did his 4 years. Even before the end of that 4 years, remember what happened? He was even impeached because the Anambra State House as Assembly at that time had more of PDP. Obi came in through ABGA. So there were issues. Remember that impeachment took place in a hotel in Asaba. I've forgotten the name of the speaker. One young man that came from abroad and he was just made a speaker. Maybe I'll remember his name. So they went to Asaba to arrange that kangaroo impeachment. And the court said no. Everything that has to do with legislation, parliamentary legislation must be done in the hallowed chambers of the assembly. So if you go to the speaker's house to do a meeting against anybody, especially the executive arm, it's null and void. So the court brought Obi back. Obi has been a child of struggle for democracy. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if Obi knows where he's coming from, and now he wants to get into the biggest office, is it now he should be telling Nigerians that his life is being threatened? Obi's life have ever been threatened right from the day he contested as Anambra State governor. Remember, even when Obi has stepped out of office like 2-3 months before the court brings him back. when he was governor. Remember Vaiji Etiaba, who was Obi's deputy, Madam Vaiji Etiaba, was even plotting for Obi not to come back when Obi was impeached.
Some people would say that was the only opportunity she had.
No, I mean, this is a joint ticket now. When we are talking about politics and politicians, it's loyalty.
But we also saw the same thing in PDP between Atiku Abubakar and the president.
No. What I'm trying to talk about,
I'm talking about a deputy or a vice wanting to always, regardless.
It's usually not something that you should now begin to, find a way to, push out your boss.
Yeah.
We have seen what goes on. Madam, what's her name now? The very present deputy governor to Fubara today.
Yeah.
We've seen how loyal she is with Fubara till now. Even when the emergency administration came into Rivers State, you never heard her made any statement. Till this moment, she has never made any statement, whether for or against. That's what they call joint ticket savior. If it is sweet, we lick the honey together. If it is bitter, by the time we swallow the bitter pea, we squeeze our face together.
How many politicians can you
actually
say?
Leon.
Mr. Harvis, how many politicians can you actually, say this, as regards to what you just mentioned presently? Now, you just said something which is a wonderful illustration. If it is, as far as the joint ticket, when it is sweet, we're meant to lick the honey together. And when it is bitter, we're meant to, go through it together. Now, in this particular time and season, how many politicians can you literally say that, yes, this politician can, stay with this particular politician during such time? Because I realize that it has just been about the sweet era, where once it is bitter, you just hear that the ideology is not aligning with what I believe in again.
Savior, it is because the present political parties in Nigeria today are not political parties of ideology. They are political parties of special purpose vehicle. I want to ride on it to get to where I'm going to. That's why you are saying this. If you really see a political party with ideology, you will see that everybody that is involved in that political party will be thinking of being together at all times, not minding whether one is in trouble or not. Do you understand? But this special purpose vehicle that politicians have turned political party to, cash and carry political party, that's why you now see that by the time I'm your running mate, anything is happening to you, I want to stab you more so that I will be in that your seat. If politicians actually know the ethics of political parties, what political party is supposed to mean, it is like an injury to one is an injury to all. Because the political party, you that is there on that seat, you are doing the bidding of the political party that brought you to power. Remember, Savior, your name is not on the ballot. Your picture is not on the ballot. Whose picture and name is on the ballot?
This is the
logo of your political party.
Of course, the logo.
So you were only brought in to represent that political party and carry the ideology of that political party forward. So when we now started having greedy politicians who believe in myself, me, myself alone, and all alone, that's why we now begin to see that if something is happening to you as my boss, I want to push you further into that Atlantic Ocean so that you will not come, I will not take over that seat.
Okay. Now you've actually established that.
Remember the problem that removed Leon of Bayelsa State, who was preparing to be sworn in, 24 hours to his sworn in, the court gave judgment. That problem was not from Leon himself, it was from his deputy. The manipulation of the certificate that brought problem to that judgment. I say no, because it's a joint ticket. The law recognizes them as joint ticket, but the politicians don't see themselves as joint ticket because they have different ideology, because there is no more ideology.
Okay.
It's cash and carry.
Now, I just like that of the Bayelsa you talked about.
Yes.
I also remember that when Adiri decided to defect,
yes,
his deputy said of blessed memories.
He didn't follow him.
He said he was not following him.
He didn't follow him.
No, but of course.
We also saw it in Governor Yusuf Abbas of Kano.
Yeah.
Even when he was defecting some time ago to APC,
his
deputy said, no, I remain in
So would you rather say that the deputies were wrong, or are they right? Because you talked about joint ticket.
The deputies We believed in the ideology that this is the party that brought us to power.
Okay.
We should not turn it to special purpose vehicle.
Okay.
We should, since we have this mandate for 4 years, let's respect that mandate that this party gave to us. So those kind of deputy that says, no, I'm not following you, they have more responsibility. They understand what a political party means more than their boss, who have not turned it to cash and carry.
Okay. All right. Now, while I, was listening to you, at some point when you gave, the track records of Peter Obi and of course his antecedents, now you said that Obi should have known by now that ever since he decided to serve the people, that his life has always been threatened.
Honestly, he can't get it as he expects it.
Now,
that's the sacrifice.
Regardless of the frustration, some might actually call it a political rhetoric, but don't you think that we should be more concerned as regards to his life? Because for Obi to actually mention such a word, now a genuine security concern now, for Obi to say, oh, this is what I'm telling my supporters, this is what I'm telling Nigeria, what does it mean for Nigeria's democracy? When a strong contender, a strong opposition, a party candidate, is coming out to say, my life, is in danger, being afraid of their life, don't you think it speaks, louder than what we thought here?
Savior, that is the reason why we should be calling on the government of the day. The purpose of governance is to secure you and I's life, not just Peter Obi alone, and give us good life to live. If the government is failing in that responsibility, and he's sworn to an oath that this is a constitutional mandate, if he's failing, it's not even Obi alone that will be calling on them. Nigerians must join Peter Obi to call on the government of the day. Nothing must happen to an opposition leader. Because democracy is all about choice. We are not running a one-party state. So if you are threatening, or the life of opposition leaders are being threatened, that means you are streamlining Nigerians' opportunity to have more choices to choose their leaders from. So Obi's cry is not just Obi's responsibility alone. It's for all Nigerians to join hands and to lend their voices to it that opposition must have their rights, because opposition are Nigerians, and Nigerians deserve that right to choose the leader they so desire. It's not just Obi's voice alone that must be heard in this matter if his life is threatened.
Okay. Now, Obi alleged pressure on his business. What legal, a redress do you think he should actually look for instead of the public, outcry? He talked about the pressure on his businesses, and when such a situation happen, I believe you understand what it means. No one is saying that the government is trying to curb him from monopolizing, the business sector where his business is actually existing. Of course, so many things that whatsoever Obi is doing or whatsoever company that he owns, every other person has the same business and is thriving in this country. So he's not monopolizing anything. Now, unlike, I want to, create a narrative. Unlike that of the cement industry, where we had, there was a time where we had a battle.
Yeah.
And what happened? It faded out. Now we realize that every other cement, company is not up to.
They're struggling.
They're struggling. They're not up to the said man that is, still giving Nigeria oil now as the only private sector since our almighty refineries are not working. Now, in such situation, what would you advise Obi had done, legally, knowing fully well that his businesses are being targeted?
You see, Obi's business he is not alone in that business. Whatever business he's into. Yes, that's one. If his business are rightly registered in Nigeria and they are paying their expected tax they're supposed to pay to this nation, they have not gone against the laws of the land, and his business is being threatened or stifled in any form, he can go to court and seek redress. That's what democracy. Every grievances you have in democracy, you go to court for interpretation. Do you understand? So if I am selling this handset from the same manufacturer and the same thing you sell. But because you are in the ruling party, you don't have any issue. But I sell the same product, the same model, the same type, I have problem. Why am I all be different? So I have to get to the appropriate authority to say no. I feel I am being victimized unjustly because of my political leaning. Then let that body that is entitled with such responsibility interpret the law and tell the government, remove your nail from the neck of this Nigerian. Not because, don't victimize him because of his political belief or his leaning. So that kind of thing can be addressed in court. It can. It is not something that he has to, it's not something that he has to begin to, his followers have to be looking for a way to, sympathize with him alone. They can sympathize with him, but the best place to go is to seek redress for such in court. And like I said, he has always been a child of the court. I've just mentioned some areas that are even much more difficult than this, that the court actually gave judgment in his favor.
Okay, so I think I would rather say that, of course, you mentioned some of the court cases he won.
He went through.
And that was state level. And as at then, it was not actually battling with APC. I have where I'm going to with this. Now, you've actually been, on this particular stage on several occasions where you say it is looking like, and this is not about us now, allegedly, but of course, even the PDP as a party mentioned, they wrote to the Chief Justice of Nigeria mentioning that they don't want some certain names of judges to actually be assigned to their case anymore, because they understand that these judges are working for some certain people in the same country. Now, CJN just advised and warned the newly appointed, lower judges. Mr. Evans, back to your statement. There was a solicited before unsolicited. Mm-hmm. In a situation where you know that almost all the people you are going back to meet, I'm not saying that you can't get, justice in a court, but almost everybody you want to go back to meet, are with these other people, or you don't really trust that something good can come out of it. What would you do? It's just a question. Because some people in Nigeria have such thoughts.
Yeah, there is a body that actually disciplines judges. Have we tried that?
When was the last time you ever heard any judges in Nigeria in this particular area being disciplined or called out?
No. There are. It's not just all about dismissal.
Okay.
There are some other things that the NJC will be doing that are not really dismissal, that may not really fly in the pages of newspaper. But even as we speak, I know there are some judges that the NJC are presently investigating.
Okay.
Investigation is not just a one-day thing. You understand? We might still be talking about, before this time next year, we might start hearing some judges, because we have started hearing so much Jankaro judgments. One court giving two conflicting judgments on the same matter. So these are challenges to NJC, which we believe that NJC is not sleeping over it. So if anybody that is in democracy, coming into democracy, one of the first things you must believe in and must have confidence in is the judiciary. Believe in it and have confidence in it. Yes, everybody in that arm of government may not live above board. Mm. There must be some out of 12, there must be some Judas. But that Judas are the one we are calling on the body that is responsible for the discipline of that arm of government to play their own role. So if any of us that are aggrieved, whether opposition or candidates or whatever, the best place we still advise them to seek redress is the court.
Yes. All right. Talking about seeking redress, which we just believe that the court will do their job.
Yes.
All right. And let's talk about politics now. And the reason why it is even connected is that we have a popular saying now that elections are being won in courts. Because regardless of what the poll says, they can take themselves to court and let the courts, decide the final result. Now, NDC situation as regards to 2023, politics and the northern support is what I want us to look into. Elijah Rabi Okonkwo made such, strong claims that obviously has, the political bloc. He did it in 2023 that he can even do better now. But I remembered that the former governor of Sokoto, Tambua, mentioned that they were not going to get any support as at the time that he granted a media parley. Now, Alimadu Sharif made some assertions, yesterday, which went around on Nigerian dailies. That first, he said Obi's presidency would divide Nigeria, and he also said it was not even Atiku's turn. But let's stay on Obi now. For him to say that Obi does not have a northern support, that he won't even get the northern support, what do you think as regards to this for the NDC? Because they are still labeling NDC as a southern party, in as much as they have, a northern man as a vice president.
Savior, what were you expecting to hear from Alimadu Sharif regarding Obi and NDC? What were you expecting to hear? That he was coming to clap for Obi's political party, NDC, and Obi being their presidential candidate. Those people who are beneficiaries of the problem we are facing in Nigeria today, they will not want a change to come in. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? The present insecurity that we are battling today in Nigeria began under his watch as governor of Borno State some years ago. Okay, look at the level that insecurity has gotten to today. You think somebody like that will now begin to eulogize Obi, who has been telling Nigerians that if I get in there, I'm going to find a solution to this? When Boko Haram matter began, I remember he was alleged as one of the sponsors of Boko Haram in this nation.
It's in the public domain.
Yes.
It's in the public domain. So
as much
now,
as,
yes.
Now, if not because of the way Nigeria is structured, there are some people who ordinarily ought not to have a voice in this nation, especially with what we are going through today. Do you know how many Nigerians are in captivity as we speak? Both children, women, and whatever. Then you not think that somebody of that nature will come and celebrate an opposition that will now make whatever he believes, allegedly believe, not to come into fruition. I didn't see anything, whatever he was saying. I watched that interview live yesterday. It didn't bug me. And as a result, even the NDC should not be distracted. He has only one vote. He has only one vote. What we should be saying here, Savior, is that let all the political parties that are going into the 2027 general election have a free, fair, and credible election coming from the umpire, INEC. If INEC gives Nigerians the choice to pick their leader as expected, some of these flippant talks from politicians who are looking for where they continuously gain to remain will not come to fruition. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The problem we have is that the umpire over the years have not played their roles as expected. We just saw Mahmoud Yakub went away with there was a glitch. We don't even know now what the present one is nursing. That's the fear Nigerians should have in their mind.
Now, talking about...
Not Alimadu Sharif's flippant talk.
Now, Mr. Harvis, let's look into that particular INEC you talked about just now. Now, Nigerians are actually having issues with trusting that commission. That commission was meant to be independent electoral, commission. But with what we are actually seeing, it is looking like the independent is not really there. The ADC raised concerns as regards to the pressure INEC is going through from the ruling party and wanting INEC to uphold, fairness and, of course, a free and fair election as regards to the, upcoming polls, which would have another proof of concept, another test run.
Osun State.
For Osun State.
Yeah, next month,
August 15th.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, at this point in this country, Some people are even saying that they don't want to come out to vote because they don't think their vote will count. That's why we're here as broadcasters to keep giving people hope and let them know that their vote counts for them to come out. Do you think that INEC is not complicit, or are they doing something new or different or better now that we should actually, have a fresh and, believing hope, let's say so, or a new hope in them to say that, okay, I think gradually we can start trusting INEC? Or what should they do to make them, earn that trust again from Nigerians? Because you have mentioned democracy how many times here?
Yeah. In as much as we are supposedly a democratic nation, okay, the machinery that bring in change of government in democracy must be mentioned at all times. Yeah. And that's INEC. When Amukbiton was appointed as INEC chairman, we analyzed Amukbiton. What we said is the first thing Amukbiton needs, his first assignment, is to bring integrity into that commission. But fast forward to when we started seeing his Twitter posts.
Some people actually had issues from the day he went to the Senate because he went with the Kogi State governor.
Yes. So let's even say that the governor is his host, is a state governor.
Okay.
So let's even say that. But when we started seeing some of his past tweets, it's not wrong because at least he belongs to somewhere before he became INEC chairman. But the one that baffles Nigeria was now when they now began to defend it. Now INEC now began to issue statements. INEC became the trial judge in their own matter and gave judgment. That was when Nigeria now began, no. This may not be different from where we are coming from. But you see what I'm still saying here this evening is that he should continuously be reminded. I keep telling Nigerians, the biggest problem we have is not coming to the polling booth to come and start sharing money. Do you understand? Yeah. It is INEC collation. Most of rigging of election are done at the collation centers. Number one, let Nigerians not be discouraged that when you vote, when you go out to vote, your vote will not count. Vote counts. If vote was not counting, politicians will not be bringing Ghana must go to polling booths and begin to buy votes. Okay. Because they know too well that the first thing is, if Nigerians come as a mass to vote, it will be difficult for them to rig. So Nigerians must not be discouraged. Go out and exercise your civic responsibility. In 2019, when Oshomole suddenly came and started telling those two people that Pastor Eze Yamu is not the best candidate. That was the candidate he campaigned against in 2015, in 2016. So when he came in 2020 and started telling those people, oh, it's not the best, I made mistake in bringing Governor Obaseki, those people didn't waste time to tell him, hold it. We'll meet at the pool. I was in a television studio that day, one of the television houses, when we were analyzing Edo State election. That very Saturday, the election took place. I think it was 19th or 18th of September. When calls were coming in from voters, telling us that, yes, they shared money. They were sharing up to 10, 15, 20,000 naira. But the political party they believe in shared less. I'm not saying, none of them is a saint. You understand? None of them is a saint. Politicians are politicians everywhere. They shared less. But you know what they did? And those people collected from the one that had the bigger one and also collected from the one that had the lesser one and voted their choice. Savior. All this money they are sharing, they are our own allocations now.
But I would not even be in support of them taking in the first place.
No. That was what my people did. They did that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, people, even if you are collecting money, don't sell your mandate.
Okay.
Because this is what you are going to, that money cannot take you for the next 4 years.
Some actually feel it can take them, including a little bag of rice.
I mean, it will not take you for the next 4 years. So Nigerians must come out and exercise their civic responsibility.
Now, Mr. Harvis, let's quickly pick on that of the PFIPC's scandal. We are hearing the latest now. The president has actually ordered ICPC, to give results, to probe that particular situation, and in 30 days they should give a result. They should give him, the reply. What do you think?
30 days is even.
What should we be expecting from this?
30 days is even too much. I'm not comfortable with 30 days. President, this matter is trending as we speak. I mean, 2 weeks is enough. When he changed the national...
But should Gbajabiamila not even step?
We are telling the president he has not done the needful. We are telling the president, we have been telling the president, let everybody that is involved in this matter, whose name have been mentioned, be suspended, so that ICPC and every other person that is calling on to do their own investigation into this matter, everybody cannot be plain before ICPC. Not that because ICPC is investigating, then you now begin to tell ICPC, remember, he is the chief of staff to the president. That toga must be removed. Let him become ordinary Nigerian because his name has been mentioned. The same way Adeyemi, the so-called alleged forgers of the certificate, is also an ordinary person. Everybody that is involved, even the office of the secretary to the federation, his office signed the yes. So even the office of the secretary general of the federation that has also been mentioned, he should step down. There are people that can take over this job. If the president wants to be plain and actually tell Nigerian states, I want to get to the bottom of this matter, there is even nobody among those people that have been mentioned that should remain in their office. Not even giving Gbajabiamila more assignment. Nigerians are still seeing Gbajabiamila on the TV screen yesterday, talking about Nigeria, the state police reform that they want to reform or they want to create. Why is he giving him more assignments? So the presidency feels still very, very, very relevant. Nigerians are saying it's not relevant. He should step down so that he can be investigated as properly as expected, so that his own office will not intimidate the investigators. Because if you are saying we want to go and investigate the chief of staff to the president, there's intimidation there to the investigating office. So if everybody is brought down and everybody is stepped down from their office, from their various offices, then investigation cannot commence. Not even the government investigators alone. There should also be private investigation to follow up this matter. So that if this is the biggest scandal any nation can ever talk of. We are not talking of opening a shop. We are talking of somebody forged paper to open an agency. And this agency has an address in the Federal Secretariat. And this agency told us that they have even accounts with the CBN.
CBN have actually come out to say that such is not happening.
Well, let the investigation prove that, Savior.
About for something account.
That's the investigation.
And they have about 30,000 staff.
Yes, if they said they have about 300 staff. Head of service.
300 staff. Yes, above 300 staff.
Head of service gave them that cleared that for them.
Okay.
The DSS that cleared him when he was appointed, whoever appointed him, every such position of ministerial position, SA to the president and all of that, they go through DGs, they go through DSS check.
Who gives the office space in the Federal Secretariat?
Okay, all those staff. Who gave them space? Number one, the staff he had, were they not being paid salaries?
They are on payroll.
Where was the salary coming from?
Okay.
So
Mr. Harvis, because of our time.
Everybody that is involved, before the president start talking of 1 month to investigate, let the president suspend them.
Okay. Mr. Harvis, we're pressed for time, but before we leave, in just 20 seconds, El-Rufai's wife made a very strong statement to the president. He said, I campaigned for you. Looking at the camera, he said, my husband did. I went to all the nook and cranny of Kaduna State. And if this is what my family deserves, of course, she is actually asking the president. And saying she's not saying that our husband should not, face the law, but let the courts decide and let him get the proper bail that he needs to. What would you actually respond to? How would you see that situation?
But he's in court. He's in court.
But the issue now is, if he has been granted bail, they are not making his bail conditions quite easy.
Oh, making bail condition is the prerogative of the judge. That's not what Nigerians should put their mouth into. If he cannot get the bail condition sorted out, he should strive more.
And his doctor has just been arrested as well?
Oh, but they said there's something they alleged.
Okay. I think officially, Mr. Elvis.
So he should clear his bail with, he will work on his bail with his solicitors.
Okay.
If he has not been arraigned at all, that would have been where we would have been talking about.
I think Mr. Davis is only trying to say indirectly that this is not business as usual.
No, it can never be. It can never be.
Regardless, thank you so much, Mr. Davis, for being part of the show. I know you can actually go on and on, but we're pressed for time. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully, we'll do another one, soon.
Yes.
All right, coming up next is a locker room. If you love the word of football, I like to stay put to enjoy that particular. From my team, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Saviodo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Welcome back. It's another beautiful edition of the Locker Room, Voice of the People Television, where football's biggest stories take center stage. I am your host, Jerry Apeliohai, and I'm being joined in the studio by Ikechukwu Agwagu, who's going to be examining what's happening in the exciting world of football. And of course, coming up on this edition, Lionel Messi's emotional World Cup moment as Argentina stage a thrilling comeback, and Egypt, however, takes its referee complaints to FIFA. Meanwhile, in the camp of the English side, talking about the Three Lions, Jordan Henderson shares a positive recovery update after surgery. And of course, the transfer window is, however, busy. One club is still looking for players to sign. Talking about Manchester United, recently they just made a move for a big money transfer for Brazilian midfielder Andre Santos. We have £50 million is the deal being discussed for the player to change venues from Stamford Bridge out there to Old Trafford. Of course, stay with us. This is Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. Of course, they say charity do begins at home. Ikechukwu was seeing the best of the last 16, and now we're talking about the last 8, which is the quarterfinals. How so far so good? Did the games really live up to expectation for the best 16 teams?
Yeah, I definitely will. I will say yes, it did live up to expectation. A lot of teams that were expected to actually go through to this round, actually did make it through. Maybe Norway and you want to say Switzerland. These are the two teams. A lot of persons were having doubts that because of the size of the oppositions, but then this quarterfinals is definitely going to be one of the very interesting quarterfinals we've seen in recent times. I mean, because of the quality of the players, top strikers across Europe actually all made it, drag their team, to this particular round. Of course, Argentina is also very much in the mix. Lionel Messi is still doing his business. So yes, they did really live up to the expectation, Jerry.
All right, definitely living up to expectations. Talking about the round of 16, it did not only live up to expectations, it also left some bit of controversy. And the controversy, starting off with the Egyptian Football Federation, said it had asked for the officiating team that handled the Pharaohs loss 3-2 last 16 to Argentina to be thrown out of the World Cup. And on Tuesday evening, talking about Lattices ruled out a Mustafa Zico goal when they were leading 1-0 after VAR intervened to spot a foul on Lisandro Martinez much earlier in the move. And a few minutes later, Zico did put Egyptian team 2-0 up and on the brink of a place at the last 8 for the first time, but there was further controversy at the time after Christian Romero and Lionel Messi had brought the champions level, and in the build-up to Argentina's winner scored by Enzo Fernandez, Egypt believed they should have instead been awarded a penalty for a pull by Alexis McAllister on Hamdi Fati, and it added that the president had also demanded the exclusion of the referee and the entire crew from the World Cup after investigating these mistakes and proving the crime of discrimination against the Egyptian national team. And of course, the statement echoed remarks by the Egyptian coach talking about Hossein Hassan. Immediately after the game, he said, and I quote, "I do not want to put it nicely and talk about hard luck. We have been cheated unfairly today and we have suffered injustice." And that's coming from his son, talking to journalists out there in the USA. And of course, he said, and I quote again, "We haven't seen respect or fair play. There has not been respect or fair play. Perhaps they wanted to keep the world champions in the competition. Perhaps they wanted Messi to stay in the running." Do you agree with Hossein Hassan? Would you agree with the petition to FIFA to throw those referees out of the competition? And do you agree that the officiating was appalling in that game? A lot of people who saw the game have been saying that the officiating was really bad.
Well, I think it's a divided opinion. Yeah,
Okay.
if you say a lot of persons, which means you're actually looking at one side in favor of Egypt, the other side in favor of Argentina. I think from where I stand, I think if you look at that game very well without emotions, you understand that the Egyptians actually brought this upon themselves. What happened with the Martinez goal, with the Zico first goal that was disallowed, was clearly, what we've seen before. I mean, Nigeria also suffered this same fate in 2023 in AFCON when we played against South Africa. Interestingly, the referee on that particular day was an Egyptian. His name is Amin Mohamed Omar. He actually, after Osimhen actually, made Nigeria 2 goals ahead. I mean, that would have actually sealed the tie against South Africa. What the referee did, it took us back to what happened in our box, where there was a challenge on South Africa's Pesitao. And that's exactly how, we moved from our own, from their own end that we've actually just scored a goal to our end where, that infringement happened. And then they awarded them a penalty. If you recall, 2 Nigerian citizens was said to have died as a result of that due to heart attack. So this has happened. It's football. And then for, the Egyptian president and, of course, the coach and other players, who actually were calling for the head of the coaches, the officials, I beg your pardon, to be asked from the tournament. Well, I think they are just simply acting on emotions. If you've also followed the tournament all through, you understand that a lot of hard calls, hard tackles have actually, been said to have been allowed, to actually have the game, move smoothly. I think it's one of the strongest, World Cup in terms of challenge, because many of World Cup was actually witnessed over the years. A lot of, tackles that we've seen in this particular tournament, when it actually happens, referee definitely get to call it, but they don't get to call all of those. So they only get to call the ones that definitely would, decide a move, or the ones that actually end up in goal, or the ones that is, deemed too reckless in the end. Another, case in point, a lot of persons were actually citing this particular game was the, foul that was said to have been deemed to Mo Salah that should have been also a penalty. But if you look at that clearly, Mo Salah already, lost the ball, and you'll be wondering why, the referee is actually, why his referee is actually being called to actually act on, something that's as glaring as that. But then it's left for FIFA to actually now decide what they want to do. For as I was saying that, that they actually want to keep Lionel Messi, in tournaments and all of that. I think first of all, we have to go back to what's wrong with Africa. I think this victim mentality is going to really hurt us more than we will ever imagine. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen African countries throw away a huge lead in this particular World Cup. We'll go back to the game, Senegal clearly, comfortable against Belgium, 2-0. They lost that game 3-2. Netherlands against, Cote d'Ivoire, 1-0. 2 goals, I mean, would have actually sealed that, but then they allowed the Dutch come back into that game and then win that tie. We also saw Cabo Verde also. I mean, at some point, I was expecting them to actually drag Argentina all the way to, the penalty shootout. And now we're actually seeing this one. 10 minutes to the end of the game. I mean, the Egyptians are, a way better team in terms of Keda compared to the Cabo Verde. So we expected them with the level of experience. But then they're actually going for the Argentine jugular to actually get one more goal to actually seal it. And that's exactly their biggest undoing. And if you look at the third goal, when the third goal actually came, there was just 2 men, in the heart of the defense for them. And I mean, Enzo Fernandez is not even one of the he's not even one of the tallest players on the pitch. He has to actually rise above, the man in front of him to actually get that goal. So I don't know what the complaint's all about, but let's get to see what FIFA will definitely decide to rule in the end. But for me, I think African countries need to actually really do better. It's usually, I mean, it has also, it has been the same problem over time. 10 minutes or a few minutes to the end of the game, they tend to capitulate. This is not how you win championship. The only team that has shown strength mentally, in this particular tournament is Morocco from Africa. And there you see, if you must win the World Cup, it's beyond talent. You need to have a rich strength in terms of, mentality. And African teams have shown that they are very weak in that sense. They feel so satisfied that, okay, we've done this at, up to this point, maybe at 80 minutes, 70 minutes, they feel so satisfied, and then they go to sleep. And that's exactly where, top teams actually rise. Top teams don't even have, a top team don't need to do all the best. We also saw the DR Congo against England. They went up 1-0. We were expecting them to actually hold on to the tie. But then what happened? England actually turned around. So it's a problem for the African team. Mentality is an issue here, and we really need to deal with it and leave this victim mentality. They've lost, and they just need to go back to do better. It's unfortunate. 2-0. I mean, it's too much.
Yeah. What if there's a situation where the officiating didn't really help you, even though you're 2-0 up? Is that enough reason to say that being 2-0 up is not longer enough? I understand that Argentina, they are one of the best mentally fit team in the world. Yeah. If you want to beat Argentina, you have to be mentally strong and ready for the job. It's not all about the football alone. Mm-hmm. Yes. And of course, we see them against African sides. They've always been mentally stronger than African teams. That's why they always beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria each time they meet at the World Cup. And of course, I will say it that they've turned this World Cup to a mini AFCON. Argentina has been playing all the African teams and beating them out of the competition. And it seems like they understand how to beat the African teams.
Well, Jerry, see, again, you actually highlighted something very important. You know, when it comes to football, right, I don't think there are up to two teams that can actually match Argentina when it comes to mental strength. They understand the psychology of the game. They know that, you know, if you must win a game, you have to actually destroy your opponents mentally. And that's exactly what they've always been doing. It didn't even start now. I mean, Maradona also enjoyed it. You know, they are quite quick when it comes to, you know, fast break or even, you know, taking you unaware. If you record the game against Cabo Verde, Lionel Messi also take a fast free kick even before the goalkeeper, Bosnia, actually, you know, completely set his line. These are the things Argentines are known for. They are very good with antics. But the officiating yesterday was clear, right? The only point of controversy, I'll say it again, is at the point where that second goal was disallowed. And trust me, we've seen it before. The Super Eagles also suffered the same fate. And it is the right call, because if you actually have to, you know, pull a man down to go get a goal, then definitely that call has to happen. And that has to be made. So for me, right, I think they have to just go back and then sit back and, you know, ask themselves where they did get it wrong. If you ask me, right, Jerry, where they got it wrong, I'll tell you where they got it wrong is at the point where they look at the clock, it's 80 minutes. The coach, you know, should have actually decided, you know what, let's sit back. And you know, the Egyptians are one of the best, you know, defensive team in Africa when they choose to defend. So I was wondering, like at 80 minutes, I was expecting them to actually, you know, go back into that mode that we know them for. But what did they do? I mean, Egyptians are known for their antics, even in African football. They sleep on the ground, they do all sorts of very funny things. I was expecting that sort of attitude against Argentina to break the spirit of the Argentines. This same Argentina in 2018 went up against France in that World Cup. They lost 4-3 after losing the game 4-1 at, you know, for a very long time of that particular game. Argentina came back to score two additional goals, almost equaling. Just imagine France only scored 3 goals. That's exactly what Argentines are known for. They are known to actually come back from the dead. So if you're actually 2 up against them, trust me, it is not over. And that's exactly why, you know, I look at, you know, people who are actually calling for the head of the referee, and I ask the question, where exactly did the referee actually get it wrong? Is it a call on Martinez? That was clearly a foul. If there's any other incident, well, maybe I don't know, but I know that there were tackles, you know, from both sides that the referee actually did ignore. So I mean, I don't know.
I think you're just a bit disappointed in the fact that
I'm very disappointed.
Failed to capitalize on the 2-0 result.
It's not just about Egypt, because it's been a trend in this World Cup, Jerry. Congo did it. Cote d'Ivoire did it. Senegal did it. Right? It's been a trend among African teams. It's so at this point it doesn't even make exactly. It doesn't make sense again, Jerry. I mean, we need to actually
do with coaching.
Well, to an extent, yes, because it's expected that the coach is supposed to be the one that will lift the mental block of the player. If you look at that Egyptian, you know, that team yesterday, you understand that Mo Salah seems to be the only person who understands what that stage feels like, because he has played at the highest level. Right? He was smiling. He was just, you know, all over himself, trying to do his business, because he understood what the pressure that comes with that. But the rest of them just want to, you know, play football. They don't understand that every single time, every single minute of the game comes with some level of responsibility. They don't understand it.
All right, youthful exuberance could also play a role. And let's talk about the fact that Lionel Messi was in tears, and he has come out to tell us why. He said the tears after Argentina's dramatic 3-2 win over Egypt to reach the World Cup quarterfinals were a release in what could have been his final international appearance. And of course, the 39-year-old broke down in a rare show of emotion at the end of an incredible last 16 tie in Atlanta, and that took the defending champions to the brink of a shock elimination. And of course, the Argentina captain saw a first-half penalty saved as Egypt stormed to a 2-0 lead, but Messi also led the late fight back. His cross teed up Cristiano Romero to have the arrears of 11 minutes from time before the 8-time Ballon d'Or winner smashed in the equalizer, and Enzo Fernandez completed the comeback in stoppage time to set up a quarterfinal clash against Switzerland this time around. Okay, but if you look at it, Messi was also crying because the way things were already turning out, that penalty miss alone was looking like it was going to be a bad day at the office for Argentina, but somehow something just happened. Maybe the referee happened, or a miracle happened, or the mental strength of the Argentines were far ahead of the Egyptians, and the man couldn't believe it that, wow, I still made it through. I would have joined Cristiano Ronaldo at home.
Well, Jerry, we have to give it to the Egyptian goalkeeper, Shobero. The guy was, you know, a stand-up performer yesterday. He did a lot of work, to actually keep Argentina at bay. This is exactly why, I get so very much, angry about the game yesterday. The keeper did a lot to actually keep them in the tie. I mean, Argentina in the first half, they should have actually equalized that game, but that keeper was very good, and I mean, I was expecting them to actually, do what they need to do to ensure that particular, even if Argentina is going to get a goal, let it just be one goal. But hey, I mean, they actually allow it sleep. And for Lionel Messi, it shows the passion. I mean, you saw how, it's not even the final yet, right? This is just round of 16 going to the quarterfinal. It's not even the final yet. You see how the players are throwing him up. You see how they actually, encouraging him and pushing him. It tells you a lot about what the team is like, the unit, how they see themselves as a family. I mean, when Lionel Messi lost the penalty, you could see Depot actually encouraging him, and they understand that yes, I mean, even the best can actually get to have a bad day. And this is actually his fourth loss, in penalty shootout, in penalty, in the entire World Cup after playing about 8 of them, so which means he has actually lost 4 of his entire 8 penalties in FIFA World Cup history. And that says a lot about the person. And this one is actually very crucial because of the time and, of course, because of the team at the point they're actually playing against. So it's expected. It shows that, he's also human. It shows that, the emotion of the game also got a better of him at some point. But hey, I mean, who cares at this point? They've won it. And then the difference between them now and, African teams, the ones that actually highlighted earlier on, is the fact that Argentina and other European countries understand that the trophy is the biggest achievement. But for the African team, it seems like, at the end of the day, they are actually looking for people that to sympathize with them, clap for them and say, okay, you guys did a very good job. Unfortunately, you were not able to actually get it through to the finish line. I said it yesterday, Jerry, and I'll say it again. People will sympathize with you. People will actually, understand how you feel, emotionally, talk about how, you are robbed and all of that. But nobody likes a weak person. And nobody, wants to, associate with a weak person. And that's exactly where Africans actually fall short. We are actually very weak mentally. And that's exactly what is actually happening in this World Cup.
All right. Of course, it's going to take a lot to stop Messi from taking the MVP award as far as this World Cup is concerned, because Messi is on fire. Messi was thrown into the air by his teammates in celebration after netting his 21st World Cup goal. Yeah, this is his 21st World Cup goal. You heard it right. And of course, an 8th of this tournament to edge back in front of the battle for the Golden Boot. This man is serious. He means business. And of course, when Messi is emotional, the opposition suffers. Yes, he's been emotional from the beginning of this competition, and he's pouring out all the emotions on the opponent. All right, let's hope that Messi gets happy, because he's not really at the happy moment right now. And of course, the opponents are really frustrated. Anyway, let's go over to the quarterfinal pairings. And this time around, it looks very interesting. France entered this quarterfinal as favorites, but Morocco have given every indication that they can make this a far more difficult contest than France's previous knockout matches. It is also a rematch of the team's 2022 World Cup semi-final won by France. And of course, this game comes up in the late hours of Thursday, Nigerian time. And of course, if you take a look at what's at stake, the winner advances to the semi-final to face the winner of the game between Spain and Belgium. And of course, France's biggest weapon remains the pace and creativity of attackers led by Kylian Mbappe, supported by Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise. Of course, the ability to exploit space in transition could be decisive. Morocco will, however, rely on their disciplined defensive shape, quick counter-attacks, and attacking runs of Achraf Hakimi. And of course, goalkeeper Yassine Bono will also be important in this cracker. It could again play a crucial role if the match becomes a defensive battle. And of course, for France, they're monitoring the fitness of their midfielder Aurelien Tchouameni, who was already missing from the win over Paraguay. And while Morocco may be without Ismail Sabari because of injury. And of course, Argentina's Facundo Tello has been appointed as the referee for the tie. We'll get to that, the official of this game, as the show progresses. But France versus Morocco.
Well, I mean, it's definitely, one of those games you ask yourself, what will I be doing when this particular game will be played? Where will I want to be? I mean, you have to actually clear your schedule, clear your desk, you ensure that you're available for this particular one, because, I mean, it's certain that it's going to be a cracker of a game. But the truth is, France likely, might likely just, edge Morocco in that particular because of the quality they have in attack. But I'm not taking anything away from Morocco because, like we highlighted earlier, they have, arguably one of the strongest mental strength in this particular tournament. And of course, France actually had them in the last particular World Cup. 2-0 ended in that semi-final class. So France again knows them. And that France team is not even as good as this particular one. And that Morocco team, at that particular World Cup was also not as good as this particular Morocco team. So again, it's definitely, the stage is set to have, one of the very best, quarterfinal games in this particular tournament. But I mean, the manager of Morocco is one man who a lot of persons have actually not been paying attention to. That man. Ouabi is actually a very intelligent person. He won the very first, second under-20 World Cup for African nation after they defeated Argentina in the final in the under-20. So again, he understands what it takes to actually win a major championship. And one of his strengths in that particular under-20 was the fact that they were very, very good in transition and they are very, very stoic when it comes to, keeping their shape and then, defending their goal. And they did show it against Brazil. Brazil was very, very lucky. Vinicius Junior's brilliance actually got the goal. And Morocco is also one of the teams with the most outstanding goalkeeper in this tournament, the person of Yassine Bono, who can actually save, you from, any kind of attack, that even the best, very best of, attacking threats, will be coming with. But it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, France has also got a very intelligent, centre back in Saliba and Upamecano. But here's where the problem is going to happen. It's in the midfield. Now, Morocco has got, the likes of Azzedine Nahi, who's played in the World Cup before. He understands the pressure. He's also very good on the ball. And it was also, the reason they actually scaled through in their game against Mexico. In their game against Canada. But then, Jerry, the man who I want everyone to actually watch is the young man in the midfield, 18 years old Bouhaddi. This guy, Ayub Bouhaddi, is actually, he was actually the captain of France under 18. But he wasn't good enough to actually be part of this World Cup. For France because he's just barely 18 and there are a lot of cues for him. So he had to move to his original country, which is Morocco, and now he's actually playing at the World Cup. He's going to actually want to show France that, yes, I'm actually so good, and this is exactly the stage I actually belong in. But Jerry, the young man's got a lot of quality. So now he's the man who has actually been jump-starting and then keeping the shape of Morocco in that midfield. He's the man who's been able to pull the string and then decide how Morocco actually play. Will he be able to pull it off against France? If he's able to actually stand up the way he has shown in the last couple of games in this tournament, trust me, France definitely find it very difficult to actually defeat Morocco. And I mean, the weakest part of this French national team is in their midfield, right? They really don't have, the best set of ball keepers. Yes, Rabiot is actually quite good, but he doesn't have the leg anymore. And I don't know who's going to be coming up, if it's Chouameni, if it's going to be Kone. Any of these guys are actually not one of the top guys, you want to look at, like the Rodris of this world. But yeah, I think Morocco will be able to hold their own in the midfield and the defense. Where they have, lacking in strength is the attack. Why France, problems in the midfield. So it's going to be quite interesting. DJ Deschamps is a manager who's won the World Cup before, he's won it as a player and as a coach. So he's got what it takes to actually ride the guys, push them, through the edge. Again, another manager for the other side is also a World Cup winner. You want to say yes because you want to say, oh, it's an under-20 World Cup. But hey, take nothing away from that. He's also a man who understands what it takes to actually win at the biggest stage. So I definitely want to see this game how it's going to pan out. It's going to be defined by a very tiny margin. Morocco might actually just get the first goal and then seal it. Or France also might also keep it so late and then seal it. But I don't think it's going to be a game that's going to be defined by a lot of margins. No, it's going to be a game that's going to be defined by very, very tiny margins. And I think, Morocco might just, end up shocking the rest of the world.
All right, and of course, let's wait to see how that happens between both sides. And of course, if you take a look at the times these guys have met head-to-head, they've played 5 times against each other. And it seems like France has the upper hand with 3 wins out of 5 games, and of course 2 draws in that one. And of course for Morocco, they're still waiting. Okay, they've only won once, and of course they'll be waiting for their second win against France this time around. And of course 3 times they've lost to the French team, and goals scored. It looks like France have been lucky or good in front of goal against the Moroccans, who have 5 goals to show out of 5 games. It looks like 1 goal per game. Anyway, it's going to be a very cleanly contested one. So the responsibility will now fall on players like Mbappe to add to those 12 goals. And of course, Hakimi, too, though he's a fullback, he also adds goals to his team. And of course, it's going to be a big duel because Mbappe is going to be coming from the left, and Hakimi, who's going to be there at the right, trying to make sure that he stops I'm talking about Kylian Mbappe from causing havoc. And of course, they're familiar. They've played together at PSG. He understands what Mbappe is all about, and he should be able to stop him.
Well, I mean, we saw it in 2022. You know, Mbappe definitely will not be playing from the side. It's either Brady Barcola or Zedui, who's definitely going to be coming from that particular side. But whoever it is that is coming from there, it's also definitely going to be a very difficult game for Achraf Hakimi. Achraf Hakimi, take nothing away from him, he's also a very intelligent player. He understands what this stage is all about. So, I mean, whoever it is, if it's Brady Barcola, Zedui, is familiar with them as well. They are his teammates, you know, presently in PSG. There's also an Ousmane Dembele who also can actually, you know, move on to that particular side. Yes, he's also familiar with them. But I mean, one person who, you know, we're actually not actually paying attention, he also might just be the man who's going to decide this game, is Ibrahim Diaz. The guy has shown, you know, depth touches. He's shown that he's got, you know, a very good eye to actually pick up, you know, the very tiny bit of pass that will definitely, you know, split the defense. He's done this in a couple of games, and it might definitely just do it against France. So I think it's going to be quite interesting, a game that we will have in our hands. The way Morocco is set up, I mean, I really love the way they actually play. They have a very strong mentality, and that's what it takes to actually defeat, you know, anybody you're up against. Jerry, trust me, this is one of those games you definitely want to actually have clear your decks for. You definitely want to see it. It's going to be quite interesting. I'm not going to call it yet. I'm not going to say, you know, France is going to defeat Morocco. I'll definitely just say that, yes, France got the edge to actually win this world. And I want to say that, you know, when it happens in the end that Morocco wins, I will definitely not be surprised, because they've shown that they have, you know, a huge mental strength. Because like I said, I mean, World Cup stage, the biggest of, you know, team that wins the World Cup, it's not about just the talent that they have. It's all about, you know, how they play as a family, and of course how, you know, strong they are mentally.
All right, mental strength, very important. How strong mentally, coming from Ikechukwu. And of course, football fans have flooded social media with criticism after FIFA appointed an all-Argentine referee team for the highly anticipated 2026 FIFA World Cup quarterfinal between France and Morocco. And the decision has generated widespread debate because Argentina remain in the competition and could potentially face the winner of the tie should Linus Scaloni's side also progress to the semi-finals. And of course, Argentina and France have built one of international football's fiercest modern rivalries, highlighted by their unforgettable 2022 FIFA World Cup final, which the South Americans won on penalties after one of the greatest finals in tournament history. And with the possibility of another showdown between Argentina and France later in the tournament, and of course, the officiating team for Thursday's quarterfinal between France and Morocco looks very, very controversial already, even before the game has started.
I think it's not the first time we are seeing all referee officiating a particular game. I think we have incidents like that in the Nations Cup qualifier, even in the Nations Cup as well. This has happened, you know, in tournaments. I don't know why people are actually picking all of these bones, but yeah, I quite understand. You know, the banter Messi and Ronaldo would definitely not end. I mean, until Messi actually eventually leaves the World Cup, or the World Cup ends, if he definitely would win it or not win it. But so far at the World Cup, is still very much on. People on the other side of the divide between Messi and Ronaldo will always pick up, you know, bones. I think a lot of persons are just struggling to discredit the World Cup. This is not you know, something that is unusual, you know, for you know, for us to actually see in a tournament where, you know, the entire, you know, officiating crew will definitely be coming from a country. Is it because it's coming from Argentina? What if the official is definitely coming from Norway? So what would they say? I mean, these are things that, you know, you look back and sometimes you start asking yourself, you know, these are conversations that should not be had. If they have issues with the referee itself, you know, the referee is someone who, you know, is a controversial person, or he does, you know, he's got a history of.
Is it about that, about the fact that the next team they're supposed to face?
There's absolutely no. The next thing they're supposed to face is not even Argentina. So that's the thing. The next thing they're supposed to face is not Argentina. They're the other side of the divide. If they win, it's going to be whoever wins is going to meet the winner between Spain. Yeah. So there's actually no.
And likely also play Argentina in the final. So, and of course, canceling your most likely opponent in the final is an advantage.
Jerry,
but would you
people are giving this Argentine team too much credit, right? People are giving them too much credit.
Why?
Argentina as a team,
they have the highest goal scorer in the tournament.
Take out Messi from that team. That team is very well average.
You can never take Messi out.
That's what I'm saying. That team is just very average. They don't even have the legs anymore to run. I mean, a proper team will defeat that Argentine side.
So you're saying that if Morocco goes ahead to meet them in the final, they'll stand a better chance than France? meeting.
Either way is right. Either way is right. If Morocco gets to the final,
among the two sides,
who says France will get to the final? Who says Spain can't stop France?
Okay.
Who says Spain? Spain defeated France already twice.
If France makes it to the semi-final, they stand a good chance of making it to the final. And eventually, if Argentina does well in their prayer matches, they have stand a good chance of playing.
Okay, so Jerry, let's look at the other quarterfinal appearance.
If you were to be a French national, for instance, would you be comfortable with this lineup of officials?
But what's the I mean, is there a rivalry, sort of rivalry between France and Argentina?
Finalists, yes, they played the final the last time around. Let's not forget.
So
Argentina beat France in the last final.
So who will you dread the most between Argentina, if you're a French citizen now? Who would you dread the most between Argentina and Spain?
Argentina.
Why?
Because you know Argentina.
Spain defeated them twice.
You can never.
If Spain get to meet this France again this World Cup, Jerry, Spain will defeat them again.
Can't be too sure.
Argentina, Spain will defeat them again.
When playing Argentina, you don't know what will happen on that day. Anything can happen. 5 minutes to the game, anything can happen when you have Lionel Messi. That Argentina squad, I prefer to play a team I know than to play. Argentina is full of surprises. They're a very difficult side to beat. You don't know the team that will show up on that day. And of course, Messi can just may not play anything in that game. Just one spot kick or just one free kick, and it's over. 1-0, and Argentina wins. That's how difficult play Argentina. It's better not to play them. Better to find a way to avoid Argentina. That's how difficult it is.
But Jerry, what I just see here is a lot of persons are just trying to discredit the World Cup, and that's what
it's not about discredit.
No, they're trying hard.
Should this be?
Jerry, it's not the first time. We've seen this in we've seen it in AFCON. It has happened before. We've seen it in World Cup qualifier. I mean, at some point we also
FIFA should listen to France petition FIFA that they don't want the Argentine referee.
Did they petition?
Should they?
No, they don't have a reason to. That's why they don't see any reason to. It's the game. It happens.
Okay. What if eventually the officiating, like Egypt is crying foul now? If it happens, would they now be blamed if they go ahead to petition FIFA?
I'll tell you something. If Paraguay had won that game, maybe that game has gone to penalty and Paraguay has won that game. France will cry foul. France will say, "How can you go into a game with so much attack and the Paraguayans did actually."
That's football 1-on-1.
No. France will say, the referee actually robbed them because a lot of tackles actually happened. There was actually no yellow card that was actually issued to the Paraguayans. France a lot of person will feel, you see conspiracy theories start flying that this actually was rigged for Argentina. They actually want France out and all of that. It's just the football, right? These things happen sometimes, and you get to see referee. I mean, this match might just end up being the very best officiated match in this World Cup. Jerry, you just get to see it.
I can put my money on that anyway. I can put my money.
Okay, so technically now you are saying that the officiating in this game
I keep my fingers crossed.
Okay, wait, but
wait to see what will happen.
Okay, not you now, right? From people who have actually been complaining, they're actually seeing this game as a game where the officiating will favor Morocco. Right?
That is their cry. They say
that's their cry.
It shouldn't be. Even if the officiating is going to be fair. And all
Jerry, who says
balance?
Who says
the thing is that in the interest of fair play, formally, when FIFA when it gets to stages like the quarterfinal and the semi-final, they find a way to reshuffle the officials for very, very urgent reasons. They don't announce the officials of the semi-final, the final, except the final, maybe. Yeah, the semi-finals, the quarterfinals, they find a way to make sure they reshuffle the referees so that they won't get to clash when eventually the countries involved have officials, they have to officiate those games. So in this case, I think FIFA should have been very careful so that these eyebrows will not be raised. Why not mix up the officials so that at least everybody will know, okay, yes, the linesman who may be coming from Turkey might say, no, the Argentine referee, this call is not okay. I believe as the linesman, I have a say. The fourth official has a say. But everybody will be speaking Argentine during the VAR, and of course, the fourth officials on the pitch. It's just like Argentina, Morocco up against France. Anyway, we'll wait and see how that happens. Anyway, they'll have to be mentally strong this time around, France. All the best in this game. All right, talking about Morocco, they've been dealt a major injury setback ahead of their FIFA World Cup quarterfinal clash against France with key attacker Ismail Sabari ruled out of the encounter. The midfielder forward sustained an injury during Morocco's round of 16 victory over Canada and has been confirmed unavailable for the highly anticipated showdown against the French side. And of course, the Atlas Lions have also been handed another fitness concern with defender Shadi Riyad also still will be missing, still struggling, I beg your pardon, to regain full fitness. Ismail Sabari has been one of the revelations of this tournament. If he misses that game against France, is it going to be a very, very big one? Big miss for that Moroccan side.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very big miss in terms of the chemistry he's been able to build with Ibrahim Diaz and Azadin Nuna. He's quite pacey, he's quick, he's just 22, so he says a lot about how much of a leg he's got. He would have actually caused a lot of problem for the likes of Upamecano and of course Saliba. But again, they've got Yusuf Ekabi in the on the bench, a man who was actually one of their, in fact, was actually their top striker going into the AFCON, just concluded AFCON a couple of months ago. So it says a lot about the quality they have, sitting on their bench. I don't think they will have problem with whoever will be stepping up for him. And I'll say this again, Jerry. Yes, he's actually been able to build some level of chemistry because of the movements he's got, because of the fact that he's quite young. But any other player who's going to be stepping up will definitely do a very good job. This Morocco team is beyond just a poster boy, and that's exactly why they've been so difficult, and that's why they are so ruthless. That's exactly why they've been picking and dealing with all of the oppositions with precision. And I see them also doing that. Stepping up against France, bringing in someone else to actually step in. And of course, the manager, like I said before, is also a man who actually understands the assignment at this stage of a competition. So I think yes, he's going to be missed, because he's been part of the team. But I definitely believe that Ekabi or whoever it is that the coach decides to actually field in that game against France is definitely going to do a very good job as well.
All right, wish them all the best. And of course, it looks very, very competitive this time around, and definitely it's going to be a difficult miss for the coach of the Moroccan side. And of course, 17 players will head into the 2026 FIFA World Cup quarterfinals with one booking away from suspension, with another yellow card ruling them out of a potential semi-final. Of course, under FIFA's disparate rules, any player who receives a second yellow card in the tournament during the quarterfinals will need Donald Trump or will miss the semi-finals if their team advances. Of course, a total of 17 players bagged yellow cards in the round of 16 that concluded on Tuesday. Morocco have 4 players walking the disciplinary tightrope: Issa Diop, Achraf Hakimi, Redun Halal, and Bilal El Kanouit. And of course, Achraf Hakimi, do you think he's going to be too careful against Mbappe and his fellow attackers, knowing that he's one yellow card away from suspension in the semi-finals?
Well, Jerry, it's just one of those games where you have to actually give it your all, right? It's better you get the yellow card now and then sit the semi-final out and then come back for the final if you eventually make it, than to actually lose it all here at this stage. They've got to the semi-final before, so the best minimum they want to give to their country is to get back to that same semi-final spot. So if it takes, sacrificing the 4 players, already on that particular rope, they definitely will have to do it. And I think this is exactly where the manager, Mohamed Aoubi, will definitely be, psyching the guys and tell them, you know what, don't worry, don't even think about, the card you have on you. If you definitely get to lose, let's trust the guys on the bench to actually do a very good job. Now, France has got the most potent attack in this particular World Cup. If they can stop France, it means that whoever nation they will be going up against is not going to be, as big a threat as what they've actually dealt with in the quarterfinals. Which means that you have it a lot easier, going into the next round of the competition. So that's exactly why I think that this France game is going to be like a final for them. They would not actually think about it. Even Ibrahim Diaz was already talking about this fixture after they actually defeated Canada, saying that he would prefer to actually play against France, because of some of the teammates, some of the persons actually people like Kylian Mbappe. He would really want to see them, the likes of Oran Chiomani and some other Real Madrid players in that particular fold. So he's definitely he understands what it takes to actually play at this stage, and they are actually expecting to. So every single French player in that particular team wants to actually play in a fixture like this, and trust me, they will not be thinking about what's going to be happening. So it's going to be a lot of work for Achraf Hakimi and of course the man on the other side of the defense, talking about Manchester United defender who's been one of the would I call him, the very underrated Moroccan defenders, because that guy, you look at him, the way he's definitely been defending. He's naturally a right footer, but then playing on the left side of the flank, he's also going to be dealing with a lot of loads coming from Olise and of course Osman Dembele. So it's going to be a very, very big game. But I don't expect them to actually think too much about the card that they actually have in this particular. If they think too much about it, then definitely they'll be so careful. And when you're too careful about ties like this, you're bound to lose.
All right. Of course, England also have 4 players at risk of suspension: Jude Bellingham, Nico Riley, Declan Rice, and Mark Guehi. Jarrell Konsa also picked up a red card in the Lions' 3-2 victory over co-host Mexico, ruling him out of the quarterfinal against Norway on Saturday. France, though, talking about Manu Kone and Michael Olise, are also one caution away from missing a possible semi-final. Switzerland's Granit Xhaka, Denis Zakaria, and Miro Mehum face the same situation, while Spain's Ferran Torres, Norway's Antonio Nusa, Belgium's Brandon Michel, and Argentina's Gonzalo Montiel complete the list. How come Argentina only has 1 player? Anyway, 1 player on the brink of this year. Anyway, I don't want to go into the conversation.
Well,
it is what it is.
You begin to sound like
no. I'm just pointing it out. No,
you begin to sound like the people you're actually saying they are the ones saying this.
No, I'm just pointing out.
What are you pointing out?
Wow, how come? Anyway,
what are you pointing out?
Anyway, it is what it is. Let's not go into that debate. All right, let's talk about coaches getting new jobs this time around. Premier League club side Fulham have appointed Alvaro Arbeloa as their new manager on a 3-year contract following the departure of Marco Silva to SL Benfica. Arbeloa took charge after Silva ended his 5-year spell at Craven Cottage to replace Jose Mourinho at Benfica. What a switch. Anyway, Silva goes on to replace Jose Mourinho. Mourinho goes to Madrid. Arbeloa leaves Madrid, takes over Fulham. What a triangle.
That's actually a very big triangle.
Yeah.
Mourinho, Arbeloa, and you look at it and you understand that football can actually be very funny. It's a very very funny place to actually be. But hey, it's actually good. It's actually good that we're actually witnessing this. Let's get to see how Arbeloa's career will shape up from here. Real Madrid gave him the right CV to actually get a top job in top 5 league in Europe. So let's see how he's going to actually manage Fulham from here. And then if he does well with Fulham, maybe one day he might actually return back to the Bernabeu. And this is really a starting point for him. I wish him the very best of luck. I think he's one of those managers who who tried his best to actually handle the dressing room of Real Madrid very well. But unfortunately, maybe technically he's actually not ready for the highest level. So let's see if he's definitely going to be able to actually grow grow in the job through Fulham and then become a very top manager. Once again, kudos to him, and of course Fulham. Let's get to see what they will turn out to be this season.
All right, another coach this time around loses his job, or when I say leaves his job, the Portuguese Football Federation has confirmed the departure of national team coach Roberto Martinez following Portugal's last 16 loss to Spain. Au revoir, Martinez.
Yeah, I mean, we all saw that coming. Martinez is going to go down in history as a man who's fumbled 2 golden generations of football nations. He did it with Belgium and messed that generation up. I mean, he's a man who actually took Eden Hazard, who we all know that this guy is one of the most dreaded winger at the time in Europe. National team, he plays Eden Hazard right in the middle of the park, and then you're wondering why they actually lost, why they were unable to actually achieve anything. That's exactly the kind of man you are dealing with. And then went to Portugal, I mean, with the likes of Vitinha, João Neves, Ruben Neves, Bernardo Silva, Bruno Fernandes. You're expecting them to actually go into this particular World Cup and give a very strong showing, get to at least the semi-finals of the tournament. But what happened? I mean, playing up against a French side, a Spanish side with a very good midfield as theirs. I mean, coming to their midfield was highly rated as the. In fact, they were actually seen as the best team with the team with the best midfield coming to the tournament. And of course, they've got Cristiano Ronaldo in the attack, the man who he doesn't need all of the speed. He's arguably one of the greatest finishers the world has actually seen in this particular game against Spain. I mean, they couldn't even hold their own. They couldn't even string a couple of passes together. It was so shambolic for them. I mean, Spain actually did them a favor by actually winning that tie by just 1 goal to nothing. If Spain had the kind of attack that Portugal can, Portugal boast of, trust me, that game would have ended more than 2-0 in that particular time. But unfortunately, it did end 1-0. And that's exactly the kind of man we're talking about. Roberto Martinez, I said it before this particular World Cup, he's a man who you describe as a very, very lucky chef with all of the ingredients, but he's a very terrible, at what he's definitely going to prepare. We saw what he prepared, and then, it ended, Cristiano's Ronaldo's World Cup career on a very, very low.
Yeah, very low. Okay. Anyway, two good generations from two different national teams, and yet he still could not offer them trophies. And of course, since Zlatko Dalic, he's been celebrated this time. He has stepped down after 9 years as Croatia's head coach following their defeat against Portugal in the World Cup. And the 59-year-old took charge in 2017 and guided Croatia to the final of the 2018 World Cup and third place 4 years later. And of course, Croatia exited the late 2020 European Championship in the last 16 and failed to reach the knockout stage of Euro 2024, although they were runners-up in the 2023 Nations League. And of course, Zlatko Dalic was the man who almost took them there. Of course, they thank him. His time was really resourceful for talking about the Croatian national team, Zlatko Dalic.
Well, I mean, this when you talk about managers who really understand their onions, and of course they've managed to over the years slice it very well. This is exactly one of the names you want to remember. I mean, that man, 9 years on the job, he did so well for Croatia. Croatia before him, I mean, Croatia managed to actually get close to the World Cup in the Davasuka era where they got to the third place, and now they didn't just make it to the semi-final, but they did make it back to back in two World Cup. They lost to France agonizingly, and now they lost to Argentina, who were eventual winners. So it tells you that it takes the champion of the tournament to eventually stop them from winning the tournament. In his era, also they produced the very first time in the history of the nation, the world best player in Luka Modric. So I mean, trust me, he's a manager you definitely want to look back and say he's done his job. I mean, just imagine this man scored the kind of quality that Portugal has scored with Cristiano Ronaldo. It says a lot about what they will definitely achieve, because he's a manager who, with players who are barely average, he took them to the semi-finals back to back in the World Cup. It's so unfortunate where he's got to leave the stage.
I really love how he was able to utilize talking about Luka Modric, that team, the likes of Rakitic,
Brozovic,
Perisic, Mandzukic.
I mean,
yeah, he's
Mandzukic wasn't even the fastest player. I mean, that at that point, right? Cristiano Ronaldo now is as fast as Mandzukic at that time. So it says a lot about how this man would have actually done if he had handled this Portuguese national team going to the World Cup, because tactically it's very sound. That Croatian side is not a side that you can easily break down. They understand what transition is and they can actually defend very well. But yeah, it's actually a very good one. Hopefully he's definitely going to land a very good job again. That is if he's still very much interested in coaching. I think he's still quite young, for a man. I think he's late 50s, I think 59 or thereabout. So he's still got it in him to be coach of a national team, or maybe handle a club side. But yeah, it's a brilliant manager. And that's him that made Croatia a very proper team you want to avoid in the World Cup.
All right, of course. So thank you, Zlatko Dalic. That's on behalf of the Croatian FA, the greatest Croatian coach of all time.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anyway, that's how we wrap it up on the show today. It's been a pleasure having your insights, Ikechukwu, as always. All right, and of course, big thanks to the guys who made sure the shows to your delights. I'm talking about the likes of Alex and not leaving out Shegun, his son, and of course, Paul, who made sure the show is to your delights. My name is Jerry Apelahai, saying thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Do stay tuned.
To the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelahai. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Voptv Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Voptv, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. Many thanks for joining us. I'm your host, Chukwuma Okoro, and tonight we bring you another packed edition featuring the biggest political stories driving conversations across the country. Well, the battle for the 2027 elections intensifies as Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso pushes back against Alimodu Sheriff's claim that Peter Obi has no meaningful support in northern Nigeria, insisting the political landscape is changing. We'll also examine the APC's defense of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's economic intervention programs, with the party arguing that key funding initiatives for businesses and young entrepreneurs are delivering on the renewed hope agenda. We'll also focus on governance and accountability as presidential directive has ordered, the president has ordered a 30-day ICPC investigation into the alleged fake Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, while the Senate distances itself from the controversy. And in what could mark a major shift in Nigeria's security architecture, the president has inaugurated a high-powered committee led by embattled Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, to draft the National Policing Bill, laying the groundwork for the implementation of state police across the Federation. And the biggest of them all is that we hear Peter Obi raise alarm that, well, my life is in danger. I might not even be alive to contest the 2027 elections. These are the stories setting the political agenda today, and we'll unpack what they mean for governance, accountability, and security, and the race towards 2027. Now, stay with us as we bring in our guests who will help us make sense of this. We have in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, Mr. Lawal Ekundayo. Mr. Ekundayo is a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Ekundayo, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We appreciate your presence.
Thank you. Good evening.
And virtually, we will be joined by Honorable Felix Pascal Pulevo. He's the state chairman of the Youth Party in Taraba State. He will help us get a feel of what's going on in the north. Well, let's quickly run into it. Now, Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, for the 2027 election, said he may not be alive to contest the election, alleging that the government is deliberately frustrating his activities and targeting opposition figures. He clarified that he was not making a direct accusation, but said his experiences suggested a pattern of obstruction and intimidation. Obi cited incidents such as alleged harassment at an airport and claimed that some supporters and associates avoid publicly associating with him due to fear of being targeted. He provided no evidence for the allegations, by the way, and the federal government is yet to respond at the time of filing this report. I mean, as we speak now, the federal government has not made a rebuttal or said, well, Mr. Obi, you are right or you are wrong. And about the airport incident, FAN or NCAA has not come out to say, well, this is exactly what's transpired. Now, Mr. Kundayo, how do you react to these claims by Obi saying that, well, that the government is after him and that he might not be alive, to contest the 2027 elections? When he was asked, is it because you are not likely to be on the ballot? He said, no, I'm talking about my personal safety, my personal life. Not likely that I will be alive in 2027 because of series of harassments. And he cited incidents, that suggest to him that, well, the government might be after him. How do you react to this?
Well, to me, it's not far-fetched based on past
incidents and utterances. Remember when the governor of Edo State said that if he's going to pass through his state, he must take clarifications. And then nothing happened thereafter. You know, when the governor said you must take clarification before you pass through my state.
Oh, before you come to my state,
mm-hmm.
you need to get clearance because,
yes.
I mean, you are a politically exposed person, high-profile Nigerian. And so you need to let me know you are coming so that I can provide security for you.
So I can provide security. So if somebody did not call the governor now, he can't get security. Even if he's passing through the state, he can't get security until you call. So how many people will call? Or have they been calling before? Before he became governor, have they been calling? When he was going to other states, did he call? Even after, when he is governor, did he call? So if you now make that statement towards a presidential candidate, it carries weight. It carries weight. We saw what happens to some opposition gathering in which some supporters of the other, I think, the ruling party went there to scatter the whole place. If he was there, what do you think would have happened? So we have had a series of incidences that really, buttress what he says, that there might be an element of truth. So it's the duty of the government now to provide security, because for the fact that you are a presidential candidate, you're already exposed. Talk less of some, government office holders coming out to also make that utterances carries weight. So if he says that, then it is not far-fetched. And I think the government needs to, provide him with, and the other presidential candidates, with security details as they move around until after the election.
Mr. Kunde, does it appear like, or that this government, the APC government, that they are scared of Peter Obi?
Well,
because this is not the first time. Peter is saying they are even making it difficult for me to survive. My businesses, my associates, people see me and they wave me at me at the airport. Nobody wants to come close to me because they are afraid that if they come close to me, the government might come after them. Are they scared of Mr. Peter Obi?
Well,
and why would that be if the answer is in the affirmative?
One thing is that those allegations, I don't see any strength in it for now, because he has not actually come up with a very concrete one, except the one that he said that happens in the
airport.
The airport.
Okay.
Which we expect the airport authorities to look into. Because if you can do that to him and he get away with it, definitely it can be worse. It can be worse. But what I'm trying to say is that the government, is the duty of the government to the federal government to provide security.
You recall that at some point in Ikeja area of Lagos, a property belonging to his younger brother's business was pulled down without due diligence and all of that. And so when he says, well, the government is even making it difficult for me to survive, do you think that is a spurious allegation that is unfounded?
I won't say
you recall that incident?
Yes.
Okay.
But I won't say it's unfounded.
Okay. Is it spurious?
Yeah, but yes, it carries weight. Okay. Because somebody in a prominent person like that, like Peter, will be coming up to say things like this, carries weight, because it's not just an ordinary person. He has contested before. He was a former governor. He's contesting now. So if he has allegations, he needs to be taken seriously. Okay. But things like that, I expect him to also, substantiate it by going to court. Taking government to court.
Or probably, making a report, to the IGP.
Yes, substantiate it.
Director of DSS.
Yes, and you present your evidence that you have used in substantiating it.
All right, I just hope that Mr. Peter Obi or his handlers will hear you and then take proper action. Now, let's quickly run to Honorable Felix Pulevo, who has joined us from Taraba State. Let's establish communication with you, Honorable Pulevo. Good evening and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Evening, Mr. Chukuma. Thank you.
Beautiful. Good to see you, sir. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
How is the north? What's going on in the north? Far northern Nigeria. What's going on there?
A lot is happening out here. The tension is rising gradually. Excitements are all over the place. People are wishing that the election should come any moment soon, so that probably they can express their franchise, and to some they feel that may be a pathway out of the present predicament they found themselves in.
All right.
Probably by the time we vote And then maybe if my candidate wins, I have hope that somebody else is coming to just change the narrative. That's the feeling out here.
All right, beautiful. We'll talk about the elections and what's going on in the north in a bit. In the meantime, I don't know how long you followed this conversation. Mr. Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the NDC, has cried out. He said, "My life is in danger. I might not be alive to contest the 2027 general elections." How do you react to that?
It's quite pathetic. It's sad. And that tells you the level at which our democracy is in danger, that every well-meaning Nigerian who cares about this country, who cares about the sustenance of democracy, should be concerned about this issue. Because all things being equal in a democratic setting that we are practicing, once presidential candidates of political parties emerge, they are supposed to be entitled to some form of security, the safety of their lives and property. And in democracy, it's supposed to be the will of the people that should prevail, not some form of imposition or intimidation. So much so that a front-lining candidates in the likes of Peter Obi or Atiku, who are topmost among other candidates, shouldn't be, scared of their safety, because it is going to plunge the country into a lot of crises, democratically and otherwise, if, for example, anything, God forbid, happens to some of these candidates. Because our literacy level, especially in the north, is low. Many people may feel it was masterminded by certain people in government as a way of stopping the other person. But to coast it home, we must ask ourselves that realistic question: is APC and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu scared of Peter Obi? And indeed, from their body language, they are portraying the fact that they are scared. From the claims Peter Obi has made, he has said it's not just insecurity in terms of my life, whereby you say insecurity is all over the country, everybody is exposed to risks and all whatnot. My businesses, my source of livelihood, people close to me. These things can affect, when you put them together, they have a way of affecting somebody's psyche. If, for example, Mr. Chukuma is my very good friend, that we create time after work, we sit down together, we chat, and over time, Mr. Chukuma can no longer come around. In the fear of, if he's seen around me, he's going to be punished, or he will lose something that is benefiting from this government. I think they are playing it too deep.
Okay, playing it too deep.
If you feel you're popular, you've already won the governors to yourself, right? You have the governors with you, and you said you have so many millions of registered members of your political party. Why the fear?
Why the fear?
Relax.
Why the fear?
Why are you scared? And
Okay.
your national chairman said you have delivered on your promises.
Exactly the point. We'll talk about that. I mean, you moved, Honorable, you moved ahead of me. That's the question I wanted to ask, but looks like you have already answered the question. But before we leave this conversation, I would like to ask you, Mr. Peter Obi was very clear, during that podcast interview. He said, certain things that I'm entitled to are also denied me. I mean, I don't get what I want, my entitlement. Could it be that he's talking about not having maybe police or DSS orderlies and all of that? Could it be what it means? And putting his life in harm's way by the people that are supposed to protect him, and they are not providing all of those things. Do you think that is what he's implying?
It is part of it. And I tell you confidently that the current government is jittering, and they are taking this thing too far. To be candid, the lives of Nigerians are not safe, and exposing this kind of individuals is not okay. That's the gospel truth. Because there is insecurity crisis in the country. You cannot rule out the fact that there are hoodlums around. It may not be government-sponsored hoodlums, but some people can take advantage of some of these porous settings, especially with publicly exposed persons of his caliber, and then try to mastermind crime. So you must ensure that these individuals are protected, because they are also carrying with them the mandate of a lot of individuals. Okay. Each of their political parties have registered members. It is these members that have come through democratic process and giving them their legitimacy, that we believe in your capacity, your competence, and your character. So go and represent our party in the election. So already they are carrying a mandate. The moment they emerge as candidates, they are supposed to be provided some form of safety and security by the state.
Okay, all right. I just hope that the federal government, the authorities involved are listening into all of this and ensure that they protect not just Peter Obi's lives, life, but the life of every other Nigerian, because as a matter of fact, every life matters. Now, let's quickly run into another conversation. Now, Rabiu Kokwanso, running mate to Peter Obi, has rejected Alimodu Sheriff's claim that Peter Obi likes meaningful support in northern Nigeria. Well, Kokwanso argued that Obi's estimated 2.8 million votes in the north during the last presidential election demonstrate significant backing and should not be dismissed. Kokwanso also said growing dissatisfaction with the current administration and the inclusion of a northern figure on the OK presidential ticket has strengthened the alliance's appeal. He insisted that voters in Kano State will support any credible candidate endorsed by Kokwansiya movement and urged Sheriff to focus on Borno State security and humanitarian challenges instead of making divisive political statements. Honorable, let me stay with you. At least let's understand what is going in the north. Kokwanso has reacted to claims, former governor of Borno State. I think that was on Monday or so. Former Borno State governor, Alimodu Sheriff, GAS or SARS as we know him, said, well, Atiku Abubakar, this is not your turn. It is not the turn of the north. You can wait up until 2031, then you can try. But for now, it still belongs to the south. Not just that it belongs to the south, that Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing very well and should return in 2027 to continue with the good works he's doing. Sheriff's words, not mine. Again, he said, Peter Obi doesn't have traction, in the north. I mean, whatever miracle that happened in 2023 is gone with the wind, especially now that Kokwanso is with him and Kokwanso has already lost power in the north and all of that. As somebody that is analyzing from the north, you understand, the political landscape in the north. Let us into order, you understand, between Kokwanso and Sheriff, because Kokwanso has dismissed Sheriff and said, well, lies. No northern leader, no northern elder has rejected Peter Obi. As a matter of fact, Peter Obi is gaining more traction in the north, and the northern elders are solidly behind him. Tell us, between Kokwanso and Sheriff, who should Nigerians believe?
I am privileged to have known SARS very closely between 2007 to 2010 on a personal basis and also as the governor of Borno State in Maiduguri, where I was for some years. I agree with him totally. That is the tone of the South. I am at home with him on this. I disagree with him totally on the basis that Nigerians are happy and comfortable with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He shouldn't rule out Obi. It's fine telling Atiku that is the tone of the South. Obi is a Southerner, and so Obi has the opportunity to still fly and should be the candidate of every Nigerian who is interested in the unity of this country. But the person of SARS is an individual that if the president means well for himself, he should be careful about. These are psychophants, sorry to use that word, that he shouldn't give so much priority and listen to. Because he is more or less trying to just tell him things that he wants to hear that are not real. Nigerians are not happy with him. If he calls what happened in 2023 a miracle, then you should expect a higher miracle. We can say that was a miracle that was carried out by Paul and Barnabas, and we're expecting a higher one when Jesus is coming in 2027, and he will perform higher miracles than what Paul and Barnabas have done. Because in 2023, the Muslim ticket was at its most popular state. The Northerners welcomed it. They were, especially the Northern Muslim, were told like, this is another jihad. This is another fight of faith. This is something we should key into. If you don't vote for the APC and Tinubu, the Muslim ticket, it's like you are crucifying Islam in Nigeria. These were words that were used to cajole them. Like your vote for them is a vote of sustaining Islam. It's like converting a Christian into Islam. And you know the kind of benefits that awaits you before Allah on the last day. These were things that were told to them. But I tell you, my brother, come to the north now. There are places that when you mention the Muslim ticket, people will stone you. People will beat you. People will insult you. Today you have Muslim clerics who are mounting their pulpits and preaching against it, who are conscientizing the people. Vote for candidates. You are all facing the insecurity. You can no longer live in your houses. You are suffering. The economy is harsh and all whatnot. And they are talking to the people. Nobody should come here and deceive you with the matter of faith. This is politics. It has nothing to do with our religion.
Okay.
Religion is to live a good life of whole morality. And this has given Peter Obi, sir, it is just, there are just few factors that can make me not to say that Peter Obi is becoming the replacement of Buhari in northern Nigeria. I am telling you this in high confidence, because the truth of the matter is that they believe in him. They see him as that righteous one that can be able to do it, because this was a position led Buhari, occupied. They saw him as the savior Nigeria has not been having over the years, that any opportunity given to him, Nigeria will be better for it. And so Peter Obi has transversed most part of the north, and he has been having a welcome, a resounding welcome in most part of the north that he has gone to.
Okay,
people
all
are
right.
comfortable.
All right.
And he has hit the current party by picking up Conquest. So that is the greatest shocker they are having.
We'll come to that. This conversation is getting very interesting. I'm quite interested. Now, before I talk about the Muslim ticket, let me go back briefly to Ahmadu Sharif. Does he command influence in the north, especially in the northwest, in the northeast where he comes from?
Not at all, Mr. Chukuma. Do you know how Sharif left the seat of governor? When his tenure as a governor ended, he attempted contesting for the Senate seat. Ali Modu Sharif contested for the Senate seat. I was in Meduguri then. It was even the Okada riders. This makara that they use for burial, that they put the corpse in and take for burial. These were things that were used by these Okada riders and people within the Meduguri metropolitan. The seat of the government, where the government house is, where the governor himself is. They were always putting his poster in it and moving around with it. In fact, demonstrating how they will bury him after his tenure as governor. He lost that seat. He couldn't win the election, sir. That is the level at which, even from his hometown, his own home state, he has faced that form of rejection. It was at the period of Ali Modu Sharif being the governor of Borno State that we had, the early days of Boko Haram. It was his lack of proper management of the Boko Haram incident. We knew how Yusuf started this whole thing. It was just an Al-Majri thing along Lagos Street, in Borno. There, you will sit in front of the house, be gisting with some of these boys. He was having a small microphone. You will be telling them, this Al-Majri system whereby you go around people's houses and beg for food and all whatnot. And then they will be like telling them, some of these small boys now that you are seeing driving cars and all, were they not born when you were going to their houses and begging for food? And they'll be like, yes.
Okay.
Some of them, you were in their houses when they were in primary school and all whatnot. And then he was brainwashing them and then telling them that, you see, now they have gone and acquired Western education. And over time, the Western education is making them to look down on you.
All right. Now, established, Ahmadu Sharif doesn't command influence, even in Borno State, much less the Northeast. Now, let's return to the question of Muslim ticket. Are you aware that the Muslim ticket is back on the card as we speak now? Because yesterday, APC said, well, we are going to upload the names of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima as presidential candidate and running mate in 2027. Are you aware that Muslim ticket is still on the card fully? So how far can they run with that in 2027?
It is not going to make so much of influence. And I tell you, sir, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is allowing the Muslim ticket to just fly because of what the feelers he's getting from the north, especially with Konkoso on the ticket with Obi. Because I can tell you candidly, his concern is not so much on Atiku. It is even the Obi who is not a northerner that is of great concern to him, because he has paired his ticket with a person of Kwankwaso. He knows the effect of what Kwankwaso can be able to do for them in the north. So the popularity of the Muslim ticket, even if it remains, is not there. So he's only scared that he may have outright rejection if he removes it, since there are still you still have a fairly poor percentage of some of the Muslims who are fundamentalists and will now feel that yes, being a Muslim ticket is still there. But deep down, it's not the intention of Tinubu that you should fly this ticket with Shetima.
All right,
it's
then.
just caught up by circumstances.
Okay,
That's
out of
the
political
reality.
expediency and all of that. All right, thank you very much, Honorable Pulovo. We'll come back to you in the course of the conversation. Now, let's return to the studio, where we still have Mr. Lawale Kundaya. Mr. Kundaya, according to Kwakwanso, in 2023, Obi had 2.8 million votes. And he said, well, he's even going to do better because he has me on the ticket now. So I'm asking you now, is it because the circumstances have changed or because the metrics have improved? Which one will it be? If you agree with Kwakwanso, by the way, that 2.8 million votes in 2023 was a child's play, that it will be more in 2027. What do you see coming, sir?
One, it will happen based on the situation.
The circumstances have
changed.
changed.
The situation of the country. Because it's still what we're riding on. You know, in 2023, people wanted to change APC. But it didn't work based on circumstances. So what happened was that was why Obi was able to get so much vote, beating expectation. Okay. So he became the man to beat because it's unpredictable. He can go beyond what they expected. So they have this lens on him. You get it? Now, he went to Kano to meet Kwankwaso, and then why did so much crowd came to greet him? And that was where the combination were shouted by the people of Kwano, the Northerners. They were shouting, Obi Kwankwaso, Obi Kwankwaso. So that means that they have gone, many of them are getting enlightened. They are getting wiser based on the situation and based on what they were told before. So they are getting wiser. That's why when he went to visit Kwankwaso, like I said, the people were shouting his name along with Kwankwaso.
Okay, now, Mr. Kundayo, if you believe strongly that the circumstances or the situation has changed because there is more economic decline now. In
more than before. It used to be, yes.
Now, exactly the point. In 2023, there was economic decline and Nigerians were complaining. Bags of rice had increased, exchange rate had increased and all of that, but not to the level that it is now. At that point, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was a man from the outside. He wasn't in government. And at that point, Nigerians realized somehow that Tinubu wasn't Buhari's candidate. Yet, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was able to pull that big surprise, from outside. That was in 2023. Now he's operating from inside with 32 governors in his kitty, with the National Assembly in his kitty. How do you think that Obi will do more than 2.8 million votes in the North in 2027?
You can, maybe the way he did it in Lagos.
You think Lagos will repeat again?
Maybe
you think Lagos will repeat in 2027?
It might happen in Nigeria. That's why there's a lot of, this, I don't want to use the word fear, a lot of, this focus on him to try to understand him and try to make him speak, to be able to understand his direction, to be able to predict him. Because somebody you believe cannot defeat you, you giant, and they succeeded in defeating you. The next time you want to meet such a person, you won't be looking at that size you carry. You'll be looking at what that person, that tiny person has, that you cannot match. Because if a dwarf defeats a big giant, that giant already has that giant size. That giantism is already there. You get it? And this tiny size is already there. And they succeeded in defeating you. The next time you want to meet that same person in a rematch, you'll be looking at that's your size, because that's your size did not work. You'll be looking at what that person has in his sleeves that's going to use against you again. Now, so what I'm trying to say in essence is that it's unpredictable.
It's unpredictable.
Yes. That's why I said if you could, defeat Bola Ahmed Tinubu in Lagos, a whole Lagos, a strong O, then
with only 10,000 votes.
Even with one vote.
Okay.
And then he got it in Abuja, defeating APC in Abuja too.
Okay.
Their seat of power. Then what cannot happen?
Do you think that the difference in 2027, with the OK ticket will be because Kwakwanso is stronger than Baba Ahmed?
Yes. It's one of it. Because Kwakwanso got 1 million votes. You know, and then with that, and then with what is going on in the north, as of now,
what's going on in the north?
So let's start with the insecurity, because nobody can do anything when there's insecurity.
It's everywhere. It's not just in the north.
See, I am saying, we are, you know, the focus is now in the north. We are discussing the north now.
Okay.
You get it? So what I'm saying is that no matter what the initiative of Mr. President, it cannot work because of the fact that who will do business in a place that you don't feel secure? Somebody can come today and pack all of you, and then before you know it, they are demanding for so much ransom.
So do you think that is going to sway the votes of Nigerians in 2027?
Yes. Yes.
What has changed between then and now in terms of political education, political orientation, political sophistication of the average Nigerian? What has changed? Look at what happened in Ekiti the other day. We saw a young lady waving watts of new Naira notes, 1,000, 15,000, APC for life. What has changed between 2023 and 2026?
It was even worse in 2023. But
the
now
people are
it's
still
only one
collecting
person.
money.
No, you can't rule everything out, but the number will drastically reduce.
The number will drastically reduce.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Kundayo, let's run into it again. Now, Nentawe Yedwata, the national chairman of the APC, said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is delivering on his campaign promises through intervention programs that support entrepreneurship, small businesses, and youth empowerment. He said these initiatives are improving access to affordable financing, creating jobs, and promoting economic inclusion across Nigeria. He also highlighted key programs, including the 75 billion naira presidential intervention fund for MSMEs, that's the medium-scale enterprises, the 11 billion naira support package through Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, that's MEDAN, and the 30 billion naira Youth Entrepreneurship Fund by the Niger Delta Development Commission, NELFund, and all of that. Well, he said the schemes are helping businesses expand, increasing productivity, and strengthening local economies, while reaffirming the APC's commitment to sustainable economic growth. Honorable Pulevo, what do you see? Has the president delivered on his promises?
He has not, though.
Really?
He has not. All this economy we are talking about, if I mean the money of NELFund used to enter students' account directly, like money that you can access, not being paid to the university, I'm telling you, many students are not even going to pay the school fees because that will not top their priority list. Some will even convert that money now to eat food or to do one or two things that may help their lives. So when now all these economic indices is calling SMEDAN, they have given 30 billion and all whatnot. How can these businesses thrive with this kind of environment, economic situation that we have, this hostile environment? Insecurity is everywhere. You set up your business, you are not sure of your safety in the next 10 minutes. There is no electricity. That is the one we're waiting for him with. You know, we have the song ready, we have that one waiting. So until except if he has some magic to do within these few moments, electricity is just a shadow of itself. Like we just have it theoretically that we have light in this country. So all these things they have mentioned out. They are all connected to the economy, and benchmark of this whole thing is electricity. If there is no good light, you know, most of these businesses will now have to spend most part of their money, and in fact, they gain, and at some point even encroach into the capital to power generator. You know, some of them cannot afford solar to be able to see that the business runs. So they have just reeled out monies,
okay,
you know, which
Honorable
we don't have account.
Honorable Pulevo, they have read out monies which they cannot even account for, according to you. Now, let me ask you, straightforward question. Should we hold the president and the APC responsible for all of this? Because the last time I checked, the president said, and the governors did acknowledge, that they are getting more money as a result of the removal of fuel subsidy. Should we continue to blame the president? Governors that used to get 7-8 billion naira per month, some of them receive in excess of 30 billion naira. Should we keep running to Abuja to say, hey, what's the problem? I'm talking about electricity. Before Buhari left, he domesticated it, removed it from the exclusive list, legislative list, and brought it to the concurrent, where both the federal, the central, and state governments could legislate and take policy decisions on electricity, railways, and all of that. Should we continue to hold the president responsible for all that is going down and going wrong with us?
You know, the president also at some point attempted to do local government autonomy and all whatnot. The whole ball stopped on his table when he was talking about this electricity issue and the removal of fuel subsidy. He did not tell Nigerians that I am going to give your funds to the governors. Not all Nigerians trust their governors. You know, some of them won election, yes, but the confidence of Nigerians in terms of giving our monies or monies that are supposed to be meant for certain programs and projects of the government. Why didn't you do nail fund through the governors? Why didn't you distribute this SMIDAN and other monies through the governors? Is it critical sector?
But I mean, the president, you can't fault him because, I mean, FAC is a constitutional arrangement. I mean, money is generated for the Nigerian government, for the Nigerian people, is paid into a federation allocation account. And so the committee shares that money between the federal, state, and local government, you know, tiers of government. So the president cannot on his own say, well, I'm not going to give you this money. He's duty-bound constitutionally to release those monies to the states.
Excellent. And then they are supposed to be meant for a particular purpose. And some of those purposes are supposed to be checkmated. The same National Assembly that is permitting the fact you share this money according to the 3 tiers of government is also saddled with the responsibility of oversight. And to a large extent now we know how rubber-stamped this National Assembly are to him. You know, so if you are the president and this is your target, you want to see that Nigeria becomes better, there are certain things that you have to key in directly and ensure that you have direct involvement. By the way, these governors
things like infrastructure, am I correct? Infrastructure.
Excellent.
Beautiful.
So
now the government says, the federal government says we are building infrastructure. We are building Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. We are building Badagry-Sokoto Federal Highway. Omahi says, I'm building federal roads across the length and breadth of this country. So what else?
No, not length and breadth, oh. Not length and breadth. I tell you, Mr.
You don't find those roads in the north. You don't find the Omahi roads in the north, or what?
Them. Even the northeast, where our vice president is coming from, there are certain roads in the northeast that have been death traps. You know, that people have been complaining about year in, year out. Road linking Taraba, Adamawa, Gombe, Bauchi. Every week, sir. Every week, people keep dying on this road. And we were even hoping that having the vice president now, you know, it will help. You will be able to influence certain things. So which highway? We have to talk, we have so many types of roads. These poor people here don't even have the capacity to buy cars that will take them to highway. They are dying on this low way here. You know, we are talking about this small road here. You cannot be able to fix them. If he's talking about he means well, he should liaise with the governors, possibly saying, okay, fix some of the roads in your state and the federal government will pay.
Okay, now federal government, Honorable Pulevo, unfortunately, I wish you had more time to talk about all of this. Maybe you have to reconvene some other time to expand the conversation. In the meantime, let's return to the studio. We still have Mr. Kunda. Mr. Kunda, the president. Iwata says he's delivering on his promises. Well, what do you see?
I don't know the promises they are delivering on. I don't know at
economic prosperity.
But what is economy? Economy
securing
is
the lives and property of Nigerians.
Economy is the life.
Giving you good health.
Economy is the life of the people. Whatever you see.
Giving you conducive business environment. And last count, I mean, how much have we brought in? FDI, foreign direct investment.
So where?
You don't see them. The government says we are doing more. Well, as a matter of fact, IMF, World Bank says, well, the economic reforms are making progress. Exchange rate arbitrage.
Okay, where the wife of the president said we can go and be selling akara.
People are selling akara, making big money out of it.
Okay, why are you not doing it?
I mustn't do everything.
You can know. If you want to tell me that if you see a better business than this one you are doing, you will not go for it.
This is my calling.
Okay, this is your calling. This is my calling. Yes. This is your calling. Yes. Okay. This is your calling. You want to tell me if you see a better, if they call you to come and head a parastatal in the government, you will not go because this is your calling.
Okay, so between selling akara and heading a parastatal, are they the same thing?
They are not.
So I'm doing my calling.
That's what I'm saying. That I just use that as an example. That if you see a better thing, with the
Mr.
economy.
Kunle, what's your definition of a better thing? I have my brother selling electronics in Alaba and doing well with it.
Thank you.
But I'm still here doing what I'm doing because this is my passion. I love what I do. And I'm doing good by myself.
You said your brother is selling electronics. I thought you was going to say your brothers are selling akara. And,
no, you said
and
why,
they are doing well.
I mean, it looks like from your perspective that akara business is the only thing that I should do to get by.
I said if it is, according to what you are saying, if it is something that is better.
I'm just telling you that.
Then you go for it.
Even before the first lady said, go and sell akara, a lot of people have been surviving, doing that business.
Yeah, do you know the meaning of survive? Survive and comfort. You know they are not the same. Survive means you are living with your life.
Mr. Kundayo.
But do you know
what? The president delivering on his promises?
No.
Okay, you don't see that.
Yes. You see, I would have given him some mark. I would have added to his percentage if he had concentrated on that local government autonomy. Now, do you know that same local government autonomy, they are excluding it from this police, state policing they are doing? Because we keep hearing about federal and state. But you've forgotten that the local government is closer to the people. And they're supposed to have their own policing. And they keep deliberately excluding the local government. Again, you get what I'm saying? Now, the same problem we are trying to solve, we find ourselves in it again. Centralization. Because now, you are centralizing the whole thing in the state again. You get it? Whereas the local government supposed to be taking part in the whole of the process. But now you are automatically excluding them. And then we'll come back to the same problem we are trying to solve with this state policing. Are you getting me?
You don't support state policing. You don't
see. I have said it. It's a 3 tiers.
Okay.
The federal, the state, and the local government is a government of its own. And you keep excluding. If you exclude them, it will still be the same problem that the federal is having that the state will have.
Well, some people argue that in federalism you have only 2 tiers. The central and the federal.
So then we should stop calling them
they are
local
creations of the state, state government. They are creations. Even the constitution says that much.
The local government is a creation of the state.
Yes.
So why didn't they approve the one that Lagos did that LCDA?
But they are still running.
No, they should have approved it. At the moment,
okay. Now, local government councils, are run naturally by the state. They might have been created by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but supervising and running them comes under the purview of the State House of Assembly, which is, at the state level.
That is, listen, I'm trying to analyze and project so that we don't have.
Okay, Mr. Kundayo, for lack of time, the president is not delivering on his promises.
No, it's not doing as good as
economy, not done well. Security,
no, that's even worse.
Education,
no, bad.
Health. Can you name one good thing that this administration can pride itself on? Just one thing. You can't find any.
I can't.
All right, let's move on. Now we are going to talk about something that is bothering Nigerians, and our president has directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate the activities of the alleged fake Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council and submit a report within 30 days. Now, the probe will examine forged appointment letters, fake government documents, alleged misuse of presidential authority, suspicious bank accounts, and anyone who may have helped the scheme with all federal agencies ordered to cooperate. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Senate said it will not investigate the matter for now because no formal petition has been submitted and the case is already before the court, where the police have charged the alleged PFIPC Director General Adeniyi Adeyemi Matthew with forgery and impersonation, while his father, who was briefly detained during the intervention, has been released. And now, in another serious development, we have the president constitute a 7-man implementation committee for state police. And know what? The person in charge of this committee is the person at the center of the drama of the fake agency, talking about the President Chief of Staff, Femi Gbajabiamila. To head that committee, where you have the Inspector General of Police, the Attorney General of Police, National Security Advisor. I think there are 7 of them. Femi Gbajabiamila, the embattled Chief of Staff to the President, is the chair of that committee. Honorable Pulevo, how do you react to this development? Join both conversations.
That's the height of that is the level at which the president is taking Nigerians for granted, sir. Because the truth of the matter is that if he has any integrity, if he feels that his government has some moral standing, all things being equal, even if this guy is not suspended, at least you don't even rub it on the faces of Nigerians by setting up a committee making him to chair the committee when there is this burning issue on ground, and the man in question is pointing serious fingers and involving your chief of staff every minute of the way as he keeps defending himself. So I question sometimes who advises the president, how are these pieces of advice being, channeled, and how he views some of these things. These things are not right. And it's just because most Nigerians take a lot of things for granted, because if not, these are decisions that should just make us to put this government out of power. 1 minute. Like even before 12 noon on election day, it should be out of power. Because these things are not right. So how do we have the conviction that yes, you are fighting corruption and you are standing on the pathway of integrity and upholding moral virtues that will bring about development of this country? This guy is being indicted. Why not he steps aside? If over time the panel you have said or the investigating body finds him innocent, he is reinstated. Simple. And that will add credence to your fight against corruption. But in the midst of this whole saga, all that Nigerians will get from you is to even set up a panel, a committee for implementation of state police that is supposed to also ensure fight against crime and criminality, fight corruption and all whatnot. You are fixing a person who is indicted strongly for corruption to head such kind of committee. Come on. Like, it's sad. This is pathetic. I feel very bad, and I don't feel very proud at this time to be a Nigerian with this kind of situation that is happening and under the watch of the president. It's too much. You don't rub it like that on our faces. Okay. This doesn't speak well of us in the international community. People look at us as if like these people don't even know what they are doing. Yet the same people will come out, the same government will come out, and even the national chairman will now they have delivered on their promises. Nigerians are happy with this government. That is why you see governors are defecting to our party and all whatnot. No, come on. This thing is not right.
Not right according to Honorable Pulevo. Thank you very much for your time and attention. We do appreciate your presence. Now let's return to the studio. Mr. Kundayo, react to this and let's have your concluding thoughts.
Yes.
ICPC investigates the fake agency. In the middle of that, we have the president appoint Femi Gbajabiamila, his chief of staff, as head of implementation committee for the state police.
Now that agency, there are two issues to that agency. Why is the government focusing on one? They are excluding the other one that has to do with Gbajabiamila. You keep calling this agency fake that has a budget. Shouldn't be calling it fake. It's supposed to be calling it something like a controversial.
Okay.
It's supposed not to be fake agency because
it does exist.
Yes, it's all. Why can you call something that is already that it? Okay, the Senate came up and say it's in the budget. They came up and said it is in the budget. So why are you not calling it fake? When the Senate approve it, the moment they approve it, becomes law. So it's in the budget. It's not fake. It's a controversial agency. That's what they call it. Calling it fake means that they're already crucifying the prince. Because there are two allegations on the ground. The guy complained that, Gbajabiamila collected money and is demanding for more money. They are not talking about that area again. You keep talking about fake agency. They'll look into it. They'll look into it. It's one-sided and it's already going into the direction they want it to go. It's not that. It's not a fake. It's a controversial agency, and the man indicted the chief of staff, Gbajabiamila,
who, by the way, has been appointed to head the 7-man committee for state police implementation.
That means that's why I said that they are already leading the narration.
Okay.
The ICPC is already being directed to where they are going. Don't go and investigate Gbajabiamila on the allegations that this man brought. Only investigate the fact whether the agency is real or not. You see? Now, they are picking a side. What about the other side? You see, now, that is that on that. The second one, okay. So, the second one is that this PIB, this policing bill, this policing bill that they set up a committee that Gbajabiamila is heading, I don't have confidence in it.
You don't have confidence?
Yes, because
is it because Femi is there?
It's more than that.
Okay.
People who are the agencies or stakeholders are supposed to be there are not represented. The local government is not represented there. The civil societies are not. NLC is not represented. We get what I'm saying.
It's not inclusive.
They are not represented. They are not included in that thing, and it's just one-sided. All of those people that are there are still the same federal, government people minus the one that has to do with MBA.
Okay.
Again, so I expect them to involve NLC, involve local government,
stakeholders, all stakeholders.
All the other stakeholders, let them be involved, especially the local government, because the local government will still come back to bear the brunt.
Okay, I understand. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kundayo. And I do hope that people in government are listening and create an all-inclusive committee that will carry everybody along. Now, Femi has been appointed, chairman of that committee. While growing up, my father always told me that, well, bad behavior, whenever you reward bad behavior, it gets worse. That is what it looks like at the moment. Gentlemen, I must appreciate your time and presence on the show. Talking about Honorable Felix Pascal Pulevo, who joined me from Taraba State. He's the chairman of the State Youth Party. I do appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. And from the studio here, Mr. Lawale Kunda, your political affairs analyst, who joined us. I appreciate your time too. Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus engineer, sound manager, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Ndemdioto. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
me tell Alex to get pictures for me. Alex, please get pictures. Thank you. God bless you. Sashego, let's start though. 7:02. A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance. Tonight, we'll begin with the latest development in the controversy surrounding the alleged Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, as President Bola Tinubu orders the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate the claims, while opposition voices question whether the probe will be sufficiently independent. We also will be discussing comments by NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi, who says he may not be allowed to contest the 2027 election, remarks that have generated reactions about political uncertainty, leadership, and the future of Nigeria's democracy. In addition, we discuss the Senate's response to growing calls for the federal government to take over South African-owned businesses in Nigeria amid renewed concerns over xenophobic attacks on Nigerians in South Africa. Finally, we turn our attention to the recurrent flooding in Lagos and the ongoing debate over whether the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway project has contributed to the problem. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Hello. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The federal government has taken another step in addressing the controversy surrounding the alleged Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, popularly known as PFIPC. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, to investigate allegations surrounding the purported council, including claims of forged appointment letters and the activities of individuals linked to the organization. According to the presidency, the investigation is expected to determine whether any laws were broken, establish the authenticity of documents that have circulated publicly, and recommend appropriate actions when necessary. Matthew Adeniyi, the acclaimed Director General of the Council, has welcomed the investigation, saying he is prepared to cooperate fully with the anti-corruption agency and provide whatever information may be required. Meanwhile, the African Democratic Congress ADC has questioned the decision to assign the investigation to the ICPC alone, arguing that an independent panel of inquiry would inspire greater public confidence and eliminate concerns about political influence. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Also, we'll be having join us virtually, Opaka Dokubo. He is a veteran journalist and also a public affairs analyst. He's also the national vice president of the Nigerian Union of Journalists in the state. He'll get to join us later on the show, I believe. Okay, let's This is a new development. ICPC. The president has asked the ICPC to probe the PFIPC, which, of course, the president claims to be fictitious. What do you make of this? Is this a step in the right direction?
The just like I said yesterday, they're just trying to deceive Nigerians. Understand? They are just trying to deceive Nigerians. So all the statements that you read to me does not make any sense. Understand? I'm looking at FOI document applying punishment where necessary, and so on and so forth. So if actually it is a fake, because I read the statement issued by Bayo Ononoga, and in the statement, Bayo indicted Adeyemi. So if you have already indicted somebody, what is the essence of ordering for investigation? Understand? So for me, this is just to deceive Nigerians, as if to say, to give impression that they are fighting corruption. But this is a deal, an agreement that went sour. So they're just trying that to put up that impressions, and like I said yesterday, nothing will come out of it. Already, Senate has said that
they're pending,
that they're not investigating, because unless somebody writes a petition, the same Senate that approved their budget, understand? So somebody deceived you, understand? Maybe the agency is a fake, and they come and you approve their budget, and allocation was made. You are still waiting for a petition where somebody has taken you for a ride. So this is just an association of criminals. Understand me? It's just an association of criminals just trying to put up some acts, as if that's to say that they did not know what happened.
Oh, okay. When you look at this particular issue, because this issue has really raised dust, in the last few days or in the past weeks. But does this point to an isolated case of impersonation, or does it expose deeper weaknesses in our public administration and document verification system?
There's no impersonation.
Okay.
Understand me? That guy has legal authority, has the backing of the presidency to do what he is doing. Understand me? He has the backing of the presidency to do what he is doing. If he doesn't have the backing of the presidency, there's no way he would have gone to the Senate. Understand? His agency would have gone to the Senate, and the Senate looked at their budget and approved it. Understand me? There's no way he would have been given accommodation and office at a federal secretariat. Understand me? So he has, and I have seen several pictures of him with the big wigs in the presidency. So there's no impersonation. There is no iota of impersonation. Adeyemi himself said it, that he was asked that to pay 400 million, and he paid. After that, they begin to request for another money. He said no. Understand me? So for me, this is the only problem here is sharing formula. Understand? Maybe he tries to be stingy, and they say, if you don't do, we will expose you. Understand? So to me, what is happening giving a dog a bad name in order to crucify him.
Okay, you know, one of the things that this person, he had an interview recently with Very Dark Man, and he actually said that when the budget, he did not know how the budget allocation entered into the budget. And, you know, he was saying that when this even came up, he wasn't even, he had been arrested as at that time, was detained as at that time. So when you look at all of this, it just speaks to what exactly is going on, and people just have questions to ask. Well, before I let you continue, let me go to our guest. I'm glad to have you join us. Can you hear me? Can you hear me if you can? Good evening.
I can hear you.
Okay, yes. Let me bring you up to speed on what we've been talking about. We're talking about, you know, the purported fake agency of course, the fake agency, according to the presidency, the PFIPC. And I would like to know, we know that the president has asked the ICPC to probe this particular agency. What do you make of this? Do you see this probe? Do you see it as a good step in the right direction? Do you actually see it bringing to light many things that Nigerians are dark about?
Well, thank you very much. I hope it does actually address a lot of all things, put to rest the questions that have been asked. But whether Nigerians have confidence in this move, it's another story altogether. Because this is not the first time government will setting up a panel or to that certain things investigated. But you might say, yes, this is different because the scale is quite huge about this. And we, if it is about what government has done, whether it's the right thing, yes, it is the right thing. But there are other right things that should have been done. I expect that one of those things should have been that by now we would have had people in government either resigning or telling their story, what they know about it. Because it's not something that anybody can just put up a probe like this. Yes, at the end of it all, we need this probe. And I hope it really addresses the issue. But I'm sure a lot of Nigerians will be skeptical. Because a lot of probes like this, that level has really not answered a lot of questions. Sometimes the probe is done, at the end of the day, we do not get to see the outcome. So this will not be just something that would be attempt to sweep all of this under the carpet or just divert attention. And the way it happens in Nigeria, next 1 or 2 weeks, something else happens, and then this one is move ahead. So for me, is it the right thing? Yes. Do I have confidence in it? Very skeptical.
No, okay. You know, you said you're not sure if you have confidence in that particular probe, but the ADC actually aligns a bit with you. The ADC has argued that the ICPC, being a government agency, cannot independently investigate a scandal that potentially implicates officials, within the presidency. And when you look at it, really, the president has given the ICPC just 30 days to investigate this particular issue. Do you think that that's sufficient, for a case of such magnitude?
I mean the time frame. The time frame, in my opinion, 30 days is sufficient to at least give that something that we can hold on to say, yes, we see what has happened and what's happened. But, while I say I'm not too confident about it, that such proofs such as, you remember we had this forensic audit of the NDDC accounts and all of that, a whole lot of noise was made. They don't talk about just, thought about it, the forensic audit, we want to get down to all of that. Where is it now? So if at this point government wants to let us Nigerians this kind of treatment, we'll just wait and see. At the end of the day, like I said, I'm not sure so many Nigerians are really looking up to it to really unravel. Because by now, I'm not sure this will be, government has come so late. When did it happen? When did it go out? I mean, if the chief of staff's story is anything to go by, last year of October. So getting to 1 year, a matter like this was now that we're getting government to act on it. And a whole lot of talk about the central bank, talk about the National Assembly, talk about the Auditor General's office, talk about budget office. So many, so many. The head of service, and all of that. So, and we have not seen, government for me has not dealt with it with all the seriousness that it deserves. By now, 1 or 2 people should have been out of office. Even if it is just suspension, they should have been out of office. And then we know that government is serious. Everybody is just, where they are doing business as usual. And then all of a sudden you ask ICPC to come and go into investigation. And for me, I'm not sure government is treating this matter with seriousness.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studio. Otanosike, you heard what he said. He aligns with you that according to him, he said the government he doesn't think the government is treating this entire thing with the seriousness he actually needs. And like you mentioned, he feels that heads should have rolled over this particular issue, but nothing has happened. But when you look at this, do you align with what ADC is saying? ADC is saying that no, we don't want ICPC to investigate this. ICPC is supposed to be an independent, corrupt, and an independent agency. Are you saying that our agencies are no longer independent?
The issue is that at times these people talk as if they are not in the country. That's ADC. The whole system is rotten. Get the judiciary to investigate this. They are complicit. You are judges that are singing on your mandate. They stand. Get the bishops to investigate this. They are complicit. Understand? So for me, the only thing is to keep on educating and enlightening the masses that we should not continue this way. Understand? That is what the parties in the opposition should be doing. Understand? Because you don't trust the ICPC, who are you going to bring? Tinubu will not bring anybody that will be against him. Understand me? So it doesn't make sense. They gave 30 days. 30 days should be August 8th. Just less than 1 week before campaign starts. So they know what they are doing. Any serious organization can wrap up this under 10 days. Understand me? Any serious organization can wrap up this under 10 days. One, there's a budget. Who benefited from this budget? Central bank can track where this money went to. Understand me? Central bank can track where this money went to. Then the head of service will have to bring the report how they got a space at the federal secretariat. Understand me? So it is not a very serious crime to solve. So they just give this 30 days, hoping that before then, other news will break, and this one will go under. Understand me? That's the reason of giving 30 days. And you can see, if no news break, they will create news that will force this one to go under. They will manufacture news that will make this one that will go under, and Nigeria will move forward as usual. When what's his name, Christopher Musa was being sworn in, he said that he's going to investigate the KB school abduction. Understand? That he's going to find out why soldiers left there 30 minutes before the abduction of the student. Up to today, have you heard anything? No. So that's how this works. You can even see, if news refuse to break, you can hear of a major abduction of students. That Nigerians will begin to shout. In the process, this one will go down. Understand me? So, what the parties in opposition should be focused is educating Nigerians on the evils of this government and not waiting for a report from them. A lot of them benefited from this.
A lot of who? Dr. Nasir?
A lot of those in the presidency.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the opposition. But Dr. Nasir, the opposition is actually saying that they want an independent inquiry of trusted citizens. That's what they are calling for.
Who are the trusted citizens? Who are the... Just mention any trusted citizen in the country.
Are you not a trusted citizen?
Mention one.
Are you not a trusted citizen?
They cannot appoint me. They cannot appoint me.
I'm just teasing you. But Dr. Nasir, we have trusted citizens. Don't
Mention one. Give me one. Mention just one. Is it Kuka? Is it Adeboye? Is it Shoyinka? Mention one. Nigeria is rotten. Just mention one trusted citizen in Nigeria.
But Dr. Nasir, the fact that...
If it's when Archbishop Okogie is there, understand me? But he's no more active.
Active, yes.
Understand me? So, it is him that I will have mentioned. Kuka has sold out. Others have sold out. So the only thing for the opposition is to be educating Nigerians on the best way to use their votes in 2027. Understand me?
Okay, Dr. Nasir, before I go back to our virtual guest, beyond prosecuting individuals, we know, yes, there's a probe. Yes, I understand that you said most of these people have benefited, but we don't have claims yet of all of this. All of this are still allegedly. But beyond prosecuting individuals, if eventually...
They have a staff of 300. How we are there? How did those names come about? How did those names come about? The Senate that approved their budget, they must have sent some of the staff. So one of them benefited. Senate will have been running mad that they were deceived by an agency to approve a budget for a non-existing, for an unrecognized agency. But they say no, they're not going to investigate until somebody writes a petition. Understand me? Until somebody... So that shows you. So for me, like I said yesterday, nothing is going to come out of it. Nigerians should, the parties in opposition should be focused on educating Nigerians on how to use their votes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nasir. Let's go back to our virtual guest. You know, beyond prosecuting individuals, the word reform should emerge from this scandal. We are looking at this, should eventually this probe, and then, you know, people are prosecuted. But beyond that, what reform should emerge from this scandal to prevent similar incidents involving, you know, fake agencies in the future?
I don't know. Maybe you are still very expectant or you have very high hopes that this is going to lead to any kind of reforms. If there was going to be any reform in Nigeria, what's it? I think we should have had it before. So for me, this investigation, yes, 30 days they will start, and then We'll see how it gets. But then I insist that for me, it is. I don't really expect anything to come from. See, what we are dealing with is it cannot get worse than this. I don't see how scam corruption gets bigger than this. A situation where are we now saying that that appropriation bill, mind you, is an act now, with this kind of scandal? How do you classify or how do you label that law, that piece of legislation? How do we see the budget, an act of parliament that is already law, as it were? We're talking about an act, and you have it. You have what we are talking about in it, something that does not exist according to government, or a fake, something that was forged and appended to by the president himself. He signed it into law. Have we signed a fraud into law? Is that what we're looking at? Is that what we have on our hands? That the 2026 appropriation bill is blighted. So it's huge. For me, it just shows that truly we have so much to do in this country. And as I said, if we do not see people already or heads rolling before now, president should have started from putting 1 or 2 persons out of office by now. That's where to start. Yes, you might come back if you're found not involved at all, or maybe you are exonerated. But first and foremost, if you are named and looking at your level of involvement, you should leave office here from now and let us see. That will be the seriousness of it. Everybody is on their desk. He went to central bank of all. Somebody, without people didn't do due diligence, and they are still at their duty post. You said you want to investigate. I don't see how this. Look, are we really concerned about how this presents us in the eye of the world? How we are serious people? How else? Well, how much bigger can any kind of fraud get in Nigeria? If you call this man a scam. So I think for now we're not just serious yet. I don't see seriousness in what government is doing. And if the National Assembly in itself, the House went through the same budget, how many of them? The Senate itself went through the entire budget. Mind you, budgets are also, proposals are also defended. The 4 committees, they sat over it, all of them went through and okayed it. And as we speak, all of them are quiet. And you say we should expect so much from it. I don't, if you are talking about reforms that will come out of it, first and foremost, let them come out of the position that Nigerians will say, yes, this is, this appears serious enough that government probably have dealt with it sufficiently. Then we can begin to talk about reforms. But at the moment, I thought that if you are going to have a reform, the reform should have started by now with heads rolling in all the citizens that should have been involved. Then we know that, yes, anybody who is going forward, anybody who has some job to do, then would have taken it seriously and would have done what it's supposed to. But at the moment, with this kind of kid gloves that we're dealing with, who knows how many more of this is even in that budget now? Who knows how many more of this operates now? This thing is just, my dear, it's for me, sometimes I just find it hard to really to really accept that this kind of thing is happening to us as a country.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission there. Let's move on to another conversation that is steering, that's on the front burner And today, the NDC's presidential hopeful Peter Obi has steered public discussion after remarking that he might not be alive to contest the 2027 presidential election. Speaking during an interview, Peter Obi alleged that the government is frustrating his activities and targeting opposition figures. He, however, clarified that he was not making direct accusations but described daily experiences of obstruction, citing an incident where he was harassed in the airport. Obi further disclosed that he's not the only one being targeted, but other members of the opposition are also facing the same alleged treatment. Meanwhile, the vice presidential candidate of NDC, Rabiu Kwankwaso, has rejected comments by former Borno State Governor Senator Ali Modu Sharif, dismissing the electoral prospects of the party's presidential candidate Peter Obi in northern Nigeria ahead of the 2027 general election. Rabiu faulted Sharif for presenting himself as the voice of northern voters, insisting that Obi had already demonstrated considerable acceptance in the region during the 2023 presidential election. Now, okay, let me come to you first. Obi has claimed that he might not even be alive to see 2027. What do you make of this?
Well, I watched the interview where he was saying that the federal government is targeting whatever he is using to make understand me. So that's it's happening because we have desperados in power. That is the character that are running this country at the moment, desperados. And why are they doing that? Because they have not delivered on their campaign promises. And they know that in a free, fair election, Nigerians, understand, will not vote for them. Understand me? They know in a free, fair elections, Nigerians will reject them. So the only way is to make sure that that those in the opposition will not will not stand for the election. Understand? They did everything when P2B was in LP. Understand? That to make sure that that LP died. So when he left LP, today LP has peace. Nobody is talking about LP anymore because P2B is no more there. The same thing started in ADC. Understand? They did everything to the extent that the Attorney General of the Federation has to advise INEC to deregister ADC. Understand? And 4 days after P2B left ADC, INEC came out and said that there's no need to deregister ADC. Understand? So this is just because of desperation. Understand? It's because of desperation. For me, and I keep on saying, anybody that is going through what we are going through in the country today and still want to vote for APC, understand me, suffering is in his DNA. Suffering is in his DNA. Understand? So, and they know that. So the only way is to make sure that that formidable members of the opposition will not stand for election.
Okay, but okay, let's look at Peter Obi, and this Peter Obi, and like you mentioned, you said you reeled out how he looks like he's been targeted all through when he was.
Not that how he looks. He is being targeted.
Even when he was in Labour Party. But why Peter Obi? Why does it seem like the presidency or the present administration is actually very, very scared of Peter Obi?
One, Peter Obi is running as the candidate of the youth. And these politicians are doing their secret polls. And Peter Obi is leading in all their polls. Understand me? Nigeria population, youth under the age of 40 constitute over 65%. Now, so that's where the number is. And P2B is running as the candidate of the youth, as the candidate for new Nigeria. So that's what they are afraid of. Understand? And the only thing that they can do is to make sure that P2B will not be on the ballot. Understand? But the truth is that they are not God. Understand me? They are not God.
Okay, let me hear from our guest. When you hear this particular statement by Peter Obi, like I said earlier, is actually raising dust amongst Nigerians. Otanozike have said that the reason Peter Obi seems to be targeted is the fact that he is loved by many Nigerians, especially the youth. But also some opposition parties, opposition figures rather, especially in the present administration, have actually said that those voters, I'm trying to get the exact way to say it, but votings don't occur on social media. That many persons who support Peter Obi are merely just on social media, and they're just making a lot of noise there, and they don't have substance when it comes to their number and all of that. But you see things like this, see targets such as this, like he has reeled out many things, many of his personal let's say personal businesses are being targeted. He did not really mention that. He didn't really pinpoint anyone, but he said that these are what is happening. What do you make of this? Why is it that it looks like that is what our democracy has turned into, that opposition figures are now being hounded, kind of?
Well, I think with regard to this, since he didn't give much details, information as to the extent of how much is being targeted, it will be difficult for me because he mentioned only an incident that happened at the airport and all of that. And if that is all, then probably one would say it's probably not sufficient enough. But he has said there are some other things, and some other things have happened, but he has not mentioned them. So it's difficult at this point to say, yes, this is happening to him. But his government, generally the opposition, has government been fair to the opposition? Has government actually provided a level playing field? So far, that is debatable. Because especially like when you look at what is happening or what has happened to the political parties, it's actually difficult to say. Government is always quick to tell you, oh, the parties that are not able to take care of themselves or they're not able to handle things and all of that. But we Nigerians, they've not been able to convince Nigerians that that is the situation. Especially with Peter Obi, a lot of questions are being asked. Why is it that each time he's in a political party and then you will find wherever he goes, as it were, somehow something will happen and then there will be crisis. And some people say, oh, he cannot manage. Well, I personally don't think it's a matter of his ability or inability to handle crisis. It was a situation where if truly people want to give you trouble, yes, they can. And much of what has been said, like the Labour Party that my colleague talked about, issues appear to have been resolved. Have just fizzled out. Even the ADC appears to have been settled. So, and then you talk about the NDC, and here we are. It appears up till now, it is not yet over for NDC. That's the way it is. So it is not, anybody will be right to say that something, somebody somewhere may be after Peter Obi. And so, but you have also asked why Peter Obi. Yes. If you ask me as of today, if government says they are not further that all that is happening is just social media. I think they are not speaking the truth. They are not speaking the truth. What happened in 2023 has shown them that this is one candidate that you cannot just ignore. And over the years, truly, Nigerians, especially under this administration, the economy has been such that Nigerians actually, maybe if this was happening in some other countries, we wouldn't have had this kind of, let me say, peace now good that we have in the country. I'm sure for some other countries, by now people would have been streets in their government would have had a very serious problem on their hands. But here is Nigeria. Nigerians are elastic. I mean, it appears there's so much that the Nigerian, I don't know how God created the Nigerian, they can take so much and then continue to forge ahead as if everyone's just suffering and smiling, as I would say, and then we'll push ahead. But going forward, if government, I would only plead with the government at this point, whether it is, no matter what, if they really love this country and if they really love the peace and stability that we have, want it to continue, I think I would advise that nobody does anything that would set the situation of things now. To get matters. People are angry, people are hungry, and they're angry. And I don't think the best thing to do is actually to introduce any kind of crisis by either making things too difficult for the opposition or by hounding and maybe making things difficult or touching the life of any other anybody that is contesting. The political atmosphere should be such that government should be able to douse tension. This attitude of this posture of we must have it at all costs, that it doesn't matter, at all costs we have it, I think will not do our country any good. You will agree with me that when Goodluck Jonathan was there, the mere fact that he himself, his own disposition, not kept save Nigeria, a situation where somebody, the personality and everything about him exudes peace, says, look, even my ambition is not what the not of any Nigeria.
Okay.
That was what kept Nigeria. I think we are free from the crisis that would have been on our hands. So I would expect that for anybody that loves Nigeria, best thing is not to make it look like, oh, we'll crush them, we'll just run over them, or that you will even plan to rig elections. 2023 is still there, and a lot of people still feel that the things that happened then are not just ordinary.
Okay.
When you talk about glitches and all of that, why the presidential election, questions are still, they have not been resolved. So I would plead that nobody adds to that. It is still very fresh in people's hearts.
Okay.
I don't want to, predict anything.
Okay, thank you.
Best thing is not to, as much as possible, let them make it free, fair, and credible. Election in 2027.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studio. Dr. Nasike, one of the things he mentioned the resilience of Nigerians. But I want to ask, I was going to ask him, I just thought to ask you this. The resilience of Nigerians, has it really, when you look at it, has it worked more to our favor or to our disfavor?
Nigerians are the most docile in the world. Understand? Nigeria is the only country with that's an endless capacity of endurance. Understand? Nigerians can adapt. If we begin to sell at 5,000 naira a liter in Nigeria today, Nigerians will adapt. Understand me? So that's the advantage that these people in power have. Understand? They are presiding over very gullible people. Understand? When I say my people, they fear too much. Understand? Say they no one die. And these people in power knows that. So that's why half of what is happening in Nigeria, if it happens in other country, that country will fall. Assuming it's in another country that this PFI this happen, the government must go down. That government must go down. There's no country that this is worse than Watergate scandal. Understand me? It's far worse than Watergate scandal, and Richard Nixon has to step down. But see, we are just discussing discussing it in a very peaceful atmosphere, as if we were discussing the birth of somebody. Understand? So Nigeria is the easiest country to rule because they don't give you problems. Because they don't give you problems. They live in hope. Understand? And when you push them to the wall, they don't bounce back. So you can just be like Nero, understand? Be drinking champagne when everybody is going hungry.
Okay, let's have your concluding thoughts, Mr. Dokubo.
Yeah, my concluding thoughts will not deviate from appeal to government that at this point, let us. I really don't know. The issues are so that you are going into elections. You have a right to stand for election, even as incumbent. You have a right to. But then, I think for the love of our country, let things, let the 2027 elections be fair, credible, one that Nigerians can accept. Whatever result is acceptable, if they are free.
Okay.
They can be seen free and credible. And then we'll just.
Okay, thank you very much. Whatever result is acceptable, if Nigerians see that result to be free, fair, and credible, that's according to Dokubo. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you as well, Dr. Nosike, for being a part of the issues and, of course, for analyzing these stories as usual. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues Explored, the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on our latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndumdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
side. So, Honorable Amobi, either you or Honorable Ginger agree to who will move the amendment, please.
Thank you, our dear Speaker and my dear colleagues. My name is Right Honorable Amobi Godwin Oga. I rise this morning to amend part of the prayers made by my brother L.S. Ikweche. And that amendment is that this
Well, unfortunately, Honorable Amobi didn't land, but eventually, I mean, it wasn't approved for the president to be summoned. That is the gist of the matter. So netizens are responding to this. Some are saying Honorable Mascot is courageous for him to have raised that motion, that it is germane for the president to appear before the House of Representatives because the issues raised are pivotal. Others are saying, is this not the same person? Okay, so let me just take you back to X now. So you take a look at the responses. It is hashtag House of Representatives. This is Dearest Jessica. Dearest Jessica says, they are rejecting the motion of inviting the people responsible for the implementation of the budgets to the House. It is only bigots that will not be angry after watching this video because they are happy that the country is being ruined by one of their own. Big Lion says, all of this is just a charade. He goes on to say, no be our politicians again, and then he refers to the assault of the driver, or he called it the delivery driver then. Yeah, so the Uber guy was delivering a package to Honorable Mascot. I'm talking about something that happened years ago. Even though it looked like they settled out of court. The case was going to go to court, but they settled out of court. And the Uber driver eventually came to say he's apologizing to Nigerians and to Honorable Mascot that he was the one that provoked him and all. Even though some netizens or some Nigerians were saying, maybe some sweats or maybe money exchanged hands. But like I said, that's not the bone of contention. Let me take you back to the responses now. Netizens are responding to the uproar and the Green Chamber today. This is Victor. Victor Iconic says, as our father, whose father? Now, if you take a listen to the whole video, there's a part where they referred to the president as a father and all of that. I think it has become a thing in Nigeria where you refer to the president as a father and the first lady as the mother. Some people are not just buying it. But basically, that's how that panned out today in the Green Chamber. Let's quickly cross to the Red Chamber where Godswill Akpabio, that's the hashtag now. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio has come to say that peace is the #1 infrastructure, that where there is no peace, there can be no development. And so Nigerians are saying, gosh, are these guys waking up to the reality just now? I mean, this is what's been happening. So there's a video. Credit goes to News Century. Yeah, for that one. Take a listen, guys.
Every lawful effort that strengthens our national security architecture, because peace is the first infrastructure of development. Roads cannot flourish where fear governs the highways. Investors cannot build where kidnappers build camps. Farmers cannot feed a nation while fleeing from their farms. Children cannot prepare for tomorrow when they are afraid to attend schools today. Therefore, every appropriation for security and every law that protects lives is an investment in Nigeria's future. It is precisely because these challenges endure that Nigerians look to this Senate with hope. They expect us to legislate with wisdom, oversee with diligence, and act with courage. They expect this Senate to remain the vigilant guardian of the public trust. They expect laws that stimulate enterprise, protect the vulnerable, strengthen education, and modernize healthcare.
All right, credit goes to News Century TV for that video. You just listened to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, saying that the Red Chamber, the Senate, is going to support Nigeria's security architecture and the security operatives to ensure that peace is sustained, because he said, hey, peace is the #1 infrastructure. I think that's really good. This is the first time I heard him say that particular phrase, but I'm buying it. But our netizens buying what he just said. Others are saying, oh my gosh, he's speaking for the first time. Others are saying, nah. So I'm just going to take you back to X now so you see the responses to this one. It is #Akpabio. So, Tola123, or would you say Tola, which one? You pick. He says, is he just aware or playing to the gallery? That's the question. It's $1 million question. Senior man says, you go really think say na sense they talk. And then Austin says, action speaks louder than words. He is the #3 man in Nigeria. He should practice what he read. Act with courage to gain the public trust. But that's not all. Let's go and take a look at the responses now. It's a huge, huge talking point on X right now. There's another one. Let's take a look at the next response. We're still talking about #Akpabio. This is Overchukwu. Wow. Overchukwu says he knows the problems perfectly. As the #3 citizens, what concrete steps has the Senate taken beyond making statements? Abdul Muiz Adeyemo says, insecurity is insanely killing us in this country. We need immediate action from our leaders. Things are getting out of hand. And then this is His Mercy 01 says, so what are they doing about it? His Mercy is asking the Senate, what are you guys doing about it? And then Asen says, this one just they do spoken words. Spoken words, in other words, poetry. But that's how we wrap up that particular hashtag, because I'm taking you back to the Green Chamber. We're crisscrossing from the Green Chamber to the Red Chamber, back to the Green Chamber. House of Reps. The Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, said, look, you guys, Adeyemi, Adeniyi, Matthew, a.k.a. the fake DG, that's how the presidency has labeled or christened him, that the presidency is not aware of what's happening, that Gbajabiamila is not guilty, that he himself, Benjamin Kalu, the Deputy Speaker, fell victim or fell prey to the scam. Now, it's better heard, right, from Benjamin Kalu himself. So I'm going to take you to X now. There's a post. Let's take a look at the post, and then a video, and then responses. It is #Benjamin Kalu. By the way, he is the Deputy Speaker of the Red Chamber, the Green Chamber, talking about Nigeria's House of Representatives. Nigeria Story says the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has narrated how he unknowingly met with the Director General of the fictitious Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, Adeniyi Adeyemi. The Abia State-born politician stated that he met with Adeyemi in his office after receiving what appeared to be an official letter bearing the presidency's insignia. But netizens are saying, how can this even happen? And how can the Deputy Speaker come to say this? Are you not the same person who passed the budget for the same agency? Well, first, take a listen to Benjamin Kalu.
Support the motion that have been properly moved by my friend and brother from Plateau State, Honorable Gadi.
What is happening now?
Mr. Speaker, quite embarrassing that People who have the kind of boldness they exhibited, moving around with what is not in existence,
We have to look at the country at all.
carrying themselves as if they are a legal entity. Mr. Speaker, I was a victim. And I'm sure if you watch the news, you see my picture all over the screen. For reasons best known to the media organizations, my picture was made to trend, standing side by side by the purported DG of this organization. Mr. Speaker, on the 2nd of May, 2025, my office got a letter. And that letter had the presidency on top of the letterhead. It had Office of the Director General.
Can you talk like that?
Presidential Economic Advisory Council, and also Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. 2 councils under one DG. Mr. Speaker, when I saw this, I looked down the letterhead. I saw Federal Secretariat Complex. Order, please. Phase 3. 2nd floor, Central Business District. And I saw the website that says pfipc.gov.ng. It was a bit confusing for me. Some of the information looked credible, some did not. I now send my team to go and verify the existence of this organization in the said accommodation, in the said address.